Microphone. Forgot my microphone. Oh boy. Wait a second, my mic's blowing out. Better. Check. Yeah. Fix my mic before I get started. How does this happen? For some reason, it always resets my microphone volume in my settings to 100. Check. Okay, that should be better. If anyone's listening, can you let me know if that mic volume's okay? Thanks so much. So, I know if people watched me last night, you heard me say that I swore I would not do these panel debates anymore. However, my left-wing friend Dylan Burns had to drop out, and I was supposed to do this panel earlier in the week, and I had to drop out because of work, and then work kind of canceled on me, so I said I could fill in. It'll be a 4-on-4. Usually the 4-on-4 ends up being 7-on-1. We'll see how it goes, because usually the conservatives don't agree with me. You heard some trans person saying, "What's up, Pifferfish? I don't care what someone said about me, that they cucked me. That's fine. If it's in reference to the debate I did on Prime K's channel Monday, you can watch it for yourself. It's on my channel. I respect Dylan, which is why I'm willing to do this panel. I don't respect if a moderator is going to have basically 6-on-1 and then interrupt the one all the time. I don't respect if I have to sit there and wait 25 minutes to speak, and then I get to speak 20 seconds before being interrupted and have, What happened with Destiny, Pifferfish? I heard he debated Valsh. For being very upset with a racist feeling he can't have an opinion. I'm not, if you could clarify, they said I ran off crying. I did leave, but I didn't run off crying. And if you watch my stream afterwards, I wish nothing but the best for those people. If they want just a left-wing panel, that's fine. They could have it. That's not something that I'm interested in doing. I'm interested in having a good faith dialogue. When you have questions like, should we not allow Christians to have elected office, and people claiming that that's the case? Or, is Trump a fascist? But you have to stay on topic, and you can't talk about how the left is more fascist. It's not for me. That's all. I'd be willing, and I told Dylan, and I'm assuming a lot of those people will be on the panel tonight. I'll debate them 1-on-1 anytime that I have free. No problem. I'll debate them 9-on-1 anytime I have free if Dylan's the moderator. But I'm not going to... I'm not going to disrespect a show by just staying on the show and yelling and screaming over them like they're doing with me. No one gets anything out of it. It's better for the audience to just hear one perspective than it is to hear people yelling and screaming over each other. So I'm not going to be disrespected, or not even disrespected, but just waste my time when I'm pigeonholed to where I basically either have to agree with them or I'm off topic and they'll just continually interrupt me. Yeah, it's my new computer, yeah. So hopefully that it's working fine. Coming back, I probably won't do Prime K's show anymore just because too many chefs in the kitchen. There's those panel, like this panel tonight, there's too many people, man. 8-9 people, that's too many. It's like CNN at that point. You even the left-wing people, no one gets a good nuanced discussion because everyone's just given myself included, it's just given 1 minute like kind of clips, and it just becomes real snappy at each other. It's just not worth it to me. So it takes a really skilled moderator, which so far I think Dylan's been a great moderator, so I'll be doing his channel. Well, I don't mind stirring up the people. I agree when I have panels and I'm just, I don't have panels, but when I have people on and everyone's just right-wing, I enjoy left-wing people coming on because it makes it more entertaining and more informative. So, I don't mind being outnumbered. That's the way it's been my whole life. I was in the debate community, and I was probably one of 5 people out of 4,000 in that community that considered voting for Trump, did vote for Trump. But the panel tonight, it's supposed to be 4-on-4. Like I said, most of the time, it doesn't work out that way. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm on that panel with you, Ross. Should we teach LGBT plus inclusive sex education? I mean, I'm going to say it's nuanced, is what I'm going to say. I think when you're having discussions of sex education, there definitely should be a part for there are people that have different types of sex, and you could learn to practice safe like that. I don't know that we should be promoting any particular type of sex. And oftentimes you can see with like, trans storybook hour that they're trying to sexualize children into accepting things that are too sexual in nature. But once you start to talk about like sex education, once people hit puberty, like 8th, 9th grade, that's a little different. So, what's up, Medieval Mike? And again, I'm pro gay marriage, so I'm not, I'm not going to come at that with thunder. I got to be honest, most of these topics tonight don't do much for me. I get it. I get that we need different stuff to talk about, but we basically have the Democratic Party endorsing rioting against conservatives. We have the Democratic Party endorsing racist ideology, saying people based on their skin color are evil or responsible for the sins of their father. We have COVID that you could talk about. There's so many things that are impacting our country. I'm not very interested in, should there be a little more LGBT awareness in sex ed, or should the words under God be in the Pledge of Allegiance? But I'm not upset about it. It's not things that maybe people feel strong about these issues. And I feel strong. I'm with the heavy topics, man. Let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about COVID. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter being a terrorist organization. Toxic masculinity will be fun. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's stupid. What's up, 6079? Yeah, Democrats are party of socialism. Roe v. Wade, I'd love to debate that. Or the 92 Casey decision that was an abortion decision. I'd love to debate those, but, talk about systemic racism and whether or not it exists. So all that stuff would be more interesting to me. But it's not my show. And let me just say this. First off, I'll probably get heated. I should try to compose myself better. I get it. I think that I will comport myself well, as I usually do, in the sense that I don't interrupt people that much. Of course, everyone does it a little. I try to sit patiently. I try to wait for my turn to speak. And then usually what happens is after I get interrupted or something, then I respond in kind and it gets escalated. So I'll try my best to avoid that. But I might not agree with what a lot of the people on the panel say. I honestly have no hard feelings towards anyone. I understand this. Like, look, for me, Twitch and YouTube and DLive is not a career. I have made a small amount of money, I'm not going to lie, through donations because people are very generous, but it's nowhere near the money I've spent. Just alone, the podcast form thing I bought for Podbean cost $100 a year, and I've used it once. The new computer I got was $1,300, like $1,200 in tax. Camera equipment, stuff like that. So I certainly haven't made out money, and that's cool. And I understand some people do this as they need the money. And so, I don't begrudge them doing as a show what they feel is necessary. Everyone has stylistic choices. I get it. For me, I really don't like these panels. I really don't like them. And it has nothing to do with the individuals on it or if I disagree with them. It's just the formula. It's like I'm the type of person when I have a discussion, like you could tell from my live streams, I'll have 3.5-hour live streams on one topic. And that's just me talking. So if I'm in a discussion with someone that disagrees, oftentimes I could talk for 4, 5, 6 hours about that one topic because we're getting really in depth in it. And I prefer that. That's why, for example, I told Dylan I'd really like to have a discussion with him on foreign policy and on Syria, just me and him. I think he studied that more than me, but I certainly have takes that are different than him on it. And I would love to get into the details with him on that. Yeah, Jeff, I've done live streams with people that agree with me. I prefer if it's only 1 or 2 people at a time. But yeah, I'll get in touch with you sometime. You got back from a Trump rally? That's awesome. Good for you. The problem is just with me working these 2 jobs. Like, theoretically, I was supposed to be working tonight, and things fell through. So it is what it is. So I'll be, I agreed to do this last minute. So let me check real quick and see if they're ready to go to get on there early. Let's see here. No. Just bear with me. Okay. Dylan sending me the link here. Logitech capture, yeah. bear with me for a second. Mute. Yep, we're muted. Okay, let me bring this up. They do, so just so you all know, the way they do it, they do whereby is the video screen here, but we do the audio through Discord. So I can't hear them yet, but I'll join the Discord channel here in a second. But that's how this is done. So. Hey guys, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just so you know, is it cool if I'm streaming?
I don't know, actually.
Usually Dylan's cool with it, but if any of you have a problem, I'll put it off.
I think Dylan's fine with it. So
yeah, I just mean before the show, I didn't know if anyone had like bad jokes they were gonna tell or something.
Oh no, it's fine. I don't know.
Okay, so
not right now. So that's for later.
Okay. I'm just gonna mute on Discord if y'all don't mind. Just talk to if you guys are cool with that. But if you need anything, just wave. Great to see you all, by the way.
Yeah,
you too.
All right. Okay. So I should be muted there. Could you all hear them? Yeah, me and Mindwaves have gone on at times, but again, I don't wish any of these people ill. I truly mean that. That doesn't mean I won't sit here and yell at them and say that I think they're terrible people or something like that if it comes up, but I really don't wish them ill. Like, it's like, it's not the best mindset, I'll admit, and it's something that I should try not to do, but I think everyone will admit there's some gamesmanship on these panels because there is some competitive nature, and it's like if you've ever played a sport, like, you don't really it's not like you really despise the person you're playing against, but you're trying to win and you're doing what you can in the moment to win. So I never say anything that I'm not authentic with on these panels, but I feel that someone's coming at me and making a personal attack. Sometimes I respond in kind. Maybe it's something I should let up on. So I don't know. Yeah, Mick Grady. I don't know him.
Yo.
Hey, Mindwaves, did that link I sent you actually even help?
Can you guys hear them when they're talking?
Wait, what? Oh, I didn't look at it.
There's so much shit in that link. There's so many stats in that link alone. But yeah.
Doing good, everyone. Thanks for being here. So I'm muted. You'll be able to hear them, but they can't hear me. But yeah, we're just getting ready here. You've been in some type of... Yeah, Tiberius is good.
Back on the hippie,
I think he does a good job of moderating his panels and things like that.
We're good to stream this, right?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. Dylan's getting so big now. I never know, maybe.
Yeah, Tiberius is a cool guy.
How have you been, dude?
So the other thing is, like, Mindwaves I've seen.
All right, how's this title? Pro Skater destroys conservatism with facts and logic on the Hippy Dippy podcast. Is that good?
Perfect. Facts and logic.
Yeah, you can see he's very, very confident in himself.
And
which is
destroys.
fine. Let's see if I can mute their audio for a second. How do I do that? Definitely, I think that works. Okay, so we should have muted their audio there for a minute. Hopefully that works. But yeah, I don't wish him. With Mindwaves, he kind of, I thought was yelling at me a little and not making a point, and I said something, and then it seemed like not him, and I'm not going to blame him, but a lot of people that seemed to follow him went to me on Twitch and started calling me a racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not, and it's stuff like that gets me heated because I find that those attacks are ridiculous. If you follow me on Twitch or at Twitter, I'm at Nor Robert, one word, at Nor Robert on Twitch, and you can see some of the stuff that I was retweeting and putting out today on Twitter. And one of them was, according to polling, it's something like, I can't remember the number, an absurdly high number of people, like over 50% of Democrats believe that Donald Trump said Nazis were good people after Charlottesville. That's a lie. And that kind of stuff's dangerous because if you see what the left's doing, they started off with this whole, is it okay to punch a Nazi thing? And they're like, oh yeah, it's okay to punch a Nazi. The problem is that sort of mindset leads to the next step, which is, oh, and everyone I disagree with is Nazis. And I said that this is the problem. When you start saying ICE agents are literally Nazis and they're running concentration camps, and Donald Trump's a Nazi and he's a fascist and he's an anti-Semite and he's a racist, and all of his supporters are as well, which is on the panel Monday after I left, apparently they said all Trump supporters are fascist. Once you say it's okay to punch fascist and all Trump supporters are fascist, you've literally justified any political violence against people you disagree with. And so that's why I push back so heavily at the smear that we now see, which is one of the worst smears you could do in the Western world, which is accuse someone without proof of being a racist. It's right up there with accusing someone of being a sexual assaulter without any evidence. It could ruin your lives, get you fired, could get you physically beaten and attacked. And that's why I push back so strongly against it, because it is lazy misrepresentation of people at best, and at worst, it's the intentional dog whistling of violence towards those people. And it's not done in good faith many times. So that's kind of one of the things you'll see me get heated when people say, oh, you're dog whistling towards racism if you want to talk about this. It's just, to me, it's nonsense. And I do push back on that. So, but yeah. Well, everyone's like, to say we're all a little racist, there's truth in that. We all view things through a racial lens, but the best we could do, and it's inevitable, but the best we could do is to understand that stereotypes are inevitable, but that we need to discard those stereotypes when more information becomes available. So I tell the story all the time of, I was working overtime and a person that came in to relieve me, he was like 6'7" black dude, just ripped, and he came in, and I happened to be watching the NBA All-Star game skills competition, like the dunk contest and stuff. So he came in, and in my mind, right out of the gate, I was like, oh, this guy's just making small talk. How's the weather? How was the drive here? And I was like, did you check out that slam dunk contest? And he was like, no, I don't watch basketball. Now, I had a stereotype that he looked like someone who would play basketball, and he probably liked basketball. But once he told me that, I wasn't like, oh, you must be wrong. I believe in that stereotype. And it wasn't a harmful stereotype or anything like that. But I said the best response for him to me would have been like, nah, man, I was watching the hot dog eating contest, fatty. You like that, right? As a fat guy, I would have been like, touche. So, yeah, there's all some of that, but the key is to not engage with that. So I'm going to turn down. No, okay, they should be good. So, yeah, hopefully this goes good. I'm going to join them on audio here in a couple minutes, so then I won't be talking to just the audience anymore. But feel free to let me know if I'm doing good or bad in the audience. If you go to Dylan Burns TV or Mindwaves or any of their channels, it's just something. It's not that their fans are worse or anything like that, though I think I have the best fans. And it's not just because they're on the left. But oftentimes what you see is most of the times when you're watching someone on a channel, their audience is always going to be like, you're crushing it. And that's not always the case. So I told people that would come on my channel that are left wing, ignore the chat, because most of the people know me and not them, so they're automatically going to side with me. Though I think my audience is pretty good, better than most. They'll let me know if I say something they disagree with. Yeah, I just think it's funny sometimes to check out their channels. And yeah, Dylan's wearing a tiara. I like Dylan though. He's a lefty, but I like him. You see the Bernie. Okay. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to switch over to their audio now so I could hear them. And pleasantly plump. I hear you, WZ. Hey, WZ, I got something for you, man. Just for you. Oh, my camera's reversed, but one time WZ won a donation contest back when toilet paper was in short supply, and I took my last roll of toilet paper and wrote his name on it. So, still got it, baby. All right. So I'm going to switch over to them live. So, I mean, they're live, obviously, but you'll be able to hear all of our audio. So thanks for listening. We'll talk a little after the show. So thanks for being here, everyone.
they're like, yeah, these people up here can talk politics. I can do it, and then like they go up here, and it's
But I
like
it. I mean, like, I'm nobody to gatekeep
me
anybody from
too.
this.
No,
either,
I mean, no,
right?
I'm not
Like,
trying to gatekeep, but it's just like, man, it just seems like there's a lot of drama I see going on, and and I'm just like, oh my God, you guys, we're here to talk about the issues. Like, I mean, get it together.
I just want to say you all hurt my feeling. I'll be leaving now.
Good.
Yeah, we should start on time. Is everybody here?
We're still missing Prime. Well,
Oh, there he is.
there you go. Speaking.
Prime, hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
Our last conservative just arrived. How are you doing, Prime?
I'm all right.
This is a new camera angle for last username. I think he's trying to psych us out.
He's going for the hostage video look, you know? It's a very good. Nice. It's a nice aesthetic.
Yeah. Trying to get in our heads, you know, make us feel sympathy for those ANCAPs.
Oh boy.
Can you guys believe, like, I don't think anybody touched on it. Did you guys hear about that mayor that tried to fake her kidnapping? I couldn't believe that. Like, did you watch the actual video? Did you watch the video? It's insane.
Wow. I know.
The news cycle really fast.
You have to go look it up, Mindwaves. You're literally gonna go, why did she do that? Like, it's really that bad. Like, the video, she had the guy knocking out her own windows of her car. Like, it's just crazy. I just was laughing because it was so bad.
Oh, okay. Sumter mayoral candidate fakes kidnapping.
Oh, it's so bad. If you watch the video, dude, it's bad. Like,
I'll check it out later.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's worth it. It'll give you a chuckle. It's just like real. Like, the guy is doing this with the bat. He's poking her with the bat.
Someone said Mindwaves unbanned. There's hope for Grumple. I don't know about that one. Oh shit.
We love Grumple. Look, we love our Grumple.
It's easy. It's easy pickings there. But like, I don't know.
How am I? I'm doing good, Rage Pope. Thanks for asking. I appreciate that.
Hey,
I'm looking pasty in the new lighting. I'm still trying to figure out what's best for lighting in this space.
Are you talking to your chat?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, fuck your chat.
Yeah,
fucking piece of shit.
True.
Yeah, fucking weasels.
True. I love shitting on my chat.
I think everyone is here.
He's not in his kitchen. Oh shit.
I'm in my new house.
You finally moved?
I did.
Hey, you like? Yeah, how'd it go? How'd it go?
Not bad. I mean, good. I made it. It's never always a huge fucking pain in the butt, but I made it, and new place is really nice.
So, do you have your like own spot for streaming now?
My own spot? What do you mean?
Like, well, not the kitchen. Like, do you have a designated room area now, like for
this is my
just
bedroom.
streaming? Oh, okay. So we won't get no
nice
more
kitchen too,
streams. No more kitchen
bedroom is a bit nicer. I mean, I could go to the kitchen. It's also pretty nice, but
where's the don't step on?
There wasn't any good angles in the kitchen.
Oh gosh.
I'll miss the cooking streams. They were great.
Cooking is in like getting a piece of pepperoni and eating it monster.
Hey, dude. It's a low standard on Twitch, okay?
Cooking is in like I can't even find that pepperoni anymore. Actually, I have food, so you get to see me cooking.
See, he cooked, dude.
Eating. Yeah. I cooked a cheeseburger and put it in a Harvey's bag.
Hell yeah.
Mindwaves, have you ever
fast food then?
Have you ever like taken your beanie off?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah. Well, I recently shaved like
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa.
I was about to say.
Hey, check out! It's American History X over here.
No, it looks so good, dude. Shaved. I'm telling you, dude, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
I shaved my head like 4 years ago, and I was the best thing I ever did. Best thing I ever did.
Yeah, I feel a lot more confident. Like, I don't know. My hairline's fucked. I blame my kids on that one, but so yeah.
It looks good. It looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
And you know me, I don't kiss ass. I tell the truth. So
yeah, true.
Hey, Mindwaves, just blame male pattern balding. It's okay.
True. Yeah.
It's what the trans people do.
Oh well, yeah. Well, wait, am I trans now? Is that how that works?
I don't know. Maybe.
Since gonna be the one giving out the trans cards.
Oh no, I'm not doing that one. Nope. Not even the Mayo 6 gets trans cards. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the one we don't have. We have them all already, except for that one.
Since when are you gonna clean up your room?
Oh no. Wait, what?
When are you gonna clean up your room?
Is my room actually that messy on cam? Oh shit! You can actually see by my bed. Oops.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When are you gonna do it? When are you just gonna clean it up?
Yes, Synth, when are you gonna clean your room? What's going on?
Look, my room is my mental state. All right, it directly translates. So as long as I'm completely fucked, my room is completely fucked.
Okay.
So,
okay.
There you go.
You get a pass.
Maybe eventually, when I'm not completely fucked, I'll clean it up. But
Okay. Well, hey everybody. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to the Hippie Tippy Podcast. We have some returning guests. We have some first timers. And this show was something else to put together. We ended up having 7 cancellations, which almost doubled my previous record of 4. So It was certainly an interesting 7. Hey, if I hit 8, then I can just completely like have one show at the start of the week and a totally different show at the end of the week. So
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was certainly an experience. But you're the ones who ended up making the cut and coming through at the end of the day, so I appreciate that.
We're all the leftovers. We're the leftovers.
Yep, the leftovers. I mean, I even had to unban Mindwaves. I will soon figure out if I respect or regret that decision. You have a whole new setup. You have a whole new vibe. What's going on now, Mindwaves, at your channel? You're very muted. I can't hear you.
Maybe muted?
Very good. Very informative, Mindwaves. Very informative.
This is the new Mindwaves, the new unbanned Mindwaves. This is why he's unbanned, because now we don't get to hear him, and that is the best Mindwaves available. Okay, we're going to open up with introductions. So I'm going to start off in the bottom right-hand corner with Ross.
Hey, thanks for having me, Dylan. I'm a data scientist and consultant with a master's in applied economics. I'm a libertarian paternalist with conservative and nationalistic leanings. I'm Ross W. Lewis on Twitch and Twitter. And as far as my stream, I just had a baby 3 months ago, so she makes an occasional appearance.
Wonderful. That truly is the highlight of any Ross Lewis stream.
Teach them while they're young.
Teach them how to stream while they're long. Yeah, her first word will be tier 1 sub. Next is going to be last username.
Very, very good.
Hi.
There you go.
I'm last username, Anarcho Posadist and Antifa Super Soldier. I stream on Twitch, and you can come to my channel to hear about liberty and anarchy and other nifty things. Good to be here again. Always good to be here.
Always happy to have last username on the show. He always is someone who can come through for me in a pinch, and I really appreciate that. Next, we're having another panel show host who has come on to my panel show because he keeps having me on having me on his panel show. I just felt so bad. I felt like I had to have him on. Prime Kai, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here as always with the homie Dylan Burns. My name is Prime Kai. I run my own series of panels. I usually walk on panels. I invite my audience members to participate. Doesn't matter where you're on the political spectrum, I'd love to have you. And on Mondays, we have our own invite-only panel called The Reverie, where Dylan Burns is often there. And then on Tuesdays, we have an invite-only panel for women streamers. And then maybe Thursday, we're going to have all-black panel. So that's that.
Wonderful. Next, we're going to move on to somebody who I always love tuning into their stream. and I love he's always he's like my therapist in DM. So just message me out of nowhere. How you doing, man? How's everything going? And you know he's just a great guy all around. Every interaction I've had with him, loyal. He's a son of a bitch, but besides that, he's okay. A loyal logic.
How you doing, my friend? I'm Loyal Logic. I'm a Republican here on Twitch. But you'll be shocked by some of my beliefs. Give me a follow. I love all these people. I mean, Dylan Bird's a scumbag weasel, but I still love him.
You know what? I could not make it in this industry as the Don King of political Twitch if I was not a scumbag weasel. Okay. Next, we're gonna move on to our next guest, who's a new guy. He's a new guy with an amazing mustache and beard. Who is a aficionado of late night music. Trash can.
That's a fair characterization. Yeah. Hey everybody, Trash Can 1312. He, him, they, them. If you like anarchism and music and stuff like that, check me out sometime. It's what I do.
Wonderful. Next, I'm gonna go straight above me to the Cynthia.
Cool. Yeah, I'm Synth. I do like different work. I'm a lot on Twitter. I don't really stream much anymore. I might start streaming more. I'll be putting out like an official statement on like my future and stuff. Since I haven't been around as much. I appreciate like being on all the panels and stuff. Thank you for having me here. And I'm just like normal trans person that fights for left-leaning stuff, socially and economically. So,
that's a hell of a brand. Normal trans person. Hell yeah.
Yeah, normal trans.
Next, we're gonna go to Mindwaves.
Oh, I love you, Sid.
Still muted, so we're gonna go to Rob and give him another 30 seconds to fix his setup.
Hopefully I'm not muted. That's a mistake I make all the time. But thanks for having me here, Dylan. I'm Rob Noor. My channel's called Normal America. I'm on Twitch, D Live, YouTube. Conservative, ran as a Republican for Congress in District 12 special election in 2019. Many of you I know, thanks for having me here. And yeah, always appreciate Dylan. I think you're one of the best people that do this. I really appreciate you having me on. Thanks so much.
No problem, Rob. And I'm going to go back, finally, hopefully, to Mindwaves. If he can't say it, I'm going to give him a little bit more time, but he's going to have to do his intro through interpretive dance or some signals with his hands. So, okay, let's see it. What you about? Mindwave, what you about? Mindwaves, you just need to do one thing.
Just do the Macarena.
Just do this. That's all you need to do. Come on, no? Nothing? Okay. That's what Mindwaves is all about. Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna do the intro.
So not much difference than his streams. No content.
Yeah. Just about. The only.
Ooh.
This is the most content we've gotten out of Mindwaves in months. Anyway, so we're going to go through the rules quickly while Mindwaves figures out his setup. The rules. Okay, you will all get a 1-minute grace period to state your beliefs on a subject as an intro. No one is allowed to interrupt you, and I expect the same from you. You do not interrupt anyone else, or we will end up muting you. That is something where we want to make sure everybody, no matter what the topic is, at least gets a small period of time somewhere in the discussion to put what they believe out there. We'll also do a second period during the outro, and I don't care what they say. They could directly reference your name, say Trash Can, your beard's horrible, your music taste is shit. Fuck you. They could say that. And Trash Can, you can't respond. You can't respond until your outro or the intro to the next topic. During the intro into the next topic is the last time you can reference really anything that happened in the last topic. The only reason we have this rule in place is because sometimes someone will have an outro after you, and you won't be able to respond to what they say to you. And that's the reason why we have that rule in place. Trashkin, do you have a question?
Are lewd hand gestures okay?
Lewd hand gestures.
Yeah. If somebody's making fun of me.
Yeah, you can like make faces or whatever. You can do googly. You can put googly eyes over your eyebrows and like just make a weird face. I don't know. You can do whatever you want. Visually, that's fine. Just stay within TOS, please.
Okay, you got it. I can do that.
Wonderful. I hope so. Besides that, during the between the intro and the outro, there's kind of like an open period where everybody can kind of just like respond to each other and talk, but do your best not to talk over people and do your best to allow other people back into the conversation. But if I see two people having a great back and forth, I'm gonna let that thing go on. But if I see somebody interrupt somebody a lot, I'm gonna stop you and make sure the other person gets an ability to say their piece. Now, if you feel like you haven't really been able to get your piece in there and you've been speaking up a lot and everybody's just bullying you, they got you in a wedgie, Rob's, bullying Synth, or Rob, bullying everybody like Rob always does, he was giving me swirlies the other day. If that happens, just raise your hand so I'll be able to write your name down on a little notepad I have here and know that at some point I should direct the conversation over to you. Is there any confusion about the rules? Nope. One last rule. No adding each other in chat. There's enough spice in voice, okay? You can talk to other people, like chatters in chat, but not adding each other, okay? If you want to DM somebody in Discord, that's your business, but don't do it in my chat. Okay, wonderful. That is all of the rules. So we're going to get into the first topic. The first topic is... Should schools teach LGBT plus inclusive sex education? I will repeat this one more time before I start going around the room. Should schools teach LGBT plus inclusive sex education? I am going to start on the bottom and go make my way up. So I'm starting with Ross.
Yeah, so I made a few notes on this. I think I have two different viewpoints. So first of all, what should school curriculum be to begin with? Personally, I believe in a high spending voucher system, meaning that parents get to choose what school they send their kids to. And those schools can reflect the culture and values of the parents rather than a top-down approach to the local schools kind of throwing the curriculum at the families. So I think very little should be mandated if we had a voucher system. Stuff like basic math, reading, and writing. I would also hope that there would be some sort of pro-American history in there, but I'm sure that would be contentious. But in this case, obviously not by force should schools teach it. Otherwise, I have absolutely no problem with LGBT or T issues being taught about in a voucher school system. But our current system is a public school system. So our school system right now is just calcified by teacher unions and increased spending going to administration. So I think that needs to be addressed before what's taught in health classes. I think of health classes as like biology, but in terms of advice. So as in science tells you what is and ethics tells you what ought to be, health class tells you how you ought to live your life. So from that standpoint, it doesn't make too much sense. Separately, I think that LGBT issues are different than trans issues. So I kind of see this as two different questions. But that being said, the LGBT population is somewhere between 2 and 10%. So that's like saying if there was a class that says how to go about the world being 7 foot tall, very people are that tall, but resources are available to them. And kind of for my last point, there's plenty of examples of young people being exposed to LGBT ideas that cause them to experiment with their sexuality and where they otherwise wouldn't. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not to say. My conservative tendencies tell me that I would err on not making a change. I might compare it to talking about porn in the classroom. There's a good argument for it, but I don't know if I trust public schools to do it the correct way. And just for the final point, there's the data show that sexual orientation is somewhat cultural and environment. So how much do we as a population push that toward students rather than parents pushing it toward students? I think it should wholly be up to parents.
Okay, next we're going to go to, let me just look at the list. Next is going to actually be Loyal Logic.
Yeah, I mean, I am very kind of confused about this because when I did sex education, there was no like straight sex ed. We learned about STDs. We learned about the basics. I don't ever remember. I did it in 6th grade. I did it in 8th grade and 9th and 10th. And I just don't remember. I even asked a couple of friends that they don't remember that either. Now, as the question in it to include it, I just don't know what you would really include. It's like, I don't care. Like, I don't like, I love Synth knows that 100%. I just don't know what you would include. And then again, do we really need it? I mean, if sex education is supposed to be for STDs, protection, and being informed, I don't know. I don't know what, I mean, what are we doing? So I think the question's a little kind of open-ended, but again, if the teachers want to do it and the parents approve it, the PTA meetings, whatever. I don't care. Like I just, to me, I just don't know what the curriculum would be. So I'm perfectly fine with it if everybody, agrees to do it. If there's a need, fill it. But I just don't know. I mean, to me, I look back, I really do, and I go, the sex education I got, it was for everybody. Like it just gave everybody the basics of what you need to know. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, do we need it? Maybe we need it. Maybe we don't. I don't know. But it's a debate worth having in our education system, because again, the LGBTQ plus community are part of the United States. So should we include it? Of course. But to what degree is the question, I guess.
Okay. Next, I guess I'm just going to do the conservatives first and then the lefties. Next is going to be Rob Noor.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I largely agree with everything that was said there. So just some background, as a conservative, I was totally for gay rights. I don't have a problem with gay marriage. I think the debate should be over. I probably think that the government shouldn't be involved in the institution of marriage, but if they are, then two consenting adults, regardless, should not be discriminated based on gender. I do have questions. I thought the same thing that Loyal Logic did. First off, Ross makes an excellent point about I'm more in favor of charter schools and parent choice in schools, and certainly in those private schools, it should be up to those schools, the type of education they're teaching. We have some base level of things they should teach. But yeah, I agree with Loyal Logic. When I went through sex ed, I'm probably the old man on the panel here, but when I went through in the early 2000s, there wasn't straight sex education. It was, you talked about the dangers of intercourse, and I would assume if you were gay or straight, or, if you were lesbian or if you were a gay man, etc., I assumed that those same lessons applied. Wear a condom, be careful about having sex with strangers. It's important if you're having sex to understand the dangers of it, use birth control, things like that. I don't see where that changes through LGBT issues. Now, one area that I'd like to add to this, I guess to be a little more contentious, is despite the fact that I'm okay with all that stuff in theory, I think oftentimes in practice there ends up being problems. So we end up with the hypersexualization of kids, particularly even before when I would recommend sex education. So you end up seeing, all these instances, for example, of trans story time, where we're talking and glorifying like transsexuality. Why are we teaching young people anything about sex? I don't care if you're interested in having sex with men, women, anything like that. And so I would worry that if we pass some mandate that sounds good in theory, like, it's important to talk about there's LGBT issues and they need to have safe sex as well, and we shouldn't discriminate and things like that, then all of a sudden in practice what will happen is that will be pushed on kids by left-leaning people that dominate academia, and they'll be pushing these kind of sexual views on kids even at an early age, which I think is a huge problem, and it's doing a lot of damage to our society, the early sexualization of kids.
Okay, and last, but most certainly not least, my favorite communist, last username.
Hey there. Does it sound okay?
Yeah.
Sound wonderful.
I don't know what's wrong with the video. Okay. So similar to Ross, I am, very much against public education. That may or may not end up coming into the conversation, but aside from that, whether it's public or private education, I'm perfectly fine with kids being taught about medical science and taught about their own bodies. But I want that to be from a scientific perspective, right? It's very important to make a distinction between teaching scientific medical facts about your body and a sort of prescriptive something more prescriptive that tells you like how to lead your life, or how to have what your sex life should be like, or how you should have relationships or things like that. And I've seen a lot of public sex ed curriculum, at least here in Canada, that is very, very prescriptive and all sorts of like pseudo kind of self-helpy, weird, intrusive curriculum. And it's really, I find it really bizarre and creepy. So yeah, sex ed is good, but from a scientific perspective and not from a prescriptive, like, here's how you should lead your life perspective.
And now we're going to start with the left, and we're going to start off with Synth.
Cool. So LGBT
Who's
sex
muted?
ed. So yeah, of course. I love it. Wait, no, I'm
I
not.
can hear her.
Yeah.
I can hear her.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Okay, that might just be me. I might have muted her out of notification.
I thought I was literally typing in my notepad.
Oh, yeah,
I
you did,
unmuted,
okay.
and I
There
was
you
like,
go.
"Wait, I am muted.
Okay,
what the fuck?"
I remember. It was because I could hear the clickety clackety of your keyboard. Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I'm in full support of sex ed being in public education. I think public education should be like expanded. There should be more funding towards it, and we should have like a better class of sex education that expands on sexuality. Actually, tells us like what different sexualities are, like how to actually associate with them. What good ways would be like going about being able to date people within this sexuality. And then that would expand upon like being able to understand other people and what they want into like relationships, stuff like that. So like, and also teaching LGBT sex ed would most likely lower homophobic and transphobic panic cases, just by saying, hey, like there might be some women with penises. Hey, there might be some men with vaginas. By the way, don't kill them whenever you see them. They're kind of just people, and they kind of just have genitalia. And it would probably be a lot better to learn about that in high school in a sex education class where you're talking about having sex, instead of like right in the moment whenever you feel someone's penis where you think there's going to be a vagina, and then you're a conservative that like murders a trans person, which happens. So I also want to hit against this weird idea of like teaching people about trans stuff is like hypersexualizing kids. I don't think teaching kids their actual sexuality and what they should be able to wear or not wear or identify as or take on as a social role is sexualizing them. That's like a really weird claim. Trans in no way sexualizes anyone. There's a slight emphasis on genitalia because it's so essential to our identity or how other people interpret our identity, not necessarily to our own. But yeah, I'm in full support of more LGBT sex ed. I think the public education system should be expanded upon in it, and there should be better teachers for sex ed. Yeah.
Okay, next is going to be Mindwaves.
Yeah. You guys can hear me good, right? This time?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I can't hear you.
All right, shut up. Yeah, so I think that before we even start talking about like LGBT like inclusiveness in sex ed, I think it's very important to realize that even the sex ed that we have now is very flawed and isn't very adequate at teaching concepts like even basic things like consent or what actual sex even is, right? Like I find it really funny that Rob earlier, I don't know if you misspoke, but you said, why would we teach sex? Which it's called sex education, right? Like I don't know. I don't want people, especially teenagers, getting in like sexually like becoming sexually active and having all these misconceptions of like what sex looks like, how do you engage in sex, like is pleasure even part of the equation, and shit like that, right? But yeah, I think it is very important that we talk about including LGBT people in sex ed. And what does that look like? That really, at the end of the day, that's simply acknowledging that, sex ed it also needs to be inclusive and acknowledge the existence of, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, agender, or any like non-binary people, right? The way that sex ed is taught right now, you guys are saying, like, I heard a lot of the right side say, oh, well, they don't teach heterosexuality. But the thing is that they never acknowledge that anything else other than heterosexuality exists, right? And what does that do is that normalizes heterosexuality, and it makes people not feel comfortable being anything but straight and cis. I like some of my first encounters with men sexually, I had a guy tell me, like, I didn't even know what gay sex was or if it was even possible because they never taught that in school, right? And that to me is like crazy. Like I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, that's my spiel.
And for next, we're going to be going to Prime.
Yeah, I want to second, especially Mindwaves, especially what he said there at the end, is that kids don't know the mechanics of sex. Like I think maybe to some it seems quite obvious, but maybe that's just because of the combined knowledge that you've received from various different sources. And if those sources have been incorrect, then you can be carrying all kinds of misconceptions about what sex is, how it's performed. And then if you don't know how it's usually supposed to go, then how do you teach them like how it's not supposed to go? Like what you should avoid, what are the pitfalls, right? So of course we would teach sex and sex education. I don't like, is that part controversial that we don't teach like sex in sex education? I mean, that's amazing. And then this whole idea of glorifying the trans lifestyle or whatever, like what kind of shit is that? Like, what does that even mean, right? Like to a kid who learns that trans people exist, does that make them trans or want to try it out? Does that give them gender dysphoria? Like what? I don't even understand what's happening anymore. So yeah, like to Loyal Logic, yeah, that's what you would teach. You would teach the mechanics of sex, the mechanics of straight sex, various forms of gay sex, and just like let kids know, right? This is how you do it, right? And this is what you don't do, right? This is a clitoris. This is what it's for, guys. It exists. So it'll be helpful for straight kids too. So that's my time.
Okay, next we're going to be going to the last one of the left, which is trash can.
Yeah, I feel like it's been pretty well trodden. I agree pretty much entirely with Prime and Mindwaves on this one. It's normalizing for us to be seen in like sex ed situations, the weird mystification of gay sex in the United States is like really fucking toxic for our communities. So, and I'm just going to yield the rest of my time. Yes, there should be sex ed for LGBT people in schools for everyone.
Okay, next I'm going to turn it over to... Oh, actually, yeah, that's it. So now it's going to be open debate.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make a point. Like, sex, I think there's a misconception going on here that I really have. In sex education, every time I took it, they're not teaching you how to have sex. They're teaching you about the human body of males and females. Like there's nobody came in and say, hey, this is how you have sex. They did teach you about the clitoris.
Yeah, but we are saying it should be that way, and that we should acknowledge that
sex
looks...
the question. But that wasn't the question, though. You're misinterpreting the question, and I can have Dylan read it back. That wasn't the question. I mean, it's inclusive. Now, again, I agree. It should be. Now, we should talk about. I agree with Synth and Prime and you on the fact that we should talk about. There are different sexes. That's perfectly fine. But teaching someone how to have sex, I was never taught how to have sex from sex education. That's a parent's job to talk. And now, if the parents don't do it, that's
how many
Loyal, I got you. I'll teach you later on. DM me, and I'll let you know.
Prime. For clarification, I'm going to read the question one more time. Should schools teach LGBT plus inclusive sex education? That is the question.
Here's how I know this is exactly related to actually being able to have sex. So in that, it includes trans people. So trans people have a specific proclivity to not have matching genitalia to the actual they usually don't have matching genitalia to the sex or gender, whatever, that they want to go into or display themselves.
That's what I just said. I agree with you. We should talk about
automatically. Well, right, but this in conjunction with understanding that trans panic exists and people finding out that having sex with women with penises scares them because they have penises.
That's why we talk about trans people. But I agree with you on that. I said that. I said I agree with sex. No, okay, but sex education is not actually about teaching people how to have sex.
So I want to jump in and respond. I just want to touch real quickly on what Loyal Logic said, because I think he's getting hung up on a misconception of what we're saying. So my point would be that a lot of what sex ed teaches right now is it simply teaches basic vanilla intercourse, just penis in vagina, and that's it. And that's all that they really like acknowledge exists. They don't acknowledge anything like foreplay, like digital fucking penetration. They don't recognize anything like, I don't know, anal. I don't know
You're
how
talking about
fight.
expanding it. You're talking about expanding it in high school. Okay.
Right. Like
you know.
acknowledging that these sorts of acts exist and saying like, hey, if you choose to engage in this, that's fine. This is how you do it safely.
Well, and that's why I said in my beginning statement, should there be discussion about it? Yeah, I mean, possibly, you know, what that includes. I think that comes down to each school district. Should we have a national mandate? I don't think so, because each school district's going to be different. But should we have a topic, a discussion about it? Of course we should.
Here's the thing.
I've got
Here's the thing. Gay people exist across all districts, though, right? Like, there's not a place where gay people don't, or trans people, they're around, you know, whether you know it or not, they're around. And so, yeah, I think there should be a national mandate, just like we teach math and science and all those other things. This should be part of sex education. Furthermore, this
do we have a sex education? Wait, Prime. Do we have a sex education mandate anywhere in the United States where you have to teach certain things?
No,
we don't. We don't. That's the answer.
We should. Well, we should. Well, we should. Well,
okay, but you're saying, but you're acting like you do.
Hold on. Loyal logic. You can talk after I talk. That's fine. All right. You can respond to me because I'm gonna respond to you because you brought up this nonsense about like leaving it up to the parents, right? What makes you think the parents know anything fucking about sex? Like them and their unhappy sex life. Like, why would we rely on them to teach like what sex is about, right? Like,
I guess the kids came out of nowhere. They came from the store.
Wait, loyal logic.
Especially, dude.
Wait.
How hard is it to have a kid?
Okay, everybody stop. Okay, we need one person to talk at a time.
Or I just want
to. Okay, well, Mindwaves. Prime was in the middle of a statement. You gotta. I'll get to you next. I promise.
And I'll finish very quickly. Just that, especially when it comes to gay children, gay sex, right? If the children were made through heterosexual sex, and the parents don't know anything about gay sex, right? Or may not be supportive of gay people, where are the kids going to learn how to safely perform that? Because they're going to get up to it, right? So we want them to be safe. If we actually care about them, then we teach them the mechanics of it all, right? They don't have to quote unquote promote it. I don't even know what that even means, right? But we can just teach them how to do it safely. There you go.
I don't trust teachers to teach my kids history anymore. I don't want them teaching kids how to have sex. I think that it's like that's not the job of sex education. Sex education isn't about, hey, let's teach you how to have sex good or exactly what you're doing. It's to say, if you choose to have sex, here's ways to do it safely and to make sure that you're doing it as safe as possible. They're not there to promote, well, this is how gay people have sex. This is how straight people have sex. This is how trans people have sex. They just say, here is the possible types of intercourse that occur in my sex education class where we didn't identify straight sex and gay sex.
There's a lot of overlap.
In my straight. No, you were still.
I promise. Okay, Synth, I know you're raging, but I promised that the Mindwaves after Prime, and it went over to.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
If I just go ahead real quick,
you were so close.
It talked about anal sex and things like. We talked about how anal sex. There were unique precautions that you should take with things like that. We never called it straight or gay sex, and there were gay kids in my class. Everybody understood.
I never heard straight sex. I never heard that.
You talked about different orifices and different types of sex and how to be safe.
I mean,
that's it.
Wait. You go to a country. Yeah, you go to a country where everyone looks the same and they start making fun of people that don't look the same. And then you say like, well, they never said that they don't look the same, so they're obviously not doing it for that reason. That's the argument you're making.
No, but Synth, the argument I'm making is we should talk about trans people. But to say this is how you have sex with a trans person, you could say, listen, let's talk about anal, let's talk about this, and then also let's talk about the trans. Now the dating stuff, I think we should have a actual course separate from sex education talking about dating and relationships. But that's a different topic for me because I think that the dating scene in the United States has fallen completely downhill because of people that don't know how to interact with each other.
Based.
Okay, fair enough on that one.
Well, no, it's true. I mean, I have to say that. I think a lot of people don't talk about that a lot of relationships with sex, and even if you're gay, you're trans, it's gone downhill because we haven't taught our kids, or even through the education, how to approach. If you're gay, how do you approach somebody? I agree with that, and we'd have to have a course about that? Maybe.
Loyal logic, though. All right. Friend, You sound, in your argumentation, though, I agree with that last point, but with your argumentation, you sound like a grandpa. Like it never happened in my day, right? Like
Never
we
did.
didn't have sex education. Who knows, the butthole? I knew when I discovered it.
I was in California, so I don't.
I'm saying, it's like, I get it that you didn't have that, and again, I believe you, fine. But like, we are saying, let's institute that. Like, that was a mistake to not teach you how to do it. I'm sure. No, I'm not gonna make that joke. Never mind. But it was a mistake not to teach you how to do those things. And let's do better for future generations.
Can I respond to a few things that were brought up? So first of all, sex is for procreation, and then there's a bunch of other ways to have sex, for entertainment, for fun, to express love. Okay, so maybe that's funny. I'm not sure. I think it's really up to parents how they teach their kids about different ways to have sex. Yep. Or they can choose a school which promotes what they'd like. So, expanding sex talks, I think that should be definitely up to the parents. And again, I think the waters are being muddied here because I think trans issues are very different than LGBT issues. And some people may be for LGBT teaching in schools, but not for trans issues in school, or the other way around. So I think there's, again, I don't think it's an all-encompassing thing. And someone said more funding. We throw so much money.
Do exist, true TERFs. Yeah.
Well, let's
right, yeah.
finish first.
So we throw so much money at public schools, and things haven't gotten better, and they've gotten worse in a lot of ways. And I just don't trust public schools to do more. So someone brought up sex education and dating. What if you don't want your parents, or what if your parents don't want you exposed to certain ideas until later? Why make it a top-down imposition instead of let parents take charge? And you can do
Ross, wouldn't you agree? But wouldn't you agree that Synth at least did make a good point about the dating, that we should let's take the sex education out of it? I think that's a point that we don't talk about. I really do think we need to start teaching our kids how to interact with each other, to like say, hey, listen, if you're going to go out in the world, this is how you shake a hand. I'm being honest. Like, I can't. Well, I mean, we teach business in school sometimes. Why not relationships and business meetings and stuff like that, where we're interacting with people?
I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Really expect schools to be able to teach that, like how to date.
Exactly. That's where the question comes in. Is Ross? I agree with Ross and you. Like, how good are the schools? But then, hey, I'm a private sector guy. What if we had a private sector company that did the jobs in schools? They came in. Well, let me finish. I had a guy that taught art at my elementary school. We didn't have an art teacher. He ran a business where he went around the schools and he would teach art. So my point is, necessarily it doesn't have to be the schools, but somebody in the future is going to have to fill this void.
There's an argument there, but I don't think it should be done in the public schools. And just one more last point that I didn't get to. Someone mentioned actual sexuality, and the data show that sexual orientation is partly environmental. So I hear this and think, do we want to try to manipulate the population culturally through a top-down method? And I don't think that that's the right thing to do.
No, you can't.
So okay.
Period.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said something really.
Dating, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well.
I really need to push back against the right wing, because what they are doing right now.
They're
obfuscating the conversation by switching the focus on whether or not we should be inclusive towards LGBT people in sex ed, and instead switching the focus to whether or not we should have federal standards in schools, or even just the idea of public schooling. Right? This is like your brain on conservatism, where we can't actually talk about the subject. Instead, we're going to make it about, well, should we leave it up to the private sector? Should we have state mandates? Should we have federal stamp? Blah blah. Like this isn't.
How is that off topic? I'm totally fine if there was a voucher system and a school wanted to teach sex ed with LGBT.
Yeah, he said that.
Plus, then I'm fine with that. Parents can choose to send their kids to that school.
Ross was good. Ross said from the very start, Mindwaves, he said he was completely fine with it.
Yeah, but the problem is that especially in conservative districts, you're not going to get people on board with setting these standards in those school districts. And you guys are okay with that. You guys are okay with that because you don't give a fuck if this is in the schools or not.
I said I'm fine with it.
But if you actually want to do things like reduce the spread of STDs, reduce teen pregnancy rates, et cetera, then you would support federal mandates and standards for these types of courses in schools.
How can you explain to me how STDs will increase if we go from system A that says if you consider having anal sex, you should wear a condom. Here's precautions you should take. Versus if you're gay and you're two men and want to have a sex, here's the proper way to have sex with a man to prevent
He
STDs.
misspoke. I think Mindwaves.
What's the difference? That's exactly what we're saying. We should teach safe sex. You don't have to make it. Anal sex is anal sex. You don't have to say, here's what it's like when two men are having sex.
Wait. Safe sex is a lot. Safe sex is about a lot more than just like how to not get your partner pregnant, right? You realize that, right?
Safe sex
It's also how to like. It's also how to like not spread STDs, which is something that like has disproportionately affected the LGBT community in the past, and should probably be inclusive towards their perspective on like the spread of STDs, et cetera, right? Like I don't know what you guys are arguing against right now, to be completely honest.
We're arguing. The question seems to be geared: should the status quo be changed to include something? I'm not quite sure what you all are advocating that it should be changed to. What Loyal Logic, myself, and Ross, I think at least, have been saying is we went through sex education. We talked about different types of sex and how to be safe. Not once where we said this is straight sex or this is gay sex.
Yeah, but
we're saying that as long as you're teaching safe sex,
but I guarantee you, your sex education didn't include things like simply acknowledging that gay people exist or even have sex.
I said. I agree. No,
or
and
trans
100%.
people exist.
Well, that's what I said. I said, listen, if that's what you guys are talking about, completely on board. Because Synth knows I love her to death. She knows this. I've talked with her many times about many of these issues, and she knows that I care. So if we want to acknowledge her existence, it's fine. But you're not going to get people to say, oh, yeah, this is how you have sex. They're not going to allow you to do that. I want to get to the best path possible to get LGBTQ issues in the classroom to everybody agreeing instead of having this battle.
I know.
Loyal Logic. I'm sorry. I love you, buddy. But like, if your argument... Whenever you bring up trans people, it's like I think black people are cool. I know a few of them. Like there's some guys down the street. Yeah, we talk all the time.
I don't know how that's funny.
I say, hey man, what's up, man? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me when you're talking about.
Okay. Going forward, as much as I love Keg W's, this is no longer Keg W. This is Loyal Logic is turning into Dean Ambrose live, and it's getting really weird.
This is what happens when conservatives are so uncomfortable with just thinking about sex.
I was just trying to get Synth credit because Synth knows I've talked to her about these issues. Have I not, Synth?
I was okay.
Yes, I have.
Okay, let me reestablish a rule very clearly. When I'm talking, no one else talks because I'm trying to bring order to the conversation. I'm the Law and Order panel host. Okay.
You got a gavel?
Yeah, I do not have a gavel. I do have a badge though. That's I'm the sheriff. I'm the deputy. No, I'm the deputy. Okay, so I'm not the sheriff, but I'm close to sheriff. Okay, so I'm the Law and Order host.
I shot the sheriff.
I would appreciate it if you did not. Wait, no, you didn't shoot the deputy though. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it took me a while.
Dylan, did you shoot the sheriff?
I wanted the promotion. I wanted it bad.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, and I know you don't have problems with me being mean to figures of authority, so that's fine. Okay, so back to the panel show host. Okay, so everybody said a lot here. We're about the halfway point. If you want to say something or respond to somebody at this point, please raise your hand. I just want to throw it back into it. Okay, Synth has been so eager. I've seen her like shifting in her chair. I want to throw it to Synth. Rob, I'm going to write your name down. I promise.
So this is so important. You got so close. Environment does shape your sexuality. Whenever what you're taught is literally penis and vagina, or you can have butt sex sometimes, but it's not actually geared towards, hey, gay people exist. Hey, by the way, there might be a penis on a woman. Hey, by the way, there are trans people that exist. Like, whenever there are no gears towards this, then sexuality as an LGBT person turns into, holy shit, am I not normal? Do I just like gay sex? Like, it's literally a questioning of identity at that point that you're forcing onto a gay person or an LGBT person just because, like, you want this heteronormativity. This was kind of completely ridiculous. Sex is for procreation? No. This is really weird.
I said it was procreation, entertainment, fun, and an expression of love. I didn't just say procreation.
Yeah, but you let it off with procreation, and then you paused. And then you said, and then entertainment, and then love, and then you kind of like separated them as if procreation was like the main thing about sex, and it's just not. Like
Yeah,
it just
it hasn't
isn't.
been. It hasn't been in a
and
long
it hasn't been for a very long time. And we've even gotten fucking surgeries to like help with no longer wanting kids, right? Orpheectomies. What's the male one? I don't know. Whatever. Whenever you get your tubes tied or whatever the fuck. Who cares?
Yeah,
But,
sex has not been
we
about
literally
that in
had
a long
this.
time.
And this was a really weird statement to me, that trans stuff is different than LGBT stuff. Being gay, being bi, being pansexual, being intersex, being like any of these things is a complete identity, kind of like inalienable to who you are and very related to sexuality. If you are trans, you have a pretty hard relation to sexuality just by nature of society wanting you to have like normal genitalia, whatever the fuck that means. You are literally sexualized yourself, and it happens in many different countries. It happens in fucking Thailand so much. There's so many sex slaves in Thailand because of this bullshit. Like this weird thing where like we separate like this stuff. It's not okay, and it's like really non-inclusive towards trans people and actually really hurts them. So yeah.
I just want schools to like teach people that like even if you're a straight dude, like you can enjoy anal sex as well. Like that, there's a lot of misconceptions that like anal's only for gay people or blah blah blah, or that all gay people engage in anal, or that like that's all that they do, etc. etc. Right? Like I think like getting rid of these misconceptions in sex ed is also very important.
Well, I think
I know. I agree.
Rule top of the rule list. Come on, law and order here. Okay. I mean,
I
loyal
agree
logic.
with you.
You support the president, right? You're with the law and order.
Yeah, of course.
Spoken a little fun there. Rob, I promised I'd get it to you, so I'm forcing it over to you.
Yeah. So look, let me be clear. I'm not for discrimination of anyone. However, it is not the job of our schools to teach morality. That's not the point. Are we supposed to have schools teach us also, hey, do you know there are people that are born with other kind of deformities? We need to go through the list of any single type of thing that could make someone different. Schools will just be literally 8 hours a day of just saying, here's a person that could exist. You have to be nice to them. Here's a type of sex that you could have. You have to talk about that. No. Instead, when we're talking about sex ed, we're doing it as a service to teach people how to have safe sex. That's it. Not to have enjoyable sex, not to teach the different ways. We just talk about the ways that are out there to have sex and how
you
to
wouldn't
make them
want our
safe.
women
That's
coming or anything like that.
Right.
That's dangerous.
Exactly right, Mindwaves.
Deformities, by the way.
Okay,
And then,
so
like,
I don't
I
see
think
how
that's fine.
teaching
I mean, I
morality
get the
is not-
tactic.
What you call a deformity, dog?
Got it. I got
You
your
can teach
tactic.
about
I got
sex.
it.
Okay, everybody,
I can
everybody,
engage in it too. That's fine.
Everybody, I'd like to hear Rob finish.
That's all.
I really want to.
Okay. Rob, please finish.
Prime, I understand after looking dumb every time I talk with you, why you would
Wait,
just want to
stop.
smile and laugh because you don't have anything to say. Your rudeness is never a virtue, but
How do you
that's
do that,
fine. I
Hans?
treat you all with respect and don't
That's
act like
fine.
a child when you all are talking. But okay, anyways, to finish the point, so that's not the job. We're talking about teaching safe sex. We're not there to have schools teach morality. We have schools that are failing teaching our kids the actual curriculum. Every year they get worse, these public schools. Why would we trust them to all of a sudden instill morality? We see so many teachers, for example, that are teaching young kids that are some of those being that, you know, are accused of doing bad stuff all the time. They're ideologically driven to one end. And to get back to a point I made earlier, we were told why Mindwave said, why Rob said, why would we teach kids sex? Yes, I was talking about transgender story time. We should not be teaching kindergartners about sex at all. We should not have people that are sexualized, whether they be straight,
Rob,
trans, men, women, wearing lingerie and things like that, reading stories to kids. This is
Rob,
about
Rob,
the
can I ask you,
hypersexualization of kids.
Rob, can I ask you something?
Where the
as a
fuck? No.
Republican-
I want to. No. This is an incredibly fucking weird statement. Where the fuck are we sexualizing kindergartners and forcing them to dress up in lingerie?
No, the
Who
people
the fuck
reading
is
books to
advocating
them.
for that?
The
Because
trans,
it's certainly not anyone on this side of the panel.
the trans story hour that you see all over the
Okay,
place. are
but
people
Rob,
dressed up
I
in
wanna-
lingerie.
No.
Okay,
No, Rob,
Loyal,
give
I wrote
me
your name.
give me
Okay, wait,
one.
Synth. What's the rule? When I talk, everybody shuts
Law
up.
and order?
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Loyal, I'll get back to you.
Yep.
Synth and Rob, I want to see this back and forth because I've heard this a few times about the trans story hour, and I'm also partially confused about that. So I'd like to see Synth and Rob go back and forth on this for a little bit.
Right.
I will get it to you, Loyal.
I want-
promise.
Right. I want to see one citation of any person actually just fucking like sexualizing kindergartners. Because the weird way here's the way that you're phrasing it. You're phrasing it as if teaching kindergartners that they can dress as boys or girls, that they can actually feel comfortable as boys or girls, is somehow sexualizing them rather than letting them actually be who the fuck they want to be. Like, this is a very weird notion that like being trans is sexualizing people. And it's really weird because it's actually the cis people that fucking sexualize the trans people intentionally in order to deactivate their statements. So this is like a really weird statement.
Because the point is just real quick. The point is real quick. I don't mind if someone's wearing a regular dress and that's a man that's trans and wants to read to kids. What I mind is you see over and over they're dressed in a sexualized way. They're wearing lingeries. They're doing splits. They're doing striptease. This happens all the time. I can bring up. I'll bring up dozen examples. It happens all the time. I'll bring up examples if that's what you like. Okay.
I just want to point out that Rob just called trans women a man in a dress.
Yeah, you literally just said men in dresses. I mean, that's a real good meme. I love being called a man in a dress. Sincerely, kind of fuck you, because that's what you just said.
I did say that. That's exactly. If a man wants to show up in a dress,
literally what you
trans,
just said.
I did say that. I'm not denying that I said that. If I have bipolar or some condition, would you being trans? Is there something biologically
so now it's a
that
mental
needs
illness?
Like if you want to talk about it, if you're going to say that I was offensive to you, I can talk about my thoughts on it. If you want to talk about it, I can talk about my thoughts on it. It's no problem. I don't have any problem. I have mental problems myself. I have physical problems myself.
It's not a mental illness, dude.
It is an illness.
Being trans is not a mental illness.
Is it something that you
I'm sorry that you're like deluded, but it's not a mental illness.
I didn't say. I said I have mental and physical illnesses. Is it something that you need to take medication, hormones, or have surgery to correct?
That doesn't make it a mental illness.
I didn't say it was just a mental illness. I said I have mental and physical illnesses. That's what I said.
Okay.
It falls in that category. Okay, so I'm not
saying
I
doesn't. It's not an illness.
I don't believe that men.
Wait. No. Why are you calling trans people fucking ill for being trans?
Because it is a condition that requires
I think
medical
Rob's
help.
Just having a hard time coming out as being trans.
Rob, how do you define a mental illness?
Okay, I'm gonna do this for the last time, and next time it's just gonna be mute. When I talk, everybody shuts up. Okay. Synth and Rob are having a decent back and forth here. And I don't
think so, but go ahead.
No.
Well, okay, I think so.
They're not, so I don't know why you think that.
Well, I believe they are. Okay.
He means interesting as in
I love
content.
Getting cisplained.
Not
Holy shit.
No, I don't mean interesting as in content. Okay, Mindwaves, you speak for the trans woman. You go. You can do it.
Oh, I love doing that. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
Right.
Okay, great. Okay, who wants to talk? Okay, last username actually wanted to say something. Last username, what do you want to say?
Well, okay, so Rob, like you guys are arguing about whether transgenderism is a mental illness. Rob, what is a mental illness?
I said that it is I said that I have mental and physical illnesses, and it is an ailment. It is something that you need medical procedures to work on to make it livable.
Transgenderism
correct?
is.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
So
you don't.
Why does this label matter to you, Rob, and I guess to you, Synth, as well?
Let me know.
It doesn't matter to me. I said everyone wouldn't make a point that I'm somehow a bigot because I said if a man wants to show up in a dress to show young children that they could be comfortable wearing dresses, I don't have a problem with that. That was deemed that I was somehow being a bigot. I'm just talking about that's literally what's happening. You could label that what you want, trans or anything like that. I don't have a problem. I'm making the point that I think it's a medical condition. I don't treat people with medical conditions as inferior people or anything like that. That's literally my point. Like, if you want to...
No, I have the answer.
Assume he meant drag queen story hour. So get rid of
the... Okay. Slow down. Okay, I'm writing everybody's name down. It's going to be Loyal, because Loyal wanted to say something earlier. And then it's going to be Synth. I know. Make as many sounds as you want muted. Loyal.
Okay, Rob, I don't know what the fuck any of this has to do with the conversation at all. Like no, I'm being honest. I don't know what the fuck this has to do with the conversation. No, okay, listen to let me talk. No, yes, you did. You brought up drag screen story hour. It had nothing to fucking do with sex education. You are the one that brought it into you. So I'm gonna say that from the get-go. Now listen, also, I don't understand how we've gotten so far from the fucking topic. I want to ask you, Rob, straight up. Are you okay with including LGBTQ plus issues, not how to have sex, issues in sex education, talking about trans people, intersex, and just talking about it, not teaching them how to have sex, just talking about them.
I don't have a problem if we mention that trans people, gay people, people of all different types of sexuality exist. I don't think that we should be talking about relationships with trans people, straight people, gay people.
I know that's all. I don't know. You're going on tangent, Rob. I just asked, are you okay with talking about them, their anatomy, and all that kind of stuff? Are you okay with that?
I don't mind looking at bodies and talking about anatomy. No,
not bodies. Are you okay? Again, Rob, don't pivot, dude.
I don't know what you want me to say. You want
LGBTQ? It's a simple question.
Okay, so what you're saying is...
Yo, okay, I gotta stop this quick. Destiny, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, buddy.
It's a simple question, Rob.
I think what you're saying is this. If we say this is a penis, also, there are trans people that could have penises. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's it.
That's fine. That's what I'm talking about.
That's all I was asking.
Wonderful. Synth and then Prime. I saw Prime had his hand up for a while. Synth, you are actually muted. You muted yourself.
Yeah, sorry. I was in Notepad. So we can actually go back in the VOD, and this person quite literally said, "I'm not a bigot, but trans women are men in dresses."
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say that this is incredibly fucking dehumanizing to the trans people that are trans that don't need any hormones or surgeries. Trans people don't need hormones or surgeries or gender dysphoria. They don't need any of that shit. They just need to necessarily identify with a role that is not cis. So, kind of, you are a bigot, and you kind of don't know what you're talking about with even what the categorization of trans people is. So,
well, and I don't, Synth, I will say maybe he just doesn't, he's not aware of the issues. And that's the thing. He hasn't talked to enough people from the community to get all the information. I mean, I don't think we should go labeling Rob a bigot because he's not fucking informed.
I'm informed just fine. It is, for example, it used to be classified.
Well, I know, Rob, but now it's changed. No, stop. Dylan, I have to say, Rob, it's changed. You can be a trans person without taking any medication, going through any procedures. It has changed. Now, if you're not informed of this, that's fine, but it has changed. That's why the medical classification has changed. Now, could you make an argument? Some people have to go through all these treatments and stuff. Of course you can, but you're classifying all trans people as that, and that's not the case.
If I may, someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is there not a difference between someone who's drag and someone who's trans?
But yes, but guess what? Not
what's the
all
difference?
Drag people are trans. Not all drag people that do drag are trans.
The difference.
I need to ask a clarifying question because this could. Okay, Mindwaves, I'll give it straight over to you. I know you're really exasperated. I'm exasperated too. No, Rob, I'd like to ask, when you said the statement "men in dresses," were you talking about the drag show, or are you talking about trans people, or do you not see a distinction?
No, this is literally what I was saying. They said if you're not treating sexuality, if you just have people that show boys they could dress in different types of clothing. I said yes.
If you want to answer the question?
Excuse me, wait, this is how this got brought up. I said, yes, if people want to show up in a non-sexualized way and a man just wants to wear a dress to show that that's appropriate, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem is the litany of examples of having people show up in lingerie to teach trans to children. It's not appropriate to sexualize children. That's it.
Where is this happening?
Well, I can post link after link. I posted one already. Oh, that's my chat. I'm sorry. I'll post it to you guys.
Where are they sexualizing children? No, where are they sexualizing children? I want you to answer this with an actual clear citation.
How about I just send you a link? Okay. Cool?
Okay.
Yeah, wonderful. Send me a link.
Sure.
During that link being
send it in chat.
Rob, do you consider drag? I have to ask this. Do you consider men that do drag? Because I have friends that do drag. Do you consider them trans? I have to ask that.
No, they don't have to be trans. A man could wear a dress and be drag and not be trans.
Okay, because it's not the same thing. I have friends that are gay men that do drag, and I support them, and I actually enjoy it because it's fun. They have a lot of fun doing it, but they're not trans.
Also, not all drag is sexual either.
Okay,
yes,
that's exactly my point.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I want to get over to Prime, who's been waiting very patiently, and then Trash right after. Okay. Prime.
Okay. Can I go after?
All right. So I don't know what's up with you, Rob. You're clearly butthurt about something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because you weren't actually taught about gay sex. Anyway. And I would like to say that trans kids, they don't have to, or trans people, they don't have to dress in the opposite gender to be trans, right? So like dressing up has nothing to do with anything. So I don't know why this keeps being brought up. I don't know why you keep bringing up sexual, this like weird example. Maybe even if there is one example of a man like showing up in a dress to say that it's okay, like this is not something that's happening across the country. It's a weird thing to hang your hat on, but whatever, right?
You seem
And
to be
also-
conflating, Rob, drag queen story hour with sex ed class. The link you sent is about drag queen story hour. But
Right.
as
That,
far
my
as I
point
know,
was just
What do
that
you
there
know?
are
What do you
examples
know?
of
No, no,
What do you
sexualizing
know?
children.
Anyway, let me
sent-
finish. I'll
Wait, no,
finish.
no, the
One
link
at a
you
time.
sent-
One at a
okay.
time. One at a time. One at a time.
Let me-
One at a time.
Let Prime go.
Oh yeah, I just want to finish with this. And it's really important. And I think we maybe have at least agreement on this, but that like, gay and trans kids may literally not know that like other gay and trans people exist, right? I've heard from trans kids that like, or trans people that like it took years into their adulthood before they knew what to even call themselves to understand the experience that they're feeling, right? So like this is a thing that happens even for lesbians and gay kids, right? Because they may live in small conservative communities that just don't talk about these things, right? Another reason, well, we can't leave it up to the parents to actually teach their children about this. Let's give everyone a proper education on this, right? Understand like what the world actually looks like, what it fully entails, so they can come to the world as fully functioning adults and to handle these things in a mature manner.
Well, that's why Rob agreed, though. That's when I asked him, are you willing? I think Rob's contention is teaching how to have sex. I think, Rob, again, I'm going to ask this. You are completely fine with LGBTQ plus issues as long as the only contention you have is teaching them how to have sex.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think it's the role of our schools to moralize and say, like, if the school sees someone behaving
Yeah,
in a
but that's what
bigoted
you're
manner
doing.
to anyone, regardless of their sexual orientation, their cis status, anything like that, it is absolutely the right of the school to step in and say no bigotry will be allowed. It is not the right of the school to go through a litany of people and say there could be bigotry against this, we shouldn't do it. That's not what schools are for, moralizing. The job there is to teach them about safe sex. That's what they should be doing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and now I gotta throw
STEM
it over the
only.
trash.
Sounds perfectly
Wait,
fine.
I gotta,
Trash, wait, trash.
I've gotta throw it over the trash. Trash has been waiting longer than everybody to talk trash.
Well, he is trash.
That's true. Thank you.
Be a dumpster fire, okay?
I'll sure fucking try. Way back in the conversation, I just wanted to bring back the charter school thing, and wanted to say that a lot of the schools that end up getting funding for charter schools are from large religious groups, and therefore, the thing that you were talking about earlier, Ross, would tend towards education that does not focus at all on LGBT issues. Not to say that all religious people are anti-LGBT. That is clearly not true, but there is definitely more of a tendency. So that's a thing. Also, Rob, I just wanted to say, like you talked about respecting people, but unless it was a mistake and you said the wrong thing, which I will of course give you the opportunity to say if you said the wrong thing, but two things. First off, you compared being LGBTQ to being a deformity, which
That's not what I
is
did.
outrageous.
It's not what I did.
You did.
I never mentioned
said
LB.
those two
I never
things right
mentioned
next to each other.
LGB. I said
Yeah,
that
you kinda did.
trans people, my understanding of trans were that they think that they were born in the wrong body.
I mean,
Is that, am I
There's a
wrong?
lot-
Am I
That's
wrong?
an incredible reduction. That's an incredible reduction of my identity.
Well, then
Holy
explain it.
shit.
Explain
There
it.
is so
Wait,
much.
what's wrong? I don't
Explain it.
Okay,
understand.
yeah. I'll explain it to you. So trans people, from the base of their identity. So I kind of have to explain to you how identity works a little bit because that's like sort of underlying, right? So like on the very bottom, we have our identity, right? We're born with this nebulous thing that is our identity where we go towards things that we enjoy. We enjoy these things. And then later in life, we get grown up and then our parents are like, hey, by the way, you're supposed to enjoy these things because these are the things that have been normative in society. And so the people have to be in boxes relating to their identity based on what society wants from them rather than what they want, right? Transgender people say, hey, fuck you, society. It's real fucking dumb that I can't wear makeup because I have a dick. It's real fucking dumb that I can't wear a dress and not be called a man. And like, it's real fucking dumb because all these are made up things that we think about. That is all that identity
That's
is.
not true.
Are just made up things that we. Yeah, it is.
That's not true.
It's
This is-
quite literally everything. Yes,
This
quite
is-
This
literally
sounds like a
everything
very
is made up by
specific-
humans in order to categorize things because that's what we do
If I may.
best. our identity is the same. We categorize things. Trans is just a categorization of people going towards things that they actually want.
I'm very
to get a
skeptical that all trans people
That-
would describe it the same way that you were
Exactly.
describing.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
I
too,
agree.
is
I
yeah.
wanted to direct this with Rob because that was directed directly at Rob to explain it, right?
Yeah, and I
I'll
think
be
that-
right back.
Yeah, no problem. No, and I think this is a good conversation. I don't mean ill towards anyone. I'm the type of person, if you ask me to call you something in good faith, I will. I have trans friends. I have LGBT friends, or evolved. I know that's prime. We could laugh at that, right? That means I'm a terrible person.
I
but,
didn't fucking say anything. I
well,
literally
that's
didn't
what
say
you said.
anything.
That's
Are
what you
just
said to
reading my-
Loyal.
I
I
didn't
get it. That's
laugh.
what you
I
said to
didn't say
Loyal earlier. If you say you have
Okay.
friends of a group.
All right, I
But
didn't
anyways,
say fucking anything though, so I don't know why you
Gotcha.
just put my name in
Gotcha.
your mouth. All right.
Okay. So anyways, what I'm saying though is the part that I disagree with you about is the idea of identity. And you say that I can't be what I want to be. You can't be. I can't identify as a person of color because I'm not a person of color. Now, I could say I would like to be called with these pronouns, or I would like to be associated as this specific sex or gender, but that doesn't mean that biologically that's the case. It's just not true. And we can't ignore biological truths because people want to feel different. That's just not the way the world works.
Okay, Mindwaves doesn't say anything.
Okay.
About.
Yeah, I just want to say before we go on this huge tangent that I don't know if Rob is constructing this purposefully or intentionally, but this is a complete red herring. What we are doing now is focusing on whether or not Rob thinks that trans people are valid instead of actually talking about whether or not we should be inclusive towards these sorts of ideas in the classroom, right? I'm not here to help Rob
That's
figure out his
exactly
like
right, man.
transphobia
That is
or like
exactly
whether or not trans people are valid.
True.
But that I agree with you. I
True.
literally said I thought what the Synth was saying was, well, what's the reason I brought up the trans story hour is because there is a movement from some people of over sexualization of children. I don't want to see people in lingerie, men or women, straight, gay, trans or not, talking to kids in kindergarten. We need to. This should be done with people that have hit puberty, that are young adults in high school. We should talk about safe sex. That's it. I brought up that there seems to be a tendency to sexualize kids younger and younger, and I gave an example. And then Synth, I thought was just saying, but what's the problem with just someone going in, like a person who's biologically male wearing a dress? I said I don't have a problem with a man going in and wearing a dress. And then I was accused of bigotry. I don't think I'm being a bigot. I was just responding in the way that I thought the language was being used. I'm not trying to provide offense or anything like that.
Yeah, but you
That's
were you could my issue. Wait, Seth, 1 second. My issue is, Rob, you were conflating drag and trans. It's just not the same thing.
And
That's
I'm not
my issue.
conflating
and
them.
he's
I'm
still
not
doing it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you are. You okay? So
Drag-
first
wait,
of all, first
It's not
so no, no, no,
included.
so
It's
first,
not included in
please.
LGBTQ plus community.
So what does it?
Rob.
That's fine. But what I'm
it-
saying is there is
okay.
a movement
So,
to sexualize kids. If it's not trans, whatever label you want to put on it, I admit it's called drag queen story hour. I'm not saying they're trans. I admitted there's a difference between drag and trans. I'm just saying there is a movement to hypersexualize kids. That's it. I didn't say it was exclusively trans.
So
So
here's
brought up a
so
few points.
no, no, no,
Wait,
so-
respond to.
so here's the thing. Here's the thing is that you said you provided an example. You want to know what the example you provided was? An InfoWars article that says proposed porn star story hour highlights
The globalist
absurdity
elite.
of drag queen story time. A popular Twitter user has floated the concept of having porn stars host children's gatherings to highlight the absurdity of the popular drag queen story time events. So this is just a literal fucking Twitter post that is being glorified on InfoWars, my dude. So that's really wrong. So another thing that you did is you just said that if a biological male wants to wear a dress and that man wants to wear a dress, so that's just wrong. Biological males are not men. That's not how that works. That's not how gender works. Gender and sex are not the same thing.
You can call
I
yourself,
lost
you
my
can
lost
label
thing.
yourself
Whatever,
what
who
you were,
cares?
but that's science. Men, trans people aren't biological men or women. What they're transitioning to, they're not. People without ovaries can't get pregnant. It doesn't matter.
I agree because biological men and women don't exist. Thank you for making my point for me.
Rob literally is trying to just scaremonger about how trans people are going to sexualize your kids. The last link he put in the chat is literally talking about a new Netflix movie called AJ and the Queen. How is this at all related to public education or even sex ed at that rate?
I don't
Rob?
know.
Did you see the picture?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Did you
about
see the picture? Yes,
I
men in
know.
people in lingerie.
I
mean,
It's really uncomfortable.
That was a good meme.
You're a conservative and you can't think out your heteronormative box, but yeah, those
everybody was
people
talking.
exist.
Okay, my rule's very clear. Mindwaves.
Yeah. Can we move on?
Okay. I was very clear. I'm gonna unmute Mindwaves now. Okay. Let me be very clear. When I speak up, everybody gets quiet. Okay. I'm not gonna have 5 people yelling at each other at the same time. Mindwaves, you were trying to make a point. I want you to finish that point though.
Yeah, I just think that it's very obvious how, Rob isn't actually interested in the conversation that we're trying to have. He's very much just interested in fear mongering. He literally just said, well, look at the picture. The picture of what? A person in drag interacting with a kid?
Lingerie.
What about it, dude? Like,
that's sexual. That's
exactly
the point.
Sex ed. It has nothing
Ross,
to do
I would
with
like
public
to get your
education.
input. I think you would agree with me. The problem is, I don't care what if it's a man and he's wearing lingerie, like male lingerie, a skin bikini, talking to children.
Yeah,
because there is a sexual
related sex ed.
It's the sexualization of children.
Let me hear. I want to hear Rob respond. How it relates to sex ed.
It has to do because we're supposed to be talking about safe sex. That's it. When people say no, we need to talk about all these other it's the job to teach how to do sex and all these other things. I said we have to be careful because my opening statement said in theory that sounds okay, but in practice we see that often educators and people that claim to be educating children are hypersexualizing them. Having people in lingerie, man, woman, trans, straight, I don't care. It is not appropriate.
And anything for this
relate to
I just showed you. I showed the picture.
You haven't
said
provided any sources of sexualizing children at all.
Again, interrupting's fine. Interrupting's fine. I showed you a picture of it. There's dozens of these of people that are wearing hypersexualized stuff, talking to children to talk to them about education.
Mute him. Geek. Okay. I'm now. Okay.
Can Ross have a chance to talk?
Okay, come on. Rob, come on.
Sorry.
You've been following the rules the best at the moment. Come on, please. Don't join the mob. Okay. Look. Okay. So right now, everybody's talking over everybody. And I feel like that we have somewhat separated from the original topic of specifically sex education into broaderly like defining trans, which I feel like is a little off from that area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say we have about a good few minutes left on this, but we're probably gonna move on to the next topic. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the outro statement, so everybody's gonna get 1 minute to finish on the topic of sex education. So I'd like to hear your statement that has to do with LGBT plus being included in sex education specifically. So I'm going to start at the top left and I'm going to move on the way down. I'm going to start with Trash Can, who didn't get a lot of time to talk here. That's why I'm starting with him.
Ultimately, hey, LGBTQ, excuse me, I've been drinking. People deserve to be represented in as many avenues as possible to make all of the kids who have been struggling with that shit feel like they're not fucking freaks, and that's something that I really hold fucking dear to my heart. So please, there you go.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Synth.
So I think I'm just gonna say my opening statement again. I think we should teach it. Homophobic and transphobic are really fucking bad. We should quell down on that. That would help. It normalizes LGBT people in the community. It normalizes their sexuality, normalizes their way of having sex and their way of associating with sexuality. That's an extremely good thing in diversity. It should expand on sexuality and actually teach us, things about our sexual stuff, whether or not trans people exist and how to deal with trans people, how to deal with each different kind of person. Trans people are never hypersexualizing kids. I'm sorry, Rob Noer, but this is a dumb fuck take. A dumb fuck take. We are not hypersexualizing kids. We will never advocate for hypersexualizing kids. And I don't know where this came from. So please never say it again. Thank you.
Okay, so Rob, I feel like a lot of this is going to be directed towards you or in response to you. So would you like to go last so you can respond to it all at one time?
That's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to know what would be best for the productive discussion. The free market of ideas.
Shut the fuck up, Dylan.
Hey, look, I'm an ANCAP when it comes to free markets of ideas, man. Me and Leslie are chill on that beach. Look, okay, Mindwaves, you're next.
All right. Yeah, I think that we made our points pretty clear. I do want to thank the people on the right that didn't spend the whole time obfuscating the conversation or just switching from red herring to red herring like Rob did. So for that, I do appreciate that. Yeah, I think that we've made a pretty good case for why a lot of the sort of, especially for youth LGBT, a lot of their not feeling comfortable coming out or even exploring their sexuality or even realizing their own sexuality is due to nobody even acknowledges that they exist. Nobody really gives them any examples of people like them that exist, et cetera, et cetera. I think that, sex ed is something very important that expanding that could benefit not only the LGBT community, but also the straight community as well. Just talking about things like we said earlier, like what sex is, what it looks like, how to engage in different acts safely, especially contraceptives, just like basic concepts like these. I don't know. That's basically it. Yeah.
And next, we're going to go over to Ross.
Oh, I think if I made a list of LGBT issues and then a separate list of trans issues, there would be some overlap, but there wouldn't necessarily be the same list. So I think it's possible if there was an approach to maybe add LGBT issues to health or sex education, it would be easier for more people would be on board than if both were to be added. And we can talk about identity, but it seems like the things Synth was saying are specific to sexual identity. So I could very much enjoy bird watching. But I don't think bird watching needs to be taught. So what she's talking about is specifically sexual identity and normalizing sexual identity. So you can't just say identity.
Can I just ask you? I don't mean to be a dick or cut you off, but like, did you leave out the T and
Mindwaves? Mindwaves. You can't do that. You can't do that.
I just wanted to give him a chance.
And you are muted, and you will be able to ask him during your intro to the next thing. You know how the system works, Mindwaves. You signed up to the show knowing how this works. You just got unbanned. Don't do this to me, man. Come on.
What a loser.
Well, I'll try to be.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Now we're don't bully Mindwaves. Okay, we don't need to bully Mindwaves like you did. Okay, Ross, please finish.
Okay, well, I'll try to be quick with my remaining points. So it seems like people are trying to manipulate the population culturally through a top-down method. I think this is the same as saying should religion be taught in schools? Should we have handicap education or minority-specific beliefs or identities? This is catering to minorities, which some people can agree with, some people may not. And I think these things should be taught in school, but parents should be able to choose. I'd like to have control if this is a minority population issue. Why does my kid need to learn it? So someone also brought up inalienable identities. And again, the data show that sexual orientation or gender identity is somewhat cultural. So you can't necessarily say that they're inalienable. So again, this is public education or the state kind of imposing something culturally from a top-down method.
Okay, next is going to be Prime.
Oh, hey, that's me. So I'm gonna have to address Ross there, buddy, pal. It really sounds like cutting trans kids out of the curriculum is something that make you feel more comfortable rather than people. Because in case you guys didn't know, first of all, you should come to Prime Kai on over my channel, right? And you'll notice that we had a conversation with Ross about exactly this issue, and it went on for fucking 2 hours about cutting trans people out of the larger LGBT community. So yeah, it's nonsense, and I got to push back against it always. Rob's links that he sent to us had nothing to do with anything. I put them in chat so you can all look at them yourself, judge them as you like. So finally, I just want to say that it means something for these kids. I'm not part of the LGBT community, but it means something for these kids to simply be acknowledged, simply know that they are valid as human beings, right? And sometimes it takes only a little bit to do that, right? For people to say that you exist, you are normal, you are not a freak, right? And part of that would be having an inclusive sex education. We cannot leave it to localities, right, to decide whether these kids are valid, right? This is why we have anti-racial segregation laws from the top down, from the federal government, because we can't leave it up to the fucking southern states, right? We just can't do that, right? So anyway, and this nonsense about living up to parents who have no fucking idea about these things themselves, right? No, you gather the best curriculum that you can, right? Standardize it, let everyone be exposed to it, so that they can all be functioning adults when they grow up.
True.
Okay, I'm coughing a lot, so I'm starting to get a little worried. But next we're gonna go to Loyal Logic.
Well, I mean, I stand by the same position. Should we include it? Of course. But my only contention is how to have sex. I'm totally 100% supportive of the LGBTQ plus community. Always have been, always will. And I do believe we should include it because it is good to include people that might otherwise have other things that they want to talk about. What if they have a question? What if they raise their hand in class? The teacher should be able to answer these questions. Otherwise they're going to be looked at. So as far as the federal mandate it, no, I mean, you can leave it up to the states if you want. I mean, you don't have to leave it up to each school district, but I'll put it this way. It's just never going to get adopted if you're going to leave it to the federal government. It won't happen. The states could ignore it. I think we should adopt a all-inclusive LGBTQ plus agenda.
Wonderful. And the second to last is going to be last username.
So I agree that a lot of the claims Rob was making about children being sexualized in school were questionable, and he didn't substantiate them very well. I also agree that Rob said a lot of stuff that indicated that he maybe was a little confused about some issues around transgenderism. However, the people who were arguing with Rob, I'd have to say, were also singularly focused on making Rob out to be a bigot, and generally just beating up on him and being really condescending. And I don't understand why. Well, maybe I understand why, but I think that just indicates how difficult it is to have a conversation on this. And I think that's a big mistake. Like, this stuff is fairly complicated, and the vast majority of people out there don't understand much about transgenderism and have no reason to understand it. And if you want them to understand it, you're going to have to tell them in a way that that appeals to them, that's not condescending. It doesn't accuse them of being a bigot just for not knowing something. And especially if you want to teach children about this in school, you're going to have to get normal parents who don't understand this stuff so well on your side in that, because you're not going to rip children out of the hands of their parents and teach them about this stuff against their parents' will. You must have parents on your side, and if you want to get this in any sort of common school curriculum. So I really think sort of social progressives should rethink how they approach this and how they talk to people about these kinds of things, and try to be much more kind and understanding about it. Yeah.
Okay. I do want to say that we have a new guest, and Ross, I will introduce you in a moment, but and then I'll finally allow Rob to respond. Ross, I understood that you were here for the first topic, and after that you were going to jump out, if I remember correctly. I know you've got little Ross to take care of, so what I'm going to ask you to do is to respond to Mindwaves' thing, which I believe, Mindwaves, you can now restate it, because, it was directed at him.
Yeah, I was just wondering that if you left the T out of LGBT purposely, like, do you actually intend, or do you think that transgender issues don't relate at all to or shouldn't be taught in schools, or even acknowledge that trans people exist? It seems like you're very intent on leaving transgender people out of the conversation when it comes to LGBT issues, or especially at sex education.
Oh, well, right. So I could make a list of LGB issues that are in public discourse, and then I could make a separate list of trans issues that are in public discourse. And there would be some overlap, but it wouldn't entirely overlap. Then I could make another list of, let's say, handicap issues that come to sexuality. So I think that it may be maybe strategically better for people advocating for this to say trans issues should be taught.
What makes you feel like this? Like what makes you assume that that's true? That there's very little overlap between these issues?
Oh, well, for example, I could say hormone blockers, reconstructive surgery, bathrooms, sports, or something. These are specific to trans issues and do not necessarily fit in the LGBT community. So I just think it'd be there are some people who may be for trans issues in schools, but not for LGB, and then others that would be for LGB but not trans. So I think dividing and conquer would be a better strategy.
What purpose does that serve? I mean, by that logic, I would separate, bisexuality to lesbians and gay. Like they'd all have their own sex, like ed. Or I don't know what you're advocating for.
Sure.
Why separate just transgender?
Yeah, so LGB is sexual orientation, and transgender is gender identity. I think these two things are very separate. There's some overlap, but not necessarily enough to say, hey, let's throw everything in at one time.
Well, no, the thing is that like you're saying that like, well, transgenderism is about, gender, and whereas sexuality is about sex, right? But there is a lot of overlap. It's not like those things don't influence each other, right? Like being gay, that alone, and your relationship.
Let's add handicap.
Let me just hold on. I just have to paint this picture. Even being gay changes your relationship with gender, like what it means to be a man, like. In a lot of ways, right? This is both sexually related and also gender related as well.
Or I think maybe if you just separate sexual orientation and gender identity, maybe you could have two different subjects. But I do think that these are separate topics. But then again, if I just add handicap to the end and say, I think additionally, sexual education for handicapped people should be available. I think people in wheelchair have sex differently than people who don't, and something they should be taught how in a safe way and about sex. But I also put that separate to trans issues or LGBT issues.
Well, I mean, sure, but like it seems like of course we would teach like what it means to be transgender, issues revolving around being transgender, et cetera, in a way that is like fully encompasses that topic, right? It's not like I don't know exactly why you feel the need to make that distinction, because like of course
maybe strategically it would be better for you to think that way. I'm sorry.
This is technically like a deviation from the conversation. I do want to keep going. Yeah. I do think you had a decent back and forth there, though. Okay, so I want to allow Rob to respond, and then I'll introduce the new guest. And Ross, you want to do a quick shout out before you head out?
Thanks again for having me, Dylan.
Great talking with you, Ross.
Ross W. Lewis on Twitch and Twitter. I'll be tuning in for the rest of the panel.
Yeah, you have a blessed day.
Bye, Ross.
Okay. Yeah, get that pizza shit out. No, I'm joking.
Okay. So, one second. Let me just put people around. Okay. And finally, I'm going to allow Rob to respond to a lot of things that have been directed at him.
Yeah, so first off, I think everyone ignored that there is a hypersexualization of kids from some people. I'm not saying it's from everyone. But the reason...
Literally nobody acknowledged
No. Look, I thought we all knew the rules. Mindwaves.
Let him
you're on your second warning on this. Don't do this. Don't.
I said 2 words. Come on.
Yeah, I don't care. Don't. Okay. And since I think Synth left. Please don't.
No, it's cool. I'm used.
Okay. I know you're used to it, but this is my show, and I don't want it. Okay, Rob, please.
So, I don't mind. It's fun. But anyways, they're ignoring it. The pictures I sent, InfoWars sucks. It's kind of like the New York Times of conservative sources, so definitely not good. But they didn't get the Russia hoax wrong. But anyways, that's. I was just looking up pictures of the drag queen story hour, and when you see people, again, I don't have a problem if someone's wearing clothes that aren't hypersexual. I'll wait until they're done laughing. It's fine.
Yeah, if you guys are gonna laugh, just mute the mic because I can hear you laughing.
Yeah, so. it's hard for me to hear what the person's saying too. So if you can laugh, you can laugh all you want, muted. Okay, Rob, please finish.
Sure. Now, I'm used to the arrogance of it. No problem. I don't mind. So there is an effort to sexualize kids. I pulled up another article from the Washington Post if you want. It's from recently. It says, in a society we're disturbed by the actions of Epstein and Maxwell's. Leading this despicable charge are unions posing as teachers and deceptively named Healthy Teen Network, coalition of 180 sexual reproductive health justice organizations, including the CDC, that say sex ed for social change. During the COVID shutdowns, as teachers scrambled to deliver virtual readings, the coalition slipped pornographic material into teaching resources. Among other lessons, kids can obtain, quote, 5 tips for sexualizing your health during COVID, written by expert Dorval Hall, a 2018 graduate with a degree in studies. Her tips include encouraging our kids to engage in sexing, solo masturbation, pornography, self-dating, communication with online sex experts. Her lessons on how to masturbate provide extra tips for those with the clitoris. Dorval Hall assures your daughters that sexting makes women 4 times more likely to feel empowered and confident, and then provides links, including 54 sexting ideas that are so X-rated I can't print them here. She asks our kids, interact interested in watching porn and leads them to social media sex experts who instruct them on the use of sex toys and give them tips for dirty talk and sexual content. This is being pushed by an organization that's going into our public schools that includes people in the CDC. It's occurring. I'm not suggesting everyone on the panel saying that's good. The point I was making when I brought this up wasn't to deflect. I said that the sex ed is just about teaching people safe sex. I don't have a problem if people say, well, we should understand that there are people that through biological means, through choices of theirs, might decide to have what we consider untraditional sex. We should certainly offer to the best of our ability ways that that sex should be safe as well and understand that that sort of stuff occurs. But that doesn't mean talking about the need to accept people's gender identity or to hyper specify it to, well, this is how gay people have sex as opposed to this is how straight people traditionally have anal sex and things like that. So the sexualization of kids is occurring. When it came, I wasn't trying to deflect on the trans issue. I try to be respectful to anyone. I do think that that the idea of your identity as a different than biological reality, but I would never treat someone disrespectful based on, how they want to identify as themselves. I just won't deal with compelled speech or the idea that that somehow changes biological reality. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna say something. It's fine if in the midst of a conversation you laugh, but if somebody's trying to make an ending statement, and it's just been very persistent, so it's actually hard for me to hear people at times, and it's hard for chat to hear people at times. So that's why, it's difficult. It's not because I'm legislating you all to be kind souls. It's just it's actually hard for me to listen to people. Okay.
Yeah, Mindwaves, stop being a piece of shit.
Look, we all know this is Dylan making up rules just so he can kick me off his fucking podcast again.
Yeah!
You know what? My next rule is going to be no beanies, okay? You got 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds to legislate and get in line, okay?
That's true discrimination.
Truly, against beanie people. Okay, so we have a new guest on the show. They were a little late for it, but I have the topic I was interested in having them on is still ahead. So I'm really happy to bring them on. It's Wake the Beast. How you doing, my guy?
Doing great. Thank you very much for having me, and I appreciate the invitation. I'm sorry about my tardiness. I had a previous engagement, but I'm glad to be here now. And I would love to talk about this topic. But something I want to do beforehand that I haven't heard anyone else do is just make an attempt to put this in perspective, just a little bit.
I will say we were actually leaving this topic and we were going to the next one. So since you haven't really had much time to talk, I will allow you to basically put your view of the conversation out there once. We'll move on. And during intros, if people wanted to respond to that, they could use that time to respond to it. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay.
I think that's perfectly fair. Thank you. Just want to put this in perspective a little bit. According to a 2018 Gallup poll, only 4.5% of the American population is what we would consider lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. Let's put that in perspective. 1.85% of the population is autistic. 7% of the population is colorblind. So what does this mean? It means that we are hearing about this issue disproportionate to the population that it represents and who it serves. But I do not want to minimize the issues that are facing this community specifically. And among them is a very concerning figure that I think we all should be worried about. I just want to take your attention really quickly to the 2018 HIV infection rates. Males who have sex with males account for about 69% of all new HIV infections. That's about 37,968 individuals who are getting this disease. However, this is disproportionate to the number that they represent in the community. Now, another figure that I think sort of coincides with this is the fact that children in general, or young people in general, seem to not know a lot about sex because of the 20 million STD infections that are detected each year. Half of them belong to people between ages of 15 and 24 years of age. So some education definitely needs to happen because this community, specifically individuals who identify as LBG or T and children, are facing some special pressures, not just the fact that there's such small numbers, but also the fact that they represent such a large proportion of individuals who are contracting HIV. The problem tends to be when it comes to federal mandates. Just real quick as an example, there is some proposals, some House bills that have actually passed. Among them is House Bill 246. This went into effect in July of 2020. And what this did was it mandated that LGBT history be included. The problem with this is that although I think the people who are behind it might have some good intentions, it specifically says that certain criteria has to be met and certain discriminatory attitudes cannot be entertained. So what does that mean? And who gets to decide what's discriminatory, what's off limits to talk about, and what should be acceptable? And I think that even within the community of the LGBT, there's not necessarily a consensus in terms of what's valuable to them, who they feel represent them, and what they feel are the most pressing issues. So some education definitely needs to be in place, but federal mandates are tricky areas because setting these mandates across the board for so many different people across such a vast country doesn't really ensure that the unique needs of these individual groups are being met.
Okay, I am going to go into the next topic. Now, if you want to respond to anything that was said on the previous topic, your intro is the last time to do so. So this would be your last time to talk about it. The next topic is, should the phrase "under God" be removed from the Pledge of Allegiance? I'll repeat it one more time for people in the back of the room. Should the phrase "under God" be removed from the Pledge of Allegiance? Everybody's going to get a 1 minute period of time. I'm just going to restate it for everybody who's now new to chat to state what they believe about the topic. And then we're going to go into a free-for-all where people can basically respond to each other. Do your best to act in a respectful manner, and even though I'm not going to legislate your kindness, and do your best to not interrupt people too much. Okay.
Real quick, before we jump into this, I just want to say real quick, making a, I'm saying this every panel, but this panel in particular, making a panel is really hard. Like, we got 7 people who canceled. It's a lot of work to do behind the scenes and everything. So, if you want to support the channel, if you want more HippieDPP podcast, follow, subscribe, and everything. Don't forget to check out the YouTube. And that's pretty much it. Sorry.
And also, you have a Sunday show that does recruitment if people do want to get on.
Hell yeah. Join the Discord. There's a HippieDP recruitment channel. Join it. Anyway, sorry for interrupting.
I can't hear you, Dylan.
Oh, you can't hear me right now?
No, we
and okay. Geek Your Fieldwork, you got a sub.
Hey, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. And Trash Can, in the top left-hand corner, you'll be the first one.
All right, so I believe that loyalty pledges at all are authoritarian as hell and don't like them. So yes, under God and the rest of the Pledge of Allegiance should be removed from schools generally, which is a lot of where they're used. People working for the government, I understand why they should do it, and sure, go for it. Under God probably should be removed just because secular government seems like a good idea to me, but ultimately I just don't believe that there should be a loyalty pledge in the United States. There you go.
Okay. Next, I'm going to pass it over to Cynthia. There's also a poll in chat if anybody wants to participate in it. Synth, you are muted.
I'm going to spend the first half responding to the last things that were said, and then I have a really short statement on what I think about this issue. So gender identity is cultural. If you aren't exposed to more genders than just man and woman, sure, you might grow up your entire life thinking that there is only man and woman. It doesn't necessarily mean that like man and woman are the only things. So gender being cultural and only having a few in each culture doesn't really fucking matter. I wasn't making Rob look like a bigot. He kind of just did it to himself. He said trans women were men in dresses. I mean, like some really questionable shit, like hypersexualization of kids. I want to say that hypersexual is the statement "trans people are hypersexualizing children" is much different than making an advocacy to teach high school kids about sex. That's a lot different. And for my last little response, leaving the T out of LGBT is a very common TERF tactic. A trans exclusionary radical feminist to exclusively exclude trans people from the LGBT community in order to make their problems a lot harder than they are already. And for this question, I'm an anti-theist, so I hate. I don't think religion should really exist. I think separation of church and state is very important, and under God should definitely never be in the or in any constitution.
Okay, next it's going to go to, I expect there might be a few more responses to Rob, so I'm going to put him at last again, just to be safe, and I'm going to go to Mindwaves.
You should have let him speak before me. That would have been good. All right. Okay, so the thing with the pledge is that I want to just reiterate what Trashcan said earlier, in that I personally am not for the pledge in any circumstance, especially not in public schooling and shit like that. But on this specific issue of, inserting religion into the pledge of the United States and sort of pushing this pushing religion under like a sort of state identity is also very problematic as well. It wasn't added until, I have the date right here, it was like 1954. And if you actually look at who was advocating for implementing this at the time, there's this interesting guy that really pushed for this. His name's Docherty, I think. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, but he basically had, given sermons that, where I come from, it's Scotland. We say, "God save our gracious Queen," etc., etc. And he had been able to give a sermon to, I think it was President Dwight D. Eisenhower, and he went on to say, like, to omit the words "under God" in the Pledge of Allegiance is to omit the definition or the definitive factor in the American way of life, basically tying, religiosity to what it means to be a real American. And this he thought that this was inclusive towards, Jewish people, Muslims, etc., etc. But he obviously left out the atheists, right? The people that don't religiously affiliate themselves. So yeah, I pretty much stand against this in every way. It seems like this was a very political move, not at all necessary, in the grander scheme of things. Yeah.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Loyal Logic.
Well, I've been a huge advocate for separation of church and state at all. I've even said that even new monuments of any type going up should not mention God. But on the flip side, I don't believe any should be taken down. As far as the Pledge of Allegiance, I go flashback to my friend that was a Jehovah's Witness in 6th grade who went out of the room when the Pledge of Allegiance it was said. I don't understand why it has to be taken out. Just don't say it. I mean, no one is saying, there's no requirement. And I mean, Trash Can did bring up a good point. Maybe if you're working for government, but even then, I don't think you have to say it. So I think the whole point of, it's an authoritarian thing. It's like, no one's forcing anybody to say it. My friend that walked out of the room, he wasn't treated any different. He walked out, he walked back in. We went through our day. So I would agree with the liberals or the people on the left on the panel if we had to say it, but nobody has to say it. But I do agree, separation of church and state, any new monuments going up, nothing mentioning God. If it's on there now, leave it, but nothing going forward. I'm a huge advocate. Even as a Christian, I just find it disgusting that we would have deep ties in the 21st century, especially with the melting pot that the United States has become over the last 100 years.
Okay, next is going to be Prime.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said before, but like getting rid of a loyalty pledge in the first place, I don't think it's needed. I don't think as Americans we don't need to be required to state that our love for the country, like on a regular basis, we're a thing. Get rid of under God, pointless. I think this conversation is going to quickly spiral up to like having religion at all in schools, and let's get rid of that too. Of course, kids can engage in like a private club to do like Bible study. That's fine, but certainly shouldn't be taught outside of a history class or something of that nature.
Okay, next is going to be Last Username.
So, as an anarchist, I also am completely against every word of the Pledge of Allegiance. It's not something I would ever say, or I think anyone else should say or practice. But let me say this: I mean, a lot of people said the same thing. If you're not an anarchist, why shouldn't you say the Pledge of Allegiance or make other people say it? I mean, you're making other people do it. That's what you believe. So what's your problem with the Pledge of Allegiance? You're making people have allegiance. Why not? What's wrong with them saying, with policy of saying it out loud? That's what I want to hear.
Okay, and next is going to be Wake the Beast.
Well, I have to say, you have a lot of brilliant people here. I wish I had enough time to respond to all of you, but I'll try to just respond to some things that I remembered. I want to make a point about gender identity. Sometimes we get so caught up in what it means to be a man or a woman that we forget the utility that gender brings us. And I think it's a very valid point that across the world, we do not see the same definition for what is considered to be gender appropriate. For example, if two cisgendered males in America held hands, people would immediately assume that these two were in a romantic relationship. However, two cisgendered males in Saudi Arabia holding hands is perfectly normal and expected, right? However, what gender allows you to do, whether you are in Saudi Arabia or America, is it allows you to make assumptions about your social interactions with others, right? For example, if I know that I'm to prepare a presentation and I know that my audience is going to be all women, right? And you do not know that the audience will be all women. Who do you feel has a greater chance at connecting with them? Well, I do, because I can tailor my presentation to my gender expectations. So if you want to create your own gender or take yourself outside of the normal man and woman gender, that's perfectly fine. But remember what you're doing to yourself. You are making it difficult for people to predict their social interactions with you. And people might love you enough to make exceptions and spend time to get to know your particular gender identity. But the people who don't love you, which are most people, aren't going to take the time, and you're going to find yourself left out. But that's a choice that, of course, we all can make. Now, I do want to make a point about the situation about the under God. As a young person, I was raised in a very strict sect of Christianity, and I was not permitted to say the Pledge of Allegiance. However, I do understand why some Americans would choose to retain those words under God. Let's remember what the Declaration of Independence says. The Declaration of Independence says that you have certain unalienable rights. And the reason why they are unalienable is because your creator has endowed you with them. And it goes beyond that. And it says that if a government tries to take that from you on the basis of the fact that they were given to you by a God, whether you call this God Buddha or Jesus, doesn't really matter as long as you believe in something there. You have the right to snatch it out of their hands with war. And then we made war upon England, didn't we? So if you want to remove God from the government, remember what you're doing to yourself. If God doesn't give you your rights, then where do they come from? Well, then they must come from the government, right? So if the government gives you your rights, then they can take them away. So even if you don't believe in God, you should want to have that there. Just if you ever have to appeal on those grounds, you can. And just real quick, I'm reminded as I'm talking about this of the Apostle Paul. On one particular occasion, he was about to be stoned to death. And he was a Jew and he was a Christian at the same time, but he was born in Rome. And in that moment, when he knew that he was going to die, he quickly appealed to his Roman citizenship and was saved from his death. So I picture a person who doesn't believe in God, who's being dragged to their death on the basis that you have no rights because your government has taken them from you. You would like to have that citizenship to appeal to, even if in reality you disagree with it. That's all.
Okay, wonderful. That's a hell of a first intro for a topic. Extremely respectful. I love it. I'm going to throw it over to Normal America.
Thank you. Just to respond to Synth real quick, I did not say that trans people are hypersexualizing. I said there are people like at Drag Queen Story Hours that are hypersexualizing. I pointed out other evidence of people that are working with the CDC that are hypersexualizing. Again, I'll wait for the laughing to stop. That's fine. Are you good, Synth? I could wait. I'll be respectful, no problem. But I understand the need to laugh and ridicule people when you don't have anything to say against them. No problem. So I was just saying that there is an effort to hypersexualize kids. I think that's occurring. That's it. I didn't say it was all trans people's fault.
Move on to the next topic.
Oh, Mindwaves, you do that again, you're banned from the show again. I'm not even kidding. Please don't do this.
Bro,
okay?
come on. All right.
Don't do this to me again.
I only brought it up because it was mentioned. That's it. So on this topic specifically, I have to say, Wake the Beast, I'm incredibly impressed. I myself was going to bring up the Declaration of Independence and how Judeo-Christian values are what this country was founded on. That's absolutely true. And I think that Loyal Logic makes a great point as well, which is you're not forced to say the Pledge of Allegiance in general. So the under God part specifically, if you want to be an atheist or if you feel that that doesn't represent your God when it says under God, by all means, leave that part out. You should absolutely have the right to do it. You should absolutely have the right not to say the Pledge of Allegiance if you choose to do so as well. But I think especially because it's true that our country was founded under these principles, and we see how a lot of, and I'm not someone who would call myself a denominational Christian. I just believe in being Christ-like. That's it. So I'm not someone who talks about my religion a lot. This topic doesn't really do much for me. So but I appreciate everyone's perspective on it, obviously. But yeah, I think that we need to see sort of a return to kind of the principles of Christ, and I think that would help in a lot of the situations we're seeing. I agree with Wake the Beast where he says that when we take God out, when we start to say that we didn't get our rights from God, then we say we got our rights from government, and those rights then became temporary and could be taken from the government anytime, which is a huge risk, and we could see have led to bad things that occur in the past. And lastly, I just want to say that I think that when it comes to the idea of a loyalty pledge, I can understand that's a fair point, and I can understand how people would think that. But when, again, if Ross was here, I'm sure he would mention the difference between private schools, which you could say the pledge or not if you wanted. But in these public schools, we are actually paying through that, through the government, through our tax money. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to have a normal situation where we talk about appreciating the government through a Pledge of Allegiance, because that's the government that's taking our money that we're paying for this education in the first place.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the entire panel now. You may engage freely. And
right.
one last thing for Wake the Beast. If you ever feel like you can't make your way into a conversation, but you want to comment, if you put your hand up, I'll write your name down and try to eventually get it over to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
I just want to say something. We need to stop everybody left and right. There's no requirement anywhere in the United States, anywhere, even private schools, to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't care about your argument against it, but just don't say requirement, because there is none, and there never has been.
Well, actually, I want to. This is exactly what I want to push back against. So when you talked earlier, I noted it because it was really funny that you said it. You said that okay, so when you went to school, kids didn't have to say it; they would just have to leave the room.
No, he chose to leave the room because I asked him why. He said because he didn't want to hear it. He didn't have to leave the room.
Okay, so yeah, so the thing is that I'm glad that your school let them do that. Not every district is the same.
Yes, they are.
Well, no, not every district is the same.
So you could show me a district.
I'm gonna go ahead and finish my statement, and then you can respond. That's how this is gonna go. So the district I finished up my senior year at here in Texas was actually a very conservative district, and it in the handbook itself required students to say the pledge, and the only way that you were able to not not say the pledge was if you got explicit basically if you had your parents write and accept a religious exemption, right? So the only way you could not say the pledge is if your religion was against saying the pledge and your parents could back that, and I had to go to the district to solve that issue. I literally got kicked out of class because I refused to say the pledge here, right? They took me out of school. I wasn't able to participate in the lesson until my parents were called and contacted, and they had this conversation about why I should or should not have to say the pledge, right? This is ridiculous. This is a waste of students' time. It has no relevancy at all in educating students.
It sounds like a lawsuit that's waiting to happen. I mean, it's against the law. You can't require people to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing is that these lawsuits happen all the time, right?
As they should. I think me and you agree on that. That's wrong.
Yeah, but some kids, like most kids, don't have the resources to do that, right? They don't have the resources to go to court, drag out this whole entire process just so that they don't have to say the pledge, right?
But in Mindwaves, what are you asking from him? Like, it's against the Constitution to force people to say it. Like, what? And Loyal Logic agrees with that. So, I mean,
the thing is that there's no standard, right, at the federal level that says like
that is a standard. The Constitution is the standard.
That is, you're not forced to say it. If a city or a district is violating that, then that's against the law. I don't understand. I'm very confused.
Yeah, but you have to go through the courts, right? It's a constitutional issue, so you have to take it through the courts, and it's a whole process. These things aren't being actively enforced, right?
But how could we? Like, what else could be done? I don't understand. It's the most authoritative way to ensure that people don't have to say it. But yeah, I mean, I guess you have to, we have a legal system that has to be used to enforce the law. That's a whole other issue. But
I mean, we have attorneys we have attorneys that work for free across the country that work on free speech issues. And the fact that I guarantee if you look at that district now that you were in, they probably don't require it because they probably realized, oh, fuck, we're going to get sued. And
no, it's still in the handbook. My daughter goes to school in the same district. It's still there.
and that's the thing. Again, I don't know what the argument is here because it's against the law. There is no law saying you're required to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Like the next step, it's in the Constitution. So the next step is to have organizations or that will go and prosecute whoever's violating the Constitution, schools or school districts or whatever.
It's just like a school district.
The thing is that I'm simply trying to push back against the notion that these aren't this isn't something that's like students don't have to deal with, right? Like this is something that does actively go on, whether or not you're saying, oh well, yeah, at the federal level it is blah blah blah. Like the point is that like atheists in schools or people that just don't want to religiously affiliate or people that just aren't feeling comfortable saying under God in the pledge or even the pledge at all are actively being like influenced and persuaded to engage in that.
Okay, I wanted to throw this over to Wake because he had something to comment on this topic.
Yes, thank you. On the surface, this seems to be like a bit of a moot argument because if it's not mandatory to say the Pledge of Allegiance, then why go about making changes to it? If you are super religious Christian and you want to say under God because it helps you affirm your belief and such, well, have at it. If you are an atheist and you do not want to say it for the simple fact that under God is in it, well, have it that too. One of the great things about America is that you can choose to be religious or you can choose to be irreligious or anything in between. Interestingly, it's made us the most religious country in the world.
I mean, we're taught the pledge in schools and then told to say the pledge. Like not saying the pledge is breaking with like tradition and norm, and that's
but
like,
tradition
fine.
and norm are not law though.
Wait,
okay. Why are we talking about law? Because this is about like we like this. The question again. I don't know if you'd like to restate it, Dylan. Was about ought, not about law. As I understand
but all you guys said it was a requirement. That was what I was pushing back at. There's no requirement to say it.
Yeah, I want to throw it over the center.
Okay. I want to say just because there isn't a law directly mandating that you do this thing doesn't mean that it's not socially enforced. I mean, I can give a really easy example with trans people. Hey, it would have been, well, actually, it wouldn't have been easier. I would probably be dead right now. But like, it would have been a lot easier on the surface for me to just go around as a cis male white guy in the South, because that's where I get all my fucking privileges. You know how like non-privileged it is to be a trans woman? And it's not against the law to be trans. It's not in the law that everyone with the penis has to be a man. But it's very socially enforced. And whenever you socially enforce these things, I was literally one of the kids that didn't say the pledge in my civics class because my teacher was like, hey, what? You don't need to say the pledge. I hear you like sitting down like half the time and like not really saying it. You don't have to say it. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't really matter. And then I got fucking shamed by everyone in my class because they were like, oh, you hate America. And I'm just really uncomfortable with under God because I'm an atheist at fucking 7th grade. And like under God is really weird to me that like you're putting the entire nation under religion whenever we have separation of church and state. And I was in 7th grade.
So I'm very confused. You guys are saying social. So if we removed it, if it's social, people are still going to do it. I'm really confused. Like, it makes no sense. So if it's social and where you guys want to remove it, if it's social, they're going to do it anyway. It's like very confusing to me because, again, it's not a law. So, and you're saying social. Okay, if it's social, people are going to do it anyway.
I wanted to throw it over
Well, and that's a social norm change, which I
social norm
work very
could
hard
change.
to try to do. You know, I try to change the social norm that you should
Exactly.
have allegiance to the state by
Okay,
being an anarchist and talking about it publicly.
Yeah,
so yeah,
exactly.
I agree that that's a bad social norm. The social norm should be aligned with the law.
But you change it, yeah. Exactly.
Please.
You change it over time. If a school district doesn't want to say it, then the school district can say no one says it, and that becomes a social norm. There's no law. You can't make a law. Are we gonna?
I gotta throw it over to Prime because he's been waiting for a long while.
And I'm gonna sort of back you up, actually, Loyal. But first, to Wake the Beast, you brought up our rights before and where they come from. You said like if they don't come from God, then they must come from the government. So instead, we would want God to be involved. Somehow, maybe I'm misstating your point. If I am, then please correct me.
Sure. No, you sound to be pretty spot on. The idea is that by reserving our rights as being gifts from what we say is God, doesn't really matter what you believe that God to be.
Okay.
Whether you believe it is nature, whether you believe it is Zeus or Hermes or Jesus or Buddha, it really doesn't matter. Just so long as you have a placeholder there, a refrigerator that's too tall for the government to reach to the top of and open up your favorite cereal and have a bowl of it at your expense.
So now you're forcing religion.
I like that a lot, dude. Like that that was good. That was really good. So
good.
Clap for you, buddy. But I don't understand why these rights can't just come from people, like from the people, like from you being born as a human, and those rights being inalienable from you being a human.
Okay.
I'm not sure that's a separate conversation, but well, I don't know. I'll let Dylan answer that. Like, do you want us to engage in that, or should I just go to my next point?
I think I getting into the philosophy. Wait, could you ask that again? I want to make sure I understand what you're asking me right now.
Sure. I was going to ask Wick the Beast, why can't our rights simply come from us being people, like being born as people? Why does there need to be a placeholder, as he just said, rather than just, I'm human, he's human, and so he deserves respect just like I deserve respect.
Certainly. I think that's
talk
about
about for a little bit, but after a while, we do want to get back to the pledge specifically.
Okay, I have a point about that too, but go ahead, Wick.
Okay, please. So essentially, our government also makes another statement that our government is of the people, for the people, by the people. So what that means is that if we go with the assumption that your rights come from people, that means that people can also take your rights, right? If your rights come from the fact that people are recognizing them, then the moment people stop recognizing them, then your rights cease. And just as a precedent, we have the issue with Dred Scott. Dred Scott was a Black man in America who was enslaved, fled from enslavement, and was captured again. And he thought to challenge his captors in court. And basically the Supreme Court said that, well, basically the Constitution doesn't leave you any rights. You've been left out of this. Therefore, you have no rights. Okay, therefore you have no claim just by virtue of the fact that you are a Black man. We whites have not given you any rights, so you have none that we should recognize. So that's the sort of ground you run into when you say that people give you your rights. Because if you have a government that is made up of people, then once those people get to government, they can take those rights. By that logic, we're just a vote away from bringing slavery back.
So I wasn't implying that the rights come from other people. More from yourself, right? From you being born a person, not like that. The fact that a group of people recognize those rights is why you have those rights, but that you, as a person being born as a person, as a human being, that you have those rights. So I think that's a distinction that I'm making there. I don't want to get too deep in this unless you want to respond to it. It's fine. I will also my other point, but if you want to respond, weak, that's fine. But anyway, to Loyal Logic's point previously, like I'm. He's kind of convincing me of something here. Like I'm not exactly sure what the ask here is either, right? So like if it is a social norm, right? If there is no law, and I could be correct, but if there is no law requiring you to say it, right? then even if we remove it, right? Let's say we make an act of Congress to say or remove under God, right? Well, that Christian or conservative school district that Mindwaves is in, they would still do it, right? Like you'd have to have a lawsuit to make them stop doing it.
Exactly.
So I actually don't know what the ask is here myself. Maybe someone can educate me on this.
That's why that's what I'm saying. I'm very confused by the question. I don't understand. I think it gets into the fact, like, again, I'm completely for separation of church and state. And I believe everybody, no matter what your religion, and I'm a Christian, you should be for it, because once you give the government the power to enforce by religion, then anybody that's not of that religion will get the boot down on them. And trust me, you can go look back in history if you do not believe that. But I do agree with Wake of the Beast. There is, some virtue to have a little bit of history of where we came from and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean we always have to go back to Christ. We can just pay homage. And that's why I say we should never take down the past monuments of, under God that we had in the past, because that is part of it. But I don't think we should put any new ones up.
So there's a third option for where your rights can come from. If they don't come from people and God, they can come from an idea or a document, as they do in the United States. You have the Constitution, where it basically says this is the way it's going to work, and this can never change. Well, it can be amended, but put that aside. So it's kind of weird that the Pledge of Allegiance doesn't say doesn't say anything about the Constitution. Maybe it should say like one nation under the Constitution, or I pledge allegiance to the Constitution of the United States instead of the flag. That seems like it would be better and make more sense. It's more consistent with the way America is supposed to work, as I understand it.
As far as I understand, our rights don't necessarily come from any religious doctrine. In the past, you could make that claim, but as I've said, in the last 100 years, we've become a melting pot of many different religions, many different people, and we have moved away from that, as we should have. That is what America is based on, many different people from many different backgrounds. And again, Prime, I thank you for, giving me the credit on that point, because I think it doesn't make, if it's socially, then what do we do? Even if we passed a law like you said, Mindwaves district's still going to do it because they're doing it now against the law. So what's going to prevent them from doing it when they pass something like that?
Wake the Beast was trying to say something, I think, earlier.
Yes, I just want to respond to a point that Last Username was making about the third option. You mentioned that we could just say that it's the American Constitution that gives you those rights. What's interesting about that is that the basis upon which the founding fathers felt that they had the authority to make that document was the fact that they felt that God gave them the right to do so. So without that idea, that concept of, wait a second, I was born a free person and no one can take this from me because God gave it to me, they never would have had the courage to succeed from England, declare their independence, fight a war, and then write that Constitution, of course.
Do you think the Constitution depends on the concept of God for it to make sense? It doesn't seem to.
Back then, though, but back then, I think that's what you were saying, correct, Wake? You were saying back then that was their mindset.
Yes, back then that was their mindset. But I think that even if you don't believe in God now, it still serves your interest to have that there, even if you never intend to use it. For example, I have seatbelts in my car that will probably never be used. I very rarely use my emergency brake, but I'm really glad it's there in case I have to grab it one day and make use. So I'm saying that in the day, I hate to see it happen, that someone would try to take your rights, you would be able to appeal to that authority where no one else could take it from you. The problem is that when we remove the concept of God, and again, God to me is a neutral term. Some people think God is Jesus. Some people think it's Buddha. Some people think God is a part of themselves. It really doesn't matter what you think it is, so long as you believe it transcends and cannot be altered and changed by other people, right? So go ahead.
I would say God isn't a neutral term. I mean, you can say that it is, but it certainly carries social weight, right? Like it carries meaning with it. Like when if I brought up the term God in a conversation with people, and especially here in the States, right? People are going to assume the Christian God, right? If I just leave it at that, right? So you can say it's a value neutral term that can mean anything, but it doesn't mean anything, right? So,
well, personally, I don't take responsibility for other people's assumptions. If I say God and you think Jesus, I suppose that just resonates more with you. But God could also mean Zeus. Zeus was a rapist.
Well, Allah as well.
That's not how language works, though. Like if you and I are trying to understand each other, like needs to be you need to understand like how certain words are understood by the public, right? Like you can say like, well, when I say rose, I mean refrigerator, but like I don't know that, right?
Well, Prime, we have a lot of religions that say God. So do you? I mean, I think the point he's making is that if you do, you could say, but Allah means God. So you know what I'm saying? It's like, if you or anybody here takes it as the Christian God, it's more saying about where you were raised, what you were brought up around. It's not really you could say the country, but we have a lot of religions here that say God.
I personally don't know
really
why.
Important to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, something really important to say here that hasn't been brought up yet. Under God was added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954 in response to communism. Like it is a very extremely focused on like values of like anti-communism. That's kind of the what it was created for. Okay, was to take the godless communists and be like, well, the godless communists won't say under God in the fucking Pledge of Allegiance. So this is like extremely valued. Like this is not. There is no way this is unvalued. And also the way that God is written is with a capital G, which does refer to the Christian God. That's kind of the way that it's set up. So, saying otherwise is ignoring the way that it's written.
No, it talks about the term God, though, not under. I was just talking about the term God.
Well, sure, but like the thing is that we're talking about it in the context of talking about the Pledge of Allegiance, and the Pledge of Allegiance says one nation under God. That is, and God with a capital G. Okay, so taking that out of it, you can make all these claims you want, but like this is specifically about, well, it is about fucking the Judeo-Christian God being anti-communist, and that being like part of attention from the time in 1954 under Dwight D. Eisenhower. So just keep that in mind when you're talking about it. I have some other things to say, but they're off topic. So let's go ahead and move on from that.
Okay. I saw Mindwaves. You raised your hand at one point, and then after that, I'm gonna give it to Rob.
Well, I want to let Rob go first, and then I'll say my bit.
Okay, Rob.
Thanks, Mindwaves.
Smart play.
So what I think that you're probably right, Trash Can. I think this probably did have a lot to do with communism. I would say that's true. But let's look at what's going on with the pledge in the first place. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. The flag is a symbol of the country. The importance of that is understanding that we were a country that wasn't founded the way traditional countries were. Most countries were like England for the English, China for the Chinese. The United States sought to be something greater, and our founding fathers understood that it sought to be something that didn't divide us by our race. Granted, were there things that were terrible that they didn't live up to the promise that they set? Absolutely. But that was the idea that makes the United States the greatest country, that we come from different places, but we need to be able to have a collective and understand we're all in this together. That's why we pledge allegiance to the flag. The flag is the symbol of us being collective together. Now, when it says under God, the reason that that's chosen is because we were acknowledging, as important as it is to be collective as a country, there is something above us. And Wake the Beast is right. You could interpret that God as a Judeo-Christian God. You could interpret it as whatever religion you want. You could interpret it as nature. You could interpret it the way the Prime Case is saying, that there are inalienable rights that exist outside of the government's right to grant them to you. But we need to differentiate from places like governments that were communist that say, no, the state is the top entity. And that's why I agree. The reason the phrase under God is important is because it lets us know, as important as it is to all be unified as a country, and we should pledge to try to do that, we need to understand that there is something above. There are these rights, these inalienable rights that,
or at least understand, I'm sorry to interrupt you, the history as well. Like, at least understand the history is what I would say.
Well, I mean, if that were the case, though, they would say nation under a God.
Yeah, so the reason I want to push back against this is because this is obviously a very sort of religious sort of mindset to have, is that you're basically making this argument that we need to have the state acknowledge the existence of a god out of the necessity of some sort of like social cohesion, that like we need to be able to unify something that, with something that's above the state, and this just sounds like post hoc rationalization for believing in a god and wanting to have the state enforce or encourage people to worship such god, right? This isn't at all inclusive of like any sort of like atheist experience or perspective at all, right? So like for me, for example, and for like millions of other people in the United States, we don't identify with any religion, right? We don't identify with a god. We don't believe that there is anything over the state of any sort of supernatural nature, right? So like you're making this argument out of necessity. I just don't see it. Yeah.
Oh wait, who's making that argument? Because I'm
well, Rob and Wade were saying that we need to have a concept that is above the state, so that we can unify or some. So, I don't know.
Would you? Can I ask you a question? Yeah, can I ask you, Mindwaves? Do you think it's at least important to know the history? That's my argument. Is it's good to at least know the history of how we came to be.
Sure, but that doesn't.
Well, that's all I want to know.
Well, understanding the history doesn't mean including that we encourage or even mandate that kids say the pledge, especially with under God in it, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, again, if those districts do it, it's illegal. But
I'll be right.
Can I just make my last point?
Yeah, but I'm just gonna say I gotta use the bathroom, so Geek will be moderating. But Mindwaves, please finish your point.
Thank you.
Godspeed.
Yeah, I was just going to say, while it might be unconstitutional to mandate it, the thing is that there is a cultural like norm within school districts to encourage kids to engage in it, right? Yeah. So even though they're not saying that like, hey, we're going to reprimand you if you don't, you're still encouraged. You have designated time set in the day to say the pledge, and it is taught to you with the words under God in it, right? So this alone is basically socially ostracizing anybody that isn't down for the saying the pledge or invoking under God in the pledge, etc., right?
Oh, no.
You're
in
socially
2006, by the way, someone sued the Florida District School Board specifically because their teacher ridiculed them for declining to say the pledge, and they won $32,500. So if you are getting that from your teachers specifically, or anyone who works for the school, call a lawyer and be like, hey, let's make. Well,
then
money.
Also goes back to the point, like Prime.
It's not just the district or the teachers, right? It's also your peers as well.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I don't know if you heard Prime. Prime. Even if it's social, Mindwaves, because you walked away at this point. If it is social, then what do we do? Because it's against the law now. If it's social, we'll keep doing it.
I want to push back against this because it's not just social; it's institutional, right? Like the fact that like we have these government institutions that are there to educate our children, even encouraging them, even if not mandating it, encouraging them, setting aside time to say the pledge, and then teaching it in a way that is not inclusive towards atheists or people that don't want to affiliate with the term God, etc., right? Like this is institutional. These are institutions, institutions that are doing.
We should get rid of public schools.
Yeah, I mean, but that's my point. So let's say it's institution and it's against the law. You sue, and my point is like you're saying make a law. You're saying like let's make a law to say
it's not unconstitutional to have time for the pledge, right? It's just unconstitutional to mandate that they do.
But my point is, so if we had the federal government pass a law, so why, if they're not following the law now, why would these school districts follow the law after that?
Well, you're just making a case for no laws at that rate, right?
No, I'm asking what do we do? No, I'm asking you. So what would be a Mindwaves?
What I'm saying, so you're asking for a prescription. My policy would be that at the federal level, we need to basically enforce a standard on schools that doesn't prescribe any sort of pledge, especially not with under God in public schooling, right? That like there is no reason to set aside time in a public institution where people are supposed to be educated, just so that they could pledge loyalty to a state and then a god, right? Like why is this necessary in school? Why even have it? So my prescription.
This is interesting. Like, why is anything necessary in school? Why is it necessary to have school uniforms? Why is it necessary to have schools? The school architecture, to have cheerleaders, to have all of the other things that schools do, the sort of pageantry and stuff that schools do and force essentially onto their students in one way or another. This let's put the God part aside. I know that's the topic, but let's assume there was no God in it. It was just allegiance to the United States. Would that still be a problem if they forced you to say it?
Yeah, I think that teaching kids to pledge allegiance to a state, to any sort of authority figure like that, I think is extremely problematic when they don't even have the ability, especially from a very early age, to fully understand the implications of their words, what they are actually pledging allegiance to, et cetera, et cetera.
But they do have they are expected to be allegiant to the state, right? I mean, they have to follow the state's laws and so, I mean, it doesn't seem like saying it is just forcing them to say that. And
the problem I have with it is that obviously children, all citizens, all people under a state at the end of the day are subject to its laws. Unless you're rich, of course, but fucking I mean, yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is that fuck, I totally forgot my.
Well, I mean, what I don't, I would be totally on your side 100% if it was required. I would. You know that I've been consistent with this the year plus I've been on Twitch about separation of church and state, even though I am a Christian. I've been but it's not required. And then your point of your local school district, well, fuck them, and they should be sued. And that's where I push back. I'm like, listen, I get what you're saying, but it's not required.
I mean, do you really think that
why should we
go for it?
No, go ahead. You don't talk as much. So go ahead, buddy. I want you to have more time.
Thank you, Synth. Yeah, it's this is well. Now I've actually lost it. Never mind. Go ahead, Synth. I shouldn't drink when I'm on these things. I'm sorry, everybody.
I feel that one. That's a mood.
All right, so I just want to know why we're pushing children to have this really weird allegiance to a state that they don't even understand, or they don't even understand how imperialist the US has been, how many fucking human rights violations happen by our own government on a daily. I mean, it feels really weird to have I mean, Rob Nora's over here the trans people are sexualizing children when literally they're literally fucking pledging allegiance to a state that's doing war crimes and shit. I don't know which one is worse, to be completely honest, if one even actually existed.
Yeah, but may I respond real quick? Can I respond?
Yeah, but I want to say one thing, Rob. It's sent though. You can walk out of the room. You cannot say it. Again, I keep pushing back at the fact that there is no requirement. No one is forcing anybody to say it.
Yeah, and what I said before still goes. The social ramifications of not saying the pledge still actually happen. The social ramifications of not being a cis white male when you're born that way still happen, even though it's not required under law that you keep your same.
But we have
allegiance.
laws for
protection.
But we have protections for the LGBTQ plus community.
There are no protections. There are obviously no real protections for kids.
Yes, last username just cited a lawsuit that they sued and won.
I mean, does every wait? The thing that Mindwaves said, literally, does every kid have a way to fucking get a defender for that? No, people are fucking poor a lot of the time, especially in public schools.
Well, yeah, I mean,
poor and don't have time.
But you can make
time is a big
defending
resource
rights
as well.
too.
Yeah, time is also a really big resource and a giant sink for money.
If you win the lawsuit, you won't be poor anymore.
May I?
Yeah, so gambling
If you lose the lawsuit, then you're literally bankrupt.
There's multiple
I'm not
people
saying
talking
this
at
is a
once.
silver bullet.
There's multiple people talking at once. It's okay, last username. That's the only time you've ever talked out of turn. Okay, I should be giving you like social credit points at this point. We actually we're running out of time for this topic, so we're actually gonna have to go straight out into outros.
Can I ask one quick question? Just real quick.
Robert.
Yeah, sure.
So, you talked about imperialism in the United States. Do you believe that we should have public education?
Can you make this connection for me?
Yeah, I just wonder, since we're an imperialistic country, do you think our country should be mandating teaching kids anything?
I fail to see how these two connect. Can you please connect them for me?
Right. If we're an imperialistic country, why would we trust the state and their imperialism to teach our children anything?
Yeah, he's making the point.
I mean, the point is that the public education is like curriculum based on like international standards, not just our national ones. I don't advocate for a public school system that has national standards that are based on one government's fucking like policies. Otherwise, we would have like shit where we're literally, I mean, literally what we're doing is like downplaying the genocide of Native Americans, the genocide of many different cultures that were in America because we have this imperialist like history books. Yeah, I'm fully against this. So public education should be international.
Then you don't support public school.
Right. And if I could finish my point real quick to agree with you last
What do you mean it's literally public school?
To agree with you last username real quick, like what it seems to be some tension between the idea of it's imperialistic and I don't want the government teaching imperialism versus on the previous topic, I want the government to be the organization that teaches us about accepting of certain roles, this, that, and the other. There seems to be tension between that.
Wait. Okay, so is accepting LGBT people the same as imperialism?
Is
teaching imperialism?
Is having a pledge of allegiance the same thing as endorsing imperialism? I don't think so. You seem to suggest that having a pledge of allegiance was an endorsement.
It quite literally is. You're quite literally swearing
Okay.
allegiance to an imperialist state. So by definition, yeah, it is imperial. It is enforcing imperialism.
Okay,
So yeah.
I don't want to.
So you're saying that LGBT people are equivalent to being.
I don't want to cut off a good conversation. During your outro, you two can actually have a back and forth. One will have an outro. You can direct it to the other can have an outro. You can respond. And you can also do the same for the intro of the next topic. So you still have about 2 minutes left. You could go back and forth on this if you wanted. Okay, but we're going to go into outros. I'm going to start in the top left-hand corner, like always, with Trash Can.
Oh geez. All right. So one thing I never got to push back on, but I think was something to push back on is the idea of governments not being a robust way of giving people rights, and that having those rights through God is better. I just don't see the difference between that and like a divine mandate for a monarchy. Like these things both have like the divine, like they are giving you rights through divine intervention, right? And so I see that as a really big problem, right? Like if God's giving you rights under a divine monarchy versus giving you rights under a democracy, then it seems like it doesn't really matter that the people have rights. It's more focused on God than the people, right? And so that's something I don't know if it's well built enough to really go into, but that's something that I think is worth talking about at some point.
Okay, next is going to be Synth.
Separation of church and state should remain a thing. Under God is really atheist exclusionary or exclusionary towards anyone who doesn't hold a specific religion that is of a God. And requiring people to actually say that like your God is the laws or whatever is like a really weird roundabout way of forcing people into like some sort of like pseudo-religious thing that's like assigning some supernatural thing above anything, which is like very strange. I think it's really weird that like we're having our kids swear allegiance to imperialist states without them actually understanding what they can about the state. Yeah.
Okay, next is going to be Rob.
So I thought this isn't a topic that particularly that I'm super passionate about. I thought there were good points made all around. I really appreciate what Wake the Beast said, and I think it is important to understand that this country was founded on traditional Judeo-Christian values, but that the phrase under God and understanding the importance of there being a higher power while still pledging that we need a collective under the state is a good thing. I also agree with Trashcan that I do think this was largely in response to the disastrous murderous ideology of communism, which we have every right to push back against. So I think that's fine. I'll wait. Okay, we good? So I think that was fair. I think there is some tension, not trying to be rude to Synth, but I think there is some tension. I agree with you. There's been some terrible things done in the United States, every country in the world that's been the case with, and we should fight back against imperialism. It's something that I'm very passionate about, and I've criticized both parties heavily for that. And I think Dylan knows that as well. We've had foreign policy discussions, even if we disagree on specifics. But I don't think that you could like totally throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that this country is evil and that we shouldn't pledge allegiance. I think it is important to have sort of a collective, some sort of pledge or some sort of promise to try to come together as a country, because we come from various backgrounds, which is a good thing. That diversity is good. So we need to have something to bring us together. But I do think there's some tension in saying, I think this is an imperialistic country, but I want them to have control over the education of our children. And I think that they should be the ones that are arbitrating morality when it comes to issues of sexual and gender identity. I think there's some tension to that argument, is all I was saying. So.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Mindwaves.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, I just want to make the case for exactly why we really don't need the pledge. And the sort of like the two arguments that we've been having tonight, right? So one is that there seems to be this question of, what utility does the pledge have? What's its purpose? Should we get rid of it? At the end of the day, the only thing that I see the pledge really doing is teaching nationalism and state worship from a very early age, and religious indoctrination. That's really all it is. There is no other utility outside of that. Some people have tried to make the case that, we need this concept of God to be above the state so that we can unify under the people. But honestly, I don't see this you still haven't given me a reason why that's necessary or anything like that. I think that's not very inclusive of a atheistic sort of perspective on things. And then there seems to be this question of whether or not we should mandate it, or whether or not the schools that encourage the pledge or whatever are mandating it or not. Like, the thing is that it doesn't matter whether or not these schools are mandating that you have to say the pledge, or reprimanding the students if they don't. Right. The thing is that we have institutionally a culture and like school policy that basically encourages children and teaches them this pledge, or encourages children to say the pledge and teaches them the pledge, right, with the terms under God, etc. And whether or not this is like, my entire point is that yes, absolutely, under God should be removed from the pledge. The entire pledge has no place in the classroom. Yeah, I don't know how much more simpler to make it.
Okay, next is going to be Loyal Logic.
I'll say it again and again. It's not required by law. If you're saying it, go to the ACLU. They'll give you a free attorney. Cut them in on the profits. You can go time in, time out. That's not the only lawsuit that the last username cited. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of lawsuits. You can ask about the utility of it. I'm not here about that. I don't. Is it for God? Is it for the state? I really don't care. The question was, should it under God be removed? You can argue it should, but you don't have to say it. Until you have to say it, then my position is going to be it. Don't say it if you don't want to. This is a free country. You have protected rights in this country, and we're a melting pot that accepts everybody.
Okay, next is going to be Prime.
I think Pledge of Allegiance is dumb. I don't think we shouldn't even bother with it in the first place. I mean, specifically, the under God is the stupidest part. We should get rid of that, but get rid of the whole thing in general. Though, to the points that conservatives were bringing up, I'm not exactly sure how we do that. Change the institutional culture, certainly. But that's a slow, grinding process, and one in which we would have to get all people to realize that these loyalty pledges are un-American. So.
Okay, next is going to be Last Username.
So, a few things. First of all, I understand the purpose, or at least one of the purposes, of adding under God to the pledge was to distinguish, was to create something that was more powerful than the state. And this was done in response to due to communism, that the the state isn't, being allegiance to the state is cold comfort if your state turns out to be a huge asshole. So we better put something, put something else in there that will protect people from the state if they need it. Now the problem is there may have been a time when people found, God a compelling source of something higher than the state. Maybe, but if so, those times are gone. Okay, I mean, these days, no one, putting God in there is not going to make anyone go, "Oh, it's God said to do this, well, I better do it then." I mean, maybe somebody, but not very many people. It would be much better to, I think, take advantage of the Americans have this unique thing where they hold their Constitution sacred. Almost, it's not an explicitly religious thing. It's not like magic, but they act like it is, right? They have little constitutions that they put in their pockets, and they're very emotional about them, purely based on the idea that this document is really, really important. And I think that's a remarkable and powerful thing, and that you should probably get anywhere you're hoping that God will sort of give people a kind of foundation for their morality. Maybe get rid of that and take advantage of that constitutional sacredness instead, because that seems to be much more palatable to, I think, and universal. I also find it oddly, interestingly hypocritical that someone would be uncomfortable with children being forced to pledge allegiance to the state, but comfortable with the state being exclusively responsible and mandatory educating all children, for hours a day for the first 2 decades of their life or something. That seems really, really incompatible. And sure enough, the place where kids are being forced to or encouraged strongly to say the pledge is in schools. So, I mean, think about that weird sort of contradiction if you're one of those people.
Okay, and last but most certainly not least, Wake the Beast.
Such brilliant people here. I really wish I had a chance to talk to all of you guys. I don't think today will give me that chance, but I think there's this idea that we sort of entertain that there's a person or an institution that sits at the helm of culture. That's a comforting idea because it makes it seem as if there's a person we can write to or complain to change these things. But in reality, culture is its own organism. No one is at the helm. Culture is not even a ship. It's a multi-headed dragon, and each one of these dragon heads breathe fire and do not want to be cut off. Culture sort of clings to us and wants to survive. And we're all victims of culture in one way or another. I am a male who does not enjoy watching football. Guess who's not invited to the Super Bowl parties every January? I'm left out. And does that make me feel bad? Of course it does. But this is the cost of being different in some respect in which most people are similar. And I do want to say that personally, I believe that the most effective form of government is monarchy and empire. I don't want to mince words about that. If you take a look at history, the most stable expressions of human government have been monarchy and empire. This is the reason why we still speak of Rome, isn't it? This is what's made America so effective. It's the fact that it's borrowed certain tactics from that imperial playbook. 800 military bases scattered about the planet is not a coincidence. This is intentional, and it is an empirical move, no doubt about that. However, in the meantime, until we're ready to be ruled by kings who are philosophers and poets, perhaps warriors, this democratic republic that we have agreed upon suits us just fine. And in the meantime, what helps us protect that is the concept of God. So the moment we begin moving the goalposts there, who knows where it ends for any of us. So I'm definitely for keeping it there.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next topic, which is toxic masculinity a problem? I'm going to repeat it one more time for the people in the back. Is toxic masculinity a problem? I'm going to start with everyone's favorite dumpster fire, trash can.
Yes. Toxic masculinity is specifically defined. May I remind everyone, by men. This was actually an idea created by men who ended up working with a bunch of feminists, and then it became a collaboration and became integrated into feminism. the idea that there are that the hierarchies created within in masculinity, even things like, as Wake the Beast said, the idea of like not enjoying football or any sort of like slight femininity are emasculating and make you less of a man, right? That's actually what the whole thing was with kind of this toxic masculinity idea, and that got a lot of people ended up talking about this as if it was an idea made up by women to criticize men, and I just want to remind all the men in the room that that's not the case. Toxic masculinity ends up leading to a lot of bad things. The persecution of gay people has largely been part of toxic masculinity. The inability of men to talk to each other about their emotions or talk to anybody outside of themselves about anything. So I would say toxic masculinity is a huge scar on everyone, this whole society.
Okay, next is going to be Synth.
So I think toxic masculinity is an impossibly bad problem in the United States. The effects on trans communities alone, trans women, the amount of internalized transphobia, the amount of non-accepting, the amount of damage that it does just to men who may just be a little bit effeminate or may just be a little bit queer or may not fit inside of like the strong man that doesn't feel emotions and can fucking pull himself up by the bootstraps and do fuck all, like, and do everything like that. That's a really weird, like, perfectionist concept to go to, and that's mostly, from what I can understand, what toxic masculinity is talking about. And these sort of things probably need to be eliminated from any sort of gender role. Anything that is like chasing a perfection or kind of telling people to do something that they can't necessarily always do, and they can't actually adhere to, especially whenever it's very conjoined with one's identity, as it is in the US, it is an insanely bad problem. So yeah, we need to fight against toxic masculinity. We need to have probably more gender courses that show us, hey, men can act this way, men can be effeminate, men can do these things and still be men. They're not masculine in any way. I think that would be a very positive thing.
Okay, next is going to be Rob, and Synth, your camera is currently frozen. Just wanted to let you know.
Getting a piece of
Why'd you have to tell her? I was enjoying. No.
Shut up, Leo.
Yeah.
You just like to watch me suffer.
It's an interesting question. I think that we'll need to, as we get past the opening statements, get an exact definition of what toxic masculinity is. But let me say that, yes, I believe toxic masculinity could be a problem, as could toxic femininity, as could toxic whiteness, as could toxic straightness, etc., etc. Any of the categories that we could separate ourselves through, you could say that taken to an extreme, they could be toxic. The same is true of what we consider the traits that we try to define as masculine and feminine. So, for example, talking about the ideas of self-sufficiency as toxic masculinity, certainly that could be something that would be bad. If you say that you never give anyone a helping hand because everyone should be totally self-sufficient, that would be a negative connotation of that. However, if you totally reject any efforts to tell people that they need to have personal responsibility, that's an absolute disaster. There needs to be some sort of healthy mix of those. Now, so we could get into exactly what's going on with all that, but I will say that the way the term is used in effect, and not just in theory, is from primarily from postmodernist people involved in intersectionality, critical race theory, modern feminism, third wave feminism, and things like that. And it's used as an attack to push a radical agenda and cause separation. They oftentimes change the definition of terms and try to have this oversimplified concept that everything in the world is the result of toxic masculinity. It'll become non-falsifiable, as we'll see probably when we get into the general conversation. For example, I'll say, give me examples of of the bad outcomes of of toxic masculinity, and they'll say something like, well, the amount of women that suffer from violence, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's a bad thing, everyone agrees with that. But then when I mentioned that overwhelmingly men are the victims of more violence throughout society, they'll say, yes, that's also because of toxic masculinity. When you have a theory that says all of the problems in the world are because of one thing, and it just so happens that it's a thing that a radical a radical intersectional ideologist wants to believe, I think that it's very problematic, oversimplified, and is used as a weapon to endorse all sorts of things. Like, we see actual negative things occurring with this, such as the ideas of feminism pushing toxic masculinity has lead to the feminization of children in schools, to where we're now putting young boys that behave in aggression and competitive play on preschool and kindergarten schoolyards. They're being introduced to drugs like Ritalin because we're looking at girls as the standard now when it comes to elementary school. So certainly any ideology or any trait taken to an extreme could be negative, but many of those traits could also be positive as well. And I don't like the way the terms usually apply.
And next, and also, Synth, when you type, can you please mute your mic?
Sorry.
No problem. Mindwaves.
All right. So there's a lot to say. So I think the best way to sort of approach this topic is to just kind of explain to you exactly what society really does expect out of whatever it means to be a man, right? Societally, when we say the word man, or how we think a man looks like or behaves in society, what their role is in society, etc. A lot of these expectations end up hurting a lot of people along the ways. So for instance, I've been on the receiving end of this, especially going through grade school, middle school, high school, is, picking on men for appearing feminine or in ways that aren't associated traditionally with masculinity, right? Whether or not it be styling your hair a certain way, whether it be long or etc., doing makeup, wearing certain types of clothing. I got picked on for like wearing skinny jeans and shit, right? Even like simple behavior like crossing your legs too tightly. My dad literally called me a fag just for crossing my legs too tightly. Like, it's crazy. Also, societally, you have to look at the relationship with people and their like means of like living, right? Like their livelihood. A lot of the times men are expected to be the breadwinners. They're the ones that are supposed to be the head of the household. They're supposed to be the man of the house. They get the money and their wife does all the house shit or whatever the fuck, right? They take care of the kids. That's their job. In a lot of ways, like these sorts of like expectations really do impact not only men but women as well, right? Like, so for instance, I've been impacted by this when I have conversations with my family and they're like, hey, like, because I'm a stay-at-home dad. My wife works, right? So she's the breadwinner. I'm not. And a lot of the times there's always this talk at dinner, like, hey, like, when are you going to get a job? Like, when are you going to be the breadwinner? Like, and then they like poke fun at that, right? There's always that expectation that I have to be the one. I can't be the one that stays home and takes care of the kids, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really toxic. That gets in the way of like men's relationships with their kids and et cetera. Like, and that's another problem is like when you look at parenting, I don't know if any of you guys are parents, but like there's so many toxic expectations of how men should interact with their children and raise their children, et cetera, right? You're seen as like being too feminine or too woman-like if you like at all intimate or like enjoy quality time with your kids. It's very weird.
Express emotion.
Exactly. And then that's a big thing as well. It's like the ability to be able to express emotion and simply, as a man, open up to other men or even just any other person and talk about your feelings, right? This is, if you look at like suicide rates, the disparity between men and women is ridiculous. And a lot of it is associated with these expectations of like, well, how would you feel as a man if everybody's telling you, you need to be the breadwinner, but you don't have the opportunity to really be that person? Or maybe your situation isn't like, doesn't allow you to be the breadwinner, etc. Or maybe you just don't want that, right? How is that going to make you feel about yourself? How is you not being able to go to other people talking about your emotions and etc. Like that oftentimes drives people to suicide, right? Like, this is a very big issue.
Hey, next it's going to be Loyal Logic.
Your camera's frozen, by the way, Dylan. Yeah, you could say it's a problem, but what now? I mean, say it's a problem. I mean, and then it seems like it comes back to teaching our kids, but these are like social norms that are so ingrained. And I have been a big advocate about just being a good person, not doing what happened to Mindwaves. Don't say that to if your dad's saying, don't say that to your kids. It starts at home, how you teach your kids to act. And but also on the flip side, Rob's got a point. My best friend of 15 plus years was given Ritalin at a young age because he acted a different way. So we do have to be wary of this. And it almost destroyed his life. And luckily he got up one day and said, I'm never taking it again. And thank God his parents listened. So is it a problem? Yeah, but what now? I mean, it's so complex. I want people to understand it. Look at all the things that was said about toxic masculinity. And that doesn't even touch the surface. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things that you can go into about it. So is it an issue? Yeah, I think we all agree. I mean, I agree 100%. Look at me. I have a fractured spine, you guys. I have a fractured spine. I have had it for a while now. I came out on Twitter about it. Was it toxic masculinity kept me not from coming out? Maybe. Maybe it was in my head, the reason why I don't talk about my personal issues to you guys. But I finally came out and was honest about it because I didn't want to lie to everybody anymore. So, I mean, is there a problem? Yeah, but it's hard for me to imagine how we fix it. It's so deep-rooted. And I just think the only way I see it is starting at home, teaching your kids, be honest, be a good person, and don't be rude and mean to people if they're being kind and nice to you.
Okay, next we're going to go over to Prime Case.
Yeah. I'm not muted, am I? Okay, yeah. I wanted to second a lot of what Mindwave said. I remember as a kid, I do like impressions like of people, right? Famous people or whatever, right? And it was just like a thing that I did. Sometimes I did impressions of women, right? And to do that, I would try to raise my voice. And just doing that, my parents thought like I was going to be gay. Like it was like a big worry, right? Like when that happened, it's like, stop that. Like, stop. I mean, you know, I also want to kiss boys, do you? I mean, this was a thing. Laughable. So I think this is what's included, that like toxic masculinity is all these expectations that are placed on men that are stifling, and so that they can't be whatever they want to be, right? Like they can't grow in the ways they want to grow. Not all boys want to play with trucks. Some want to play with Barbie dolls, and you know that's okay. You know, it's not a big deal, right? And I also want to again second another thing. I always talked about being a stay-at-home dad. You know, I have a friend who's also a stay-at-home dad, and yeah, he could get shit over it. You know, and it's unnecessary. Like feminism has given us men freedom to do exactly things like that, right? To realize that we don't have to stay in the narrow confines of what society expects of us. So toxic masculinity, I think maybe to Rob's point, is a very generalized term, right? That it can mean so many different things. But still, I think the concept behind it, the core concept, is extremely important. It's simply that like we can break down these gender stereotypes. They aren't necessary, right? And just let people, like let live, like live and let live.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to last username.
So in my experience, toxic masculinity is used to conflate a number of different problems, most of which, or pretty much all of which that I can think, are either very like outlier problems, things that most people, most men don't have, things like criminal violence, right? Criminal violence is a predominantly male thing, statistically speaking, but most men are not violent criminals, and most men don't endorse violent criminality. It's not socially acceptable among men to be a violent criminal. There's also things that are maybe more common problems, but are not particularly male things, like bullying is sometimes considered part of toxic masculinity, but girls bully just as much, if not more, than boys. So I'm very, very suspicious of the concept. The utility of coming up with a sort of grouping of problems like that is if there is a sort of commonality among all the problems, and a common solution, like a way to kill all those birds with one stone, to solve all the problems by addressing a shared underlying cause. I don't see that commonality among the sort of problems that are grouped under toxic masculinity. And in that case, the grouping actually has negative utility. It serves to obscure and take focus off of the separate solutions that might be required for these problems and onto some sort of amorphous common problem, which doesn't actually exist or doesn't actually have anything coherent and doesn't have a single solution. So that's my concern about the concept of toxic masculinity.
Okay, and next, last but certainly not least, Wake the Beast.
Yeah, again, excellent opinions. I'm learning so much from listening to you guys. I really appreciate this and consider this an honor to be here with you. And I want to touch on something that I think Mindwaves and Prime K said. They spoke about this idea, this expectation among males to enforce this code of ethics, this tacit agreement that we've come to that we won't cry, that we won't show emotion, that when we're sad, we're not going to talk about our problems. I think Mindwave spoke about this, about how males are 80% of the suicides. That means 8 out of every 10 suicides is a male. This is a tragedy. There's definitely something going on here. And that's what we call the boy code. Colloquially, that's what that's called. But I think a definition of toxic masculinity has to eclipse something so small. So if I can make an attempt to define what I feel to be toxic masculinity, it seems that a man becomes toxic when, as opposed to using his natural attributes that he has as a male to build up society, he uses it instead to tear it down in various ways. So when you think about the fact that men have superior strength, on average, we have 60% greater upper body strength than our female counterparts. What does this give us the ability to do? Well, it gives us the ability to build and move things, right? It gives us the ability to fight for ideas and defend. And for the majority of our time, we've done that job very well. Haven't men been the ones to carve nations out of chaos and build them? And what have we done in terms of serving the needs of women and other people? Again, we've done a marvelous job because in all those castles we built, we put the things we felt were most important. And what's most important to a man? Women and children. And for the vast majority of the time we've been here, we've done that job very well. And the negative examples do not eclipse the grand ones. We might talk about some contemporary examples, but let's talk about some ancient ones. King Henry II holds the record for having the most royal bastards. He had 35 children illegitimately. But what did he do with the children and their mothers? He brought them all to his castle and they lived together. So I think the solution is this. Maybe the solution is that we model a better image of what a man is, but I think that's going to require that we come to an agreement first. So I'm going to say that a man may call himself a man to the degree to which his friends, his family, his society can depend on him to do exactly what his ancestors did. Use his attributes, his qualities as a male, not to tear down, but to build up and protect.
Well said.
The topic is now open to the floor.
Yeah, so I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit, Wake the Beast, because it sounded like you were on board with a lot of what I was saying, and then towards the end it got a little bit weird. So it sounded like you were kind of advocating for, well, you know, we need to just look at like what men are good at.
Server muted. Sorry, I just want to get that out there. Synth is server muted.
Sorry about that.
It sounded like you said, like, well, we should just look at what men are good at on average based on our, like you said, male attributes, right? But then it seems like you're sort of setting this standard that a lot of men necessarily wouldn't fit into, right? Like, even if on average men are stronger, etc., that doesn't mean that their role in society should necessarily be to use that strength for society in ways of like building something or physically lifting, etc., right? Like, I think that like when you do that, when you associate these certain acts and you want to fit masculinity and men into such a tight, like, sort of concrete concept, what you end up doing is sort of not taking into account all the people that don't fit into that rigid definition of a man.
Well, can I ask you, Mindwave, what is a wait? I have to ask him because I don't think he got your question. What is a man, Mindwaves?
Well, I don't really think it's my job to define a man. Like, all I can tell you
Well, no,
is that,
but from you, no, just I'm asking you. I mean, you're a smart
right.
guy, and when you think man, I don't care what your definition. It doesn't even have to be right. But when I say man, what does come to mind for you?
For me, I really don't associate with the term man or woman. It really doesn't mean too much for me. This is a big part of why I'm pansexual at the end of the day, is because I really don't associate my desire to, you know, interact with people, or like the way that I interact with people is not dictated by, you know, what they associate themselves with or what society labels them as. I don't think that these, like, to me, I don't see much utility
Well,
in them.
I'm confused then. If you don't, or you have a definition, then how are you saying people are asserting themselves into these gender roles if you can't? I'm not trying to pick on you, but if you can't even give me what you would assume a man would be, I'm just confused.
Well, I can tell you what society at large often associates with a man, right? And I reject every single one of them, just about, right? Like a lot of like these like really conceptual like attributes are oftentimes attributed with men. Things like I don't know, things shit that doesn't mean anything, like strength or loyalty or etc. etc. Like a lot of these things are associated with men, but like I think that these are just characteristics of human beings that could be shared amongst anybody, no matter what gender you are, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Wake. I just had to pick his brain on that.
Sure. I want to tell you a story of Mindwaves. It's a story about a little bird I knew. This little bird was beautiful, had brilliant colors, and it had a nice set of wings. But would you believe, Mindwaves, that bird didn't want to fly? Can you believe that? You would imagine that a bird with wings that has brilliant colors like that would love to take flight and just show them. And it didn't matter what I said to that bird. It never got the point that if you have wings, you ought to use them. So in the same way, whether you want to use your sexually dimorphic traits that you have as a male, whether you would like to use your male brain, which we have mapped and we know works different from the female brain or not, is your choice. But if you choose to join me in setting the standard in this example of maximizing your potential and your reach, and just demonstrating to the world what you feel would be a more perfect version, I'll be willing to have you as my brother, friend.
So I'm going to push back against this because it seems like you're making this argument that, well, I'll tell you why this analogy doesn't really work, right? So you're saying, you're talking about a bird that it basically has an ability to use flight, right? His wings to fly, etc., but he chooses not to for whatever reason. The thing is that birds, like, based on the society that they live in, if you could call it that, I guess, their survival is their flight, like, really, like, their survival depends on flight, right? They have to be able to fly. That's why they're able to fly in the first place, right?
And does not your survival depend upon how
our survival, it does not depend on, you know, looking at like this concept of men and trying to like rigidly define it, right? Like, I don't think that like our survival or our sort of ability to make a great society as humans is dependent on, you know, having these expectations that men be you know, engage in any of the sort of like heteronormative like expectations I was talking about.
Let's just
men, right?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but let's just talk about that then. Let's talk about literally why you're able to sleep well at night. We can talk about theory, we can talk about ideas, but let's talk about the literal reason why there's no terror that robs you of your sleep. It's because there are thousands of men who are standing at the ready with weapons to defend you. And the idea that these men are defending you are keeping other men at bay from coming and taking things from you that you want, that they want, that you have. So you can disagree with the idea, but
I do disagree because
to your idea, to your safety.
So I do disagree because it's very clear that women or people of other genders that aren't just men can also serve in combat roles to defend your nation, etc.
And are 96% of the war dead.
Yeah, I know, and you know, we have like millennia of tradition that enforce that sort of like
Wait, Beast, were you trying to finish something, or was that just your point? About
Oh no, that was just a retort.
Okay.
I just want to make it clear: 96% of the war dead. Male.
Got it. Okay, continue, Mindwave. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we have a millennia of fucking like years of tradition and like this sort of expectation that men fill that role, right? Which is also another toxic like expectation of men, that you should have to be the ones that fulfill the role, to you literally put your lives on the line for a nation, right? Like women can fill these roles just as well. Maybe on average, men have a tendency to fill these roles more than women do, and that's fine. Okay, a lot of that could be socially or whatever, like it, right? But like my point is that we shouldn't hold people so rigidly to these standards that it isn't inclusive towards people that don't fit in that, right? So men that don't want to be the ones that put their lives on the line for the nation are just as valid and just as much a man, if they identify as such, than somebody that is willing to go ahead and do that, right? That is the point I'm trying to make. It sounds like to me you would have a problem with that, because you say, well, I understand that you feel that way, but in my perfect society, you would be fulfilling this role, right? So it sounds like you're wanting to put that expectation on men to fulfill that specific role.
If I could just respond, it's not me putting this expectation on you. It's your heavier bones. It's your additional upper body strength. It's the way that your brain makes connections and it thinks. It's useful at things, more useful at things than people who do not have those attributes. Now, the attributes that other people have are valid, but the way that you are is specifically useful in this particular area. And men are not obliged to build castles and protect what's vulnerable. I would use a gauge to measure the effectiveness of society to be how well it takes care of people who are most vulnerable. So if you're not taking care of women and children, then you really don't have a functional civilization, do you? But men have never been obliged to do that. If you wanted to, you and I could skip off in the woods and thumb our noses at society as it burns. And that's what makes us so great, is because despite the fact that we can do that, we didn't. We stuck around and we said, we will use what we have to defend what we love. And here we are in 2020, because so many of us have made that decision. And we should be grateful.
And if I could please.
Go ahead,
sure. And if I could go off that, I mean, you're absolutely right, Wake the Beast. Though I do see what you're saying, Mindwaves. We should have a system that gives equal opportunity for all and understands that not everyone fits into what the norms tend to be. But that doesn't mean that we should reject the idea that there are biological differences, both in a physical nature and also in the mind makeup between men and women. For example, we could see when it comes to trait differences, there are things that usually, on average, men do better than women at, and there are things that women do better than men at. And when we're building a society, it tends to be that people tend to go into those things. Many people that use toxic masculinity claim, oh, no, it's all society. It's nurture, not nature, that encourages people. But we can see from the Scandinavian countries that have sought to, more than any other country, equal the playing field of society's role in giving gender expectations. We actually see more gender stratification at the top levels when they get into different jobs. So, for example, we could see that what Wake the Beast is saying is it's true that men are the majority of soldiers and war deaths throughout history. It's also true that the majority of people in prisons and that commit violent crime are also men. So that we could, if by denying that sort of aggression is there, and that's what I was saying in my opening statement, any trait could be used for good or bad. So the trait of aggression, which studies show, clinical psychologists show that actually men are 60% more likely to be, if you took a random person out of the population and guessed if it was a man, if it would be more aggressive than the average woman, 60% of the time you'd be right. So men are 60% more aggressive than women. And if we deny that and say, no, that's just a result of, society, it denies this basic biological fact and it ends up leading to all sorts of bad things. Like I said in my opening statement, where we see, just real quick, we see that it's actually having negative side effects where we're now treating things like competitive nature, aggression, things like that. In elementary schools, we're overprescribing drugs to try to stop boys from having those traits.
Okay, so
I gotta stop
please?
because yes, we'll give me a moment. Mindwaves, your cam is frozen, and if there's a way to fix that, I would love that. Synth.
Oh, if Mindwaves wants to continue his argument, it's his argument. So.
I actually wanted to go before Rob. My whole point, I'm confused, like because Mindwaves and whoever else wants it, because are we talking about equal opportunity or equality outcome? Like because I'm totally for everybody having the same opportunity, but if we're trying to work towards a goal of everybody has the same outcome, that's impossible. So I'm just confused. Like Mindwaves, I don't know how you want to take that, but it's a question.
Well, because I wanted to push back on something Rob said. Rob was
Okay.
talking about that 60% of men that are more likely to be violent, etc. Or that's how you described it,
Aggressive,
right?
yeah.
Aggressive, sure. So the thing is that you kind of engaged in fallacious argumentation when you wanted to attribute that entire disparity between men and women up to genetic factors. You don't know how. Like, my question to you would be basically, how much of that is societally based, how much is that genetic based, right? And I know that you don't have the answers for that.
But what we could do is we could look at the different societies that we've had all through history, and we see that men being more aggressive is universally true in each of these different societies, including in societies that they've done their best to normalize gender roles, or to equalize gender roles. So, for example, in the Scandinavian countries, one of the problems they sought to correct was that it seemed like men were getting into STEM fields where women were getting into fields that took care of people. And clinical psychologists show that the biggest difference between men and women biologically are men tend to be interested in things more often and women tend to be interested in people more often. Now, those both positive traits, both could be used for good. So what they tried to do in the Scandinavian countries was level the playing field and said, we're going to encourage young boys to get into nursing. We're going to encourage young girls to get into STEM fields, engineering, and things like that. The result of that was more women got into nursing and more men got into the STEM than even in countries like the United States. So it turns out the way we could run this experiment is in countries, no country will ever get out of, what societal norms and things like that are. But in countries that have done their best to equalize that, we see more of a disparity in the traits we're talking about, which seems to suggest that there are biological differences, not only in the physical makeup in men and women, but in the traits that men and women exhibit.
That's where I was asking, because with talks, again, I go back to, I do think there's some issues, and I laid out even one recently with me. Why didn't I not come forward? I love all of you guys. You know that, Mindwaves. I'm a big part. Why didn't I come out about my fractured spine? I should have, right? I should have been honest about it. So is there issues? Yeah, but I just don't know what would we do to address that other than being honest to each other, being kinder to each other. I just don't see what else we can do.
So,
oh,
okay. I just want to push back against this idea that men and women have different cognitive abilities. There's research to disprove this. And so often the case is that the reason why we do see differences in terms of performance is because of what society, the expectation society puts on people, right? It discourages women from being good at math, right? For being assertive, right? So in fact, I talked to women. I've known women tried to go through this STEM fields, right? And they face all kinds of sexism and just harassment and all these things that made them quit, right? So in the statistics, it'll say, well, women dropped out. I guess they couldn't cut it, right? What do you know? We just needed a man to handle it. Or it could just be that they really tried their best, but it was such a hostile environment that they end up going away. And it doesn't have to be that overt, obviously. It could just be that a women are told that, for instance, they work better in the home. They work better. They're better at raising children. And then, and to Mindwave's previous point, that men aren't as good as those things, right? So it ends up hurting both. So I want to push back against this nonsense about these cognitive differences. There aren't.
Well,
I really want to throw this over to Sense. She's been waiting for a while now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Well, I was just sort of waiting for a good moment to jump in, but I guess it's okay. So I reject this weird notion of feminization of boys in school. I don't think causing or telling them that they shouldn't hit people and that they shouldn't be assholes and be aggressive to other people where it's like completely unwarranted, I don't think that's feminization of men. I don't think in any way that's feminizing the boys. They're just sort of like acting like normal human beings that don't have to hit people in order to like get out their aggression. I mean, you could literally introduce your kid to like taekwondo or boxing or something and be like, well, pretend that's the bully or whatever. Like this is a pretty toxic masculinity thing that you're kind of just perpetuating. Also, this like really this strange characterization of like prescribing Adderall to children and like prescribing it to more boys because the criteria has changed. Sir, the criteria has changed, but that's just because it was so fucking hard for women to get Adderall ever, literally fucking ever. Like until, well, it's still happening. It's still really hard for young girls to get ADHD because they are not looked at in the same way as young boys. The tests are completely different. And this causes men to be prescribed Adderall more because generally men are taught that it is okay to be rambunctious and run around and shit like that. It's completely fine for men to do that. It's not completely fine for women to run around and be rambunctious and be talking all the time. They need to sit down and shut up within conservative America. And this is sort of what's being perpetuated here within the ADHD meds. They're told to be sitting down and shutting up. So while they're sitting down and shutting up, they're sitting there and they're bouncing their legs and they're wrestling in the chair and they're like jumping around. But you don't want to see that they have ADHD because they're not boys and they're not supposed to be like that. That's why men are prescribed ADHD meds much more than women.
The problem with that is
Especially
we have seen,
in a child.
particularly in elementary schools, but in education, there has been an incredible effort and incredible dominance by people that are adhering to left-wing ideologies, particularly in things like this, for better or worse. That's just true. We're getting more progressive in all of our schools. So if this is true, that it's because people in these schools are doing this, why do we see an inverse of the more progressive that we got with our schooling, the more we see men failing now, the more we see them being prescribed now, being prescribed this stuff. The same is true of male suicide rates. If the reason men are killing themselves is because traditional images of masculinity, why, when we're making progress, including when by all measures we're making progress in society through social norms of understanding that men don't have to be the breadwinners, they could do other things, why the more progress do we get to that, do we see more men committing suicide, more progressive teachers and psychiatrists,
too.
Right, more progressive psychiatrists and teachers prescribing men Adderall and things like that. And the studies are quite clear. Like I could read an article just a bit from, I'll put this in the chat, but I think it's like 20-something% of all boys now before age 20 will be prescribed some sort of ADHD med. We are pathologizing boyhood, says Ned Halo-Well, a psychiatrist who has been diagnosed with ADHD himself. God bless the women's movement, he quotes. We needed it. But what's happened, particularly in schools where most of the teachers are women, there's been a general girlification of elementary school where any kind of disruptive behavior is sinful. What I call the moral diagnosis gets made. You're bad. Now go get a doctor and get on medication so you'll be good. And that's a real perversion of what ought to happen. Most boys are naturally more restless than most girls. And I would say that's good. But schools want to teach these little goody-goodies who sit there still and do what they're told, these robots, not the boys who they are. And I'll put that in the chat.
No, I don't. I reject this completely. I reject this completely. Boys are not just automatically more restless. You can't make that fucking proposition. You can't make that argument.
Why?
You don't even know that.
No.
Let me finish. No. So we have literally, for hundreds of years, told women to sit down and shut up as soon as they are born. As soon as they can understand words, they need to stop talking and stop running around and stop being unladylike, because that's not ladylike. This is literally what is being taught to women. So yes, boys are going to be more restless, sure, because they're fucking allowed to be. Women are not allowed to be restless. They're fucking hurt if they're restless.
You're also making a very like specific and bold claim about the reason for these differences in personality, right? You're saying it's all because women are taught when they're young to be ladylike. It seems like your claim is just...
No, that's not my only claim. That's a pretty reductionist.
Well, you're saying biology has nothing to do with it, correct? That it's all socially taught behavior?
I think that biology is so, like, it's so hard to understand how biology actually affects it that it's pretty dumb to even make an argument towards how biology affects it.
But
why? Just because it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, Synth, I want to ask, would you say even though it's complex, like you just said, would you say at least plays a role in it? I mean, correct, you at least say it has some...
Yeah, sure. It
Okay.
plays a role, but
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
We can't say what that role is. We don't have enough information.
We don't know yet.
But that's
you can't either.
Well, yeah. Well, then Rob needs to stop saying that women are less restless than men. Then
But if you're admitting
that
it,
claim.
no, real quick,
but they
though.
are. The question is why.
Right, and if you're
This
admitting
is
that
what they-
biology can play a role, then what did I say that was so egregious? I
Okay.
think that we would.
Okay,
I think
so-
it's not an unreasonable position, just real quick, to say that there is biological difference and there could be societal influences. But to claim that it's no biological influence seems to be kind of a preposterous statement.
That's not what I'm arguing. You're straw manning me. I'm saying there is biological influence. We just cannot tell. And whenever you say what you're saying when you say men are more restless, is what you're saying is science and data within the current framework of society has demonstrated that men are more restless than women. So everything within our sociocultural way of living affects these things. That means it has to be accounted for. So if
I don't understand.
men
Do you
are
have more
a
data
whole
to
bunch more
substantiate that than there is to substantiate the biological causes? And then why
it doesn't matter if it's flawed. It doesn't matter if it's flawed.
No,
Because
but again,
the context
the
of
way we run,
society,
the way we run
context of society disallows it.
The way we
But
run this
can't
experiment, though,
both
if
be
I could just
true?
say real quick, the way we run this experiment is we will never be able to determine exactly what societal influences has. But what we can do is look at countries that, through all objective measures, have a better marker when it comes to gender equality as far as talking to young children for generations about what the gender expected norms are. Again, we see that in the Scandinavian countries. So what we do is the best study we could run right now is we look at countries like the United States where many people say we strictly enforce gender roles, and that's toxic masculinity. And then we look at countries that everyone agrees does that less, like Scandinavia. So if it's true that societal factors had more of an influence than biological, we would expect that women would be more in STEM when you come by a percentage in countries like Scandinavia. Actually, the results are the exact opposite. It seems that when we decrease societal pressure, we maximize the biological differences in men and women. That's why when you give women, which we should be doing, by the way, I agree with you on that, we should encourage people that they should have equal opportunity, but not equality of outcome. We should be encouraging people, if you're a man and you want to get into nursing, absolutely fine. If you're a woman and you want to join the military, that's great. We should be maximizing that. But in countries that have done a better job of that, we see that there's more of a disparity when who enters that field, which suggests that it's primarily, or at least more of a biological feat than one that's societal pressure.
Well, I mean, if that's true, there's nothing wrong with. I mean, I have no issue with that, right? Like, do you?
No, but then there becomes a problem then when we talk about the ideas of toxic masculinity, right? So the way it's saying, now I agree with you, Mindwaves. Your situation, I think, is horrible. I think that any parent or anybody that says this is the box that you need to fit in, and if you don't, there's something wrong with you, that's terrible. And we should seek to go out of that. But Wake the Beast point is true that there are actual biological differences, and we should embrace that as well. So we should understand that there's both room for saying, on average, this is the differences between men and women, and those should be celebrated, and they should be used to make sure that we have the best society possible, and the traits that are traditionally masculine and feminine should be maximized to understand that they're not always negative or always positive. They can be, all of these traits, but we should use them to have the best society. But we should also encourage that, people have the freedom to make choices. So I think,
I think both can be true. I mean,
right.
I think that's a fair statement, and that's where I think, again, what do we do? So again, I go back to what I originally said. Toxic masculinity, bad. What do we do then? I mean, it becomes a big problem because, again, hundreds and hundreds of things come under this. And other than being kinder and nicer to each other, I just don't see really what we can do to fix the problem.
And let me ask a question just real quick. If there were women, and this certainly is traditionally true, I will not disagree with you that there are certainly expectations that were put on how men should act. If we call that toxic masculinity, do we call expectations that should be put on how women should act toxic femininity?
It depends. Well, okay, this depends on what you're defining as toxic femininity.
Right.
I can't actually find a trait within feminine other than like the conservative value trait of like women should be submissive and like completely like non-autonomous to their partner. That's a pretty toxic femininity trait. That's a pretty toxic femininity
But don't
trait.
women?
But other than that, I can't really find much.
But don't women also do that? They're the
Women,
ones
They
who
shouldn't. They shouldn't.
No. This isn't like toxic masculinity. Isn't just men being toxic towards other men, or like women's relationship with gender isn't only toxic because women enforcing these standards on other women, right? It goes both ways. Like what men and women expect out of either, sex or gender, all these sorts of expectations are like basically impact both both sides. Like
So-
it's not.
Why call it
it's not
toxic
like-
masculinity?
I mean, come from both genders, right? Like,
okay, so
you got to be careful
the
when you're
wording-
talking about
well,
social
wording-
norms and expectations of where they come from. Like, I noticed that Synth used language like we put expectations been put on people. Like that sort of implies that someone is actually coming up with those expectations and putting them, but that's not really how it works, right? These social things just
Right,
sort of
that's-
evolve socially, in this collective way. Like it's very difficult to
No.
narrow down.
So the reason
No.
To
it's
trace the
That's-
responsibility.
so-
Not really.
So
no, that's
so
literally
I want to
wrong.
answer
One at a time.
why.
One at a time. Yeah,
I want to answer Rob because he asked me a question. Why is it called toxic masculinity? And the reason why is because this term was coined by people having this sort of observation of how men interact with the concepts of masculinity and the sort of societal expectations that are put on men and how those impact men in, it could be beneficial ways sometimes, oftentimes it's not, right? It's just an acknowledgement of how these concepts of masculinity affect men, right? Like this sort of analysis isn't exclusive towards men. You can use the same type of analysis when you're looking at concepts of femininity, right? Because these two concepts are sort of related in a lot of ways, right? What is feminine is oftentimes isn't masculine, and what is masculine isn't oftentimes considered acceptable for it goes both ways. So
But
there's like.
But I agree
Yeah.
with you. In fact, I got to be honest. I was in the preparation for this debate. I didn't know where the term toxic masculinity, I'm not claiming to be some expert, but my reading of it from a source in the Atlantic suggests that it actually came from a men's movement was the first start of it that was against sort of third wave feminism. And they're defining toxic masculinity exactly the way Wake the Beast is. They're saying that traditionally masculinity can be toxic if it can be using aggression to harm people, violence. So what this men's group was doing is talking exactly like Wake the Beast, saying we as men should take our traditional masculine traits and be protectors and be builders and things like that. That's exactly where the term came from. Now, I understand that term's now used by a lot of feminist groups. The question I have is, if we're agreeing that these same sort of expectations could be made by women on women, why don't we call that toxic femininity? And the reason I would suggest is because I think the term's been co-opted because it's uniquely used by feminism to suggest there's a problem that is uniquely with men, which is why they use the term masculine. And I think that's dangerous and leads to a lot of the things that I was talking about.
Yeah, because I don't understand the point. I don't understand the point of saying masculinity if it's going to include women. I just don't. I'm listening. I'm sitting here listening to everybody, and I'm just like, okay, if it includes women, then why would we say mass? It just would make no sense. Again, there's a problem.
So I'm gonna step up here because Wake the Beast's name was mentioned, and he was talking about something he said, and he then raised his hand. So I want to throw it over to him.
Yeah, right on, brother. Normal American. That really resonated deeply with me. So I appreciate that. What makes it so difficult to understand what toxic masculinity and femininity is because we've lost an idea of what those terms, masculinity and femininity, actually represent. This is the reason why medical doctors go to school for 10 years. They go there to study what a healthy body looks like. Now that they have 10 years of experience knowing what the healthy form looks like, now they can diagnose when it's not normal. When your body becomes toxic, they can tell you what's wrong and how to fix it. So similarly, the only way we can properly identify and diagnose and treat toxic masculinity or femininity is if we first come to a standard of what these things are. But that standard seems to be very nebulous. And in today's tradition, it seems to be open to private interpretation. But in reality, I think that we essentially just have toxic people. And some of these toxic people are male, and some of them are female. The reason why we don't recognize toxic femininity as readily is because when we see toxic femininity, we don't call it that. It's sort of normalized. But let me give you an example of what I would consider to be toxic masculinity. Bella Thorne made $2 million in a single week on OnlyFans. And she did this by abusing her natural attributes as a woman.
Abusing?
Right? Abusing. No. And let me explain to you how exactly that is. Men and women have natural attributes, as I mentioned before. Males have their superior upper body strength. So what is toxic masculinity? For a male, it's when a man uses his natural attributes and qualities to harm others, to do injustice to others. So let's apply that same formula to women. What is toxic femininity? It's when a woman likewise takes her natural attributes and qualities and uses them to tear down others, or to cheat, or to do anything else that might be seen as questionable, like a man.
Wait. Can you describe to me how having an OnlyFans and making money from your sexuality is cheating the system in any way? How is that cheating anybody else?
Sure. Would it be disingenuous to dangle sex in front of a woman who I knew wanted to have sex with me if I had no intention of giving her such?
Do you think that that's the relationship that these people have with the service that they're providing to other people?
I'm saying that they are most definitely dangling sex in front of the eyes of these males.
Okay. No. So
no, we're not.
Absolutely
so
not. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't.
I heard multiple voices.
Okay, so as someone who's been in that industry a little bit, it may or may not have, but anyways, no, sex workers generally don't sell sex, at least online on OnlyFans. We've never, any sort of sex worker that's been on OnlyFans has never said, hey, by the way, if you pay me, if you tip me $500, I'll have sex with you. That's never been anywhere in OnlyFans. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's explicitly against TOS. So no, we're us putting pictures up and putting videos up of lewds of ourself is and capitalizing upon men's apparent just fucking giant aggression towards stroking their dick and taking advantage of that is not like breaking people down or anything. It's quite literally using the system that we are given. It's quite literally using the system that we are given in order to actually capitalize upon like normal things, because we literally can't in other ways. Like we're fucked out of the STEM field, we're fucked out of every field because of like sexism and shit. And like what we can make money selling nudes because men are really horny. We're not dangling sex.
Okay. Wait. I want to give you an opportunity to respond. Wait.
Most certainly. Thank you. I don't think it's ever been said explicitly that sex is being offered. But the idea and the suggestion that sex is on the table, you're dangling the idea of sex in front of the individuals. Whether you intend that.
What makes you say that?
Let him finish. Mm-hmm. He's about to explain why.
Sure. So it's not the idea of saying I'm going to have sex with you if you give me X amount of dollars on my OnlyFans. It's the idea of putting sex in the mind of a person you do not intend to entertain sexually. That is the idea, and taking advantage of the male sex drive, which is primarily determined by the larger levels of testosterone that we have with women than women, is immoral. Taking advantage of a man's sex drive, provoking him sexually for your own financial gain, is immoral. Now, I know that we might be distancing ourselves from this because some of us maybe have been in that position. But I want you to imagine if one of your children, if you have children or maybe have one in the future, found himself subscribed to an OnlyFans and you found out that this was the nature of the relationship, how would you feel? Would you feel that this person was taking advantage of your child?
Okay, so first of all, putting sex into a man's mind is not dangling sex. That means that women should literally just never fucking walk down the street, because some men literally just fantasize about women walking down the street who just wear normal ass fucking clothes. So no, we're not dangling sex in front of men because you're really fucking horny and you want to fantasize about fucking us. No, we're just normal people
walking
around.
Put them in burkas, okay? I don't need to see their
face. Dude, just Sharia law. Wait, what was the second? I want to respond to the.
Wait.
I want to respond to the second thing he said.
Yeah, Synth. What do you think I'm about to do? Okay, Awake. I know she's saying things you object to. I made sure that she gave you time to respond. I just want to make sure she has time to respond. Yeah, I will throw it back to you after.
Yeah, and I also don't think it's morally wrong for people to use the genetic lottery of which we are all subject to in order to gain in a system which fucks people inherently, which is capitalism. So, yeah, I don't think it's inherently immoral to like sell nudes of yourself because like men are horny. That's real fucking weird.
Can I ask real quick, just Wake the Beast, like just to clarify, if we said that, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just asking for clarification. If we said that men use financial wealth, objects and things like that to entice women, do you think that if a man was basically flaunting his wealth and pretending to be considered or offering subliminally to share that wealth with a woman to engage in a sexual activity, do you think that would also be immoral of the man?
Why? Where's this idea that women
I don't
are
think
attracted?
so. Yeah, I don't think so. Like,
just asking.
If the woman wanted to have sex with the man, okay. If the man just wanted to have sex with the woman and he was just like, "Hey, look at all my dollar bills, y'all," and he was fucking like just throwing them around the strip club, well, that's just kind of weird, dude.
Well, that's why I'm asking Wake the Beast, because if he thinks it's immoral, for example, for a woman to use what men are biologically attracted to, like a sex drive of men with, would he think that it would be immoral for a man to do the reverse, to use what we... That's the only reason I'm asking. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just trying to clarify. That's all.
Certainly. So certainly. So I see a potential for two male equivalents of this, but I'll use the example that you gave, men using their wealth. How would we feel if the shoe was on the other foot? How would we feel if a man was simply using his influence or dangling the possibility of having money in front of a woman he had no intention of buying things for, just for the purpose of having sex with her? We would agree that that was a sleaze bag, right? He's using his advantage to extort resources. We can probably agree is toxic. But look at the female equivalent. It's normal, isn't it? It's very normal for a woman to dangle her assets, sexual access, before a man if it means benefits to her. Even in reality, she had no intention of entertaining them.
I think the men are getting what they pay for in this.
I think your example falls apart a little bit there, because it's like having money isn't inherent to being a man, right? Like in terms of like if setting these up as opposites, right? Like having money doesn't make you a man, or not having money either, right? Like these sexual assets, I think as you're describing, are her natural body, right? And then furthermore, previously, you had said, if I can bring it up. Oh yeah, talking about Bella Thorne and her OnlyFans. So I haven't subscribed to her OnlyFans, but as I understand it from a news story, like she doesn't actually have like nudes or anything like that there, and like it's kind of. I mean, I think your argument would actually work better if you acknowledge that, like, she didn't sell anything. This dangling, like, it was just like saying that, oh, you might see something here, but you're actually not seeing anything.
Oh yeah, good point, Prime.
Yeah, here's the argument, I think. Yeah, so here's the thing, is that you brought up Bella Thorne, and I was actually pretty scared for a moment, because what she did, I think like this week or like last week or something, was she put up like a pay-per-view like post that was like a ridiculous amount. It was like $200 or like something like that, and she said that there were lewds in the set. There were no lewds in the set. There were no nudes in the set. It was just like regular ass pictures. And so a whole bunch of people went and refunded everything because she used the position of power that she had in order to advertise something that wasn't truly there. Now, this would actually be an okay argument for you. But here's the thing, is that I don't even think this is analogous, because women are so fucking downtrodden in the US. One, because your analogy is really weird, because the woman who's engaging in the relationship getting money, but or like not getting money, but also giving the man sex, that just sounds like that woman is in a really bad relationship, and that man, I don't know if you're saying he forced it on her or whatever, but that just sounds like a bad idea by her. That sounds like her fuck up. But like,
you
it's
would
pretty
say it's so wrong,
disanalogous
though,
whenever.
You would say it's so
I
wrong
was
that
about to
Bella Thorne
explain
did
that.
It would be wrong whether or not a man or
I was
a woman did it, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong whether a man or a woman does that. I think that it's on the other person that they're kind of dumb that they got into that like bad transaction. But like I think it's also disanalogous just because women are so downtrodden within the United States. There's a different power dynamic between selling your dudes and between like a sugar daddy like being able to take away money from a woman or not give money to a woman, which was previously like promised. There's like a massive power difference here.
Can I ask you a question? Because it just made me think about this. There's this movie, I can't remember the name, but it had them dating really old women. So it is kind of interesting to me that if a young woman dates an older guy, it's okay. But if a young guy dates a really older woman that's rich, we kind of frown like, oh, you're taking advantage of that old woman. Now, again, this is societal. It's not across the board. But it is just kind of weird to me that I take a step back because I'm listening mostly. I take a step back. I do think I'm like, there are some times where men get looked at differently for doing these things. Do you kind of find that a problem?
Yeah. I don't think like that should be the case.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
The same as if like a young woman wanted to date like an older guy and he happened to have a lot of money and they seem to be like pretty in love. Okay, sure.
Okay.
That shouldn't be any more looked down upon, or that shouldn't be looked down upon, and neither should the man dating the older woman that has money.
True.
That's really weird.
Normalize being a gold digger for men as well. I absolutely
True.
agree.
Well, no, I'm serious. I mean, we should.
No, I mean, no, yeah, honestly, no. Like, I think that it really is a good example of toxic masculinity. There's this sort of, men are sort of shamed or looked down upon for not fulfilling a certain societal role when they, pursue relationships with older women, especially if they're strapped with cash, etc. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, there's a lot of older women. I deal with a lot of older people, and there's a lot of older women that are widows that I mean I could take advantage of, but society, well, not take advantage, but society would go, oh, that's weird, you're with the older woman. But I go, well, what's that a problem? I don't get it.
If anyone minds, if I could just, this would be we can stick with this. I just had a slightly tangential claim. Do we think that the term toxic masculinity applies to specific traits as well, or is it just expectations put upon men? So, for example, could we say that there are behaviors that aren't involved with the expectations of men, but we just say are toxically masculine, like physical aggression, things like that?
Not necessarily, right? I think that we can look at things like physical aggression and say that, like, these behaviors, especially when unwarranted or out of place or when they do harm, is, toxic in and of themselves, whether or not it's associated with any gender, right? It becomes toxic masculinity when you sort of automatically associate aggression with men or normalize aggression, especially unnecessary aggression amongst men, right? Think back to the term, I know it's really cliche, but like boys will be boys, right? Which is often used as an excuse to, allow little boys to get away with behavior that is mischievous or harmful in nature, right? So, yeah.
Okay, Rob, I have to ask this because we've gone around in circles. What's the prescription to fix the issue? We haven't got to that, and I hope Dylan would be okay if we could kind of move towards what are we going to do if it is a problem.
If I could just say real quick before
I'd
that,
really like to hear. Well, Trash hasn't talked at all during this topic. I'd love to hear from Trash.
Like a lot of this is about like kind of getting people to look at themselves and like their relationships with each other, right? Like, this isn't so much about necessarily legislating. This is about like trying to change culture. Is a lot of it is about going ahead and like talking to each other about it and being like, hey, that thing that we've been encouraging people to do in this society for hundreds of years, it's pretty bad for society. It's antisocial maybe, or ends up leading to a lot of self-harm within a group, right? That's I think what I would personally prescribe here is to say, like, we should definitely work on that. Maybe putting it into some sort of like curricula for some nonprofit or something like that would not be a bad idea. Not that nonprofits are great or anything, but like, getting it out there somewhere is kind of the way to go.
Yeah. And if I could just say, like, I totally agree with that. And again, I'm for equality of opportunity. I absolutely am. And I think that that's something that we need to encourage, that to let people know. Although I agree totally with Wake the Beast that there are traditional gender roles and many of those should be celebrated and understood to have a biological basis, we also have to understand that not everyone is going to fit in a nice, neat box like that. And we should be able to let those people know you shouldn't have to be forced into that box, period. We should do what we can. But if I could say real quick, I do think that we need to be honest that I think Mindwaves, I think that your definition of toxic masculinity and how it's applied, I think is incredibly admirable. I don't think that's how it's used all the time. And, I'm looking at
sure, that may be true.
Like a lot of people in academia use it differently. And they talk, for example, about the prison population is a result of toxic masculinity because of the traits of aggression and things like that. So, I just think that we have to, there's a fine line. We should, like, I think we're all agreeing that we should allow for difference and things like that. But I do think that oftentimes, if we're just saying it's about expectations of boys, I go back to what Loyal Logic agreed with me. And why do we use the term toxic masculinity then? Why wouldn't we just say toxic expectations? Because it could happen from women to women as well.
This was brought up earlier. Oh, go ahead, Trashing.
Okay. So the whole prison population thing, like, it is 100% a result of toxic masculinity. These like expecting like antisocial behaviors in boys and men is like very much a reason why.
So Bernie Madoff was toxic masculinity.
Well, I mean, Bernie Madoff. I mean, maybe. Honestly,
I'm being honest. Like, I get what you're saying, Trash, but this is the problem: is that when you say things like that, and I know you're not meaning to do it, but it derails the whole underbelly of the discussion of our society and how we're fitting people in these gender roles, because that's not the case. The prison population, there is some, but it's a very minority that comes from the societal gender role things. And that's where Rob is right. I mean, Mindwaves did had a great definition of it, but these academics, for some reason, are making it about these big, broad things like prison. That's just not the case.
Yeah, like what's the value of grouping these like, I can understand, even if you think all the things in that are called toxic masculinity are problems individually, what is the value of having this umbrella term toxic masculinity? How does that help us talk about the problems or solve them, or what?
Yeah, so it seems like there's really this sort of etymological hurdle that we have to really get over, because when we look at the origins of the word, it's the same reason that we don't call when we talk about a movement for equality for gender, we talk about feminism, right? And that's due to the nature of how this movement sort of grew and came about, the people that wrote about it, the people that analyzed these sorts of like societal problems. It was from the perspective of women's society or women's roles in society and how that affects them, and et cetera. And then it's expanded upon and they also look at how men are affected, et cetera, right? So when it comes to toxic masculinity, yeah, it's just kind of like a hurdle, right? Like, you have to get over the word. We can talk about like the sort of like way of analyzing this problem instead of like getting hung up on the term masculinity. I mean, you could make the argument that like maybe that phrase or that term is sort of misleading, and I might agree with you. Maybe
I think it's basically that's central to the topic, right?
And let me agree with
this is the thing is that I do agree with you. Language is hard, and sometimes you do have to change language, but that takes like understanding these concepts, having conversations about these concepts, right? Having new terms that encompass maybe a better presentation of the same concepts or whatever, right? Like, yeah, I don't know.
And let me piggyback off
you mentioned feminism. Like, look at what grouping things under the term feminism did. It started with a few very straightforward concepts like women voting and women having equal rights and sexual liberation, and then you ended up with tons of like crazy bullshit sort of like latching on to the movement. Some of them are fighting with each other. I mean, some of the stuff's good, some of it's bad, some of it's just weird. And like basically now no one knows what feminism means anymore.
It destroyed something that was relatively good and we all accepted.
It seems like having these blanket terms is just really ultimately destructive to any solving problems.
to go on last username's point, it's hard to then solve the problems. That's what happens. And that's what I said in my opening statement. When you oversimplify, and this is one of the problems with feminism today. They're like, what's the patriarchy?
Overgeneralize.
Everything's the patriarchy. Well, how do you solve that problem? And so then oftentimes we avoid real world solutions to solve real problems because we're pretending, well, it's just this real simple thing. It's the patriarchy and we need to dismantle it and that'll solve everything. But then what does that look like in practice in real world? And so if I could just give an anecdotal example, real quick, I think that this term is there are some very powerful people in academia where we see like feminism and the words toxic masculinity being bandied around. They're not choosing this term accidentally. There is political motivation for it. And I know a lot of my leftist friends here won't like what I have to say here, but I think this is true. Let me give you an anecdotal example. I talked to a lot of people that were feminists at a very high level, probably a better understanding of me through debate. But when I went to my university undergrad, I took a feminism course, and the teacher I don't think was up on as much as the literature. She started to tell us how children that were raised in a feminine environment did so much better than a masculine environment. I said, can you define feminine environment and masculine environment? With feminine, she said, caring and nurturing and getting your kids at doctor appointments and feeding them on time and making sure you burp them and changing their diapers. And masculine was beating your child, leaving your child isolated and things like that. And I said, but that's not feminine and masculine. That's just, you're basically saying raising your child good is good and raising your child bad is bad. Yeah. And what happens is those terms are used to conflate that sorts of pushes some sort of political point. And I think as a result, we're seeing actual harm done to both genders, which is why you're seeing a lot of happiness indexes show that women are displeased with the term feminism and think that they're becoming less happy every year with some of the goals that the modern feminism has illustrated. And men are committing suicide at huge rates. Young men are being prescribed drugs at huge rates and things like that. So I think that by having this, specific term, and again, it seems like a lot of these people that want to identify these large reaching problems, they only want to focus on it one way. It seems an egalitarian way to look at it would be, well, there could be toxic femininity and toxic masculinity, but we don't talk about that in an academic sense. And it seems to suggest to me that there's some sort of bias going on that we should be critical of. Mic drop.
He agrees.
I had a point, but now that Rob went on a tangent, it would be completely unrelated.
Well, no, but it's a valid point. I mean, that's what I've consistent about this is that it makes it into such a big problem with so many layers. And I just that's why I've been quiet this whole time because I don't know where to start from.
So
it's
Yeah, I
do
sympathize with this a little bit because I do think it is a lot of what feminism has tackled with like the first wave, second wave feminism is issues that seemed more apparent and more sort of present within society, right? Like simple things like women's ability to vote, women's like sexual liberation, etc. Like these are concepts that are kind of easy to understand. Now, when we start to get into other issues after we've already solved these more, I would say, easy like concepts to like tackle, right? You start to get into territory where it's like, okay, well, like this topic, or maybe like the way that like gender and sex manifests its way in society this way is kind of negative, and it might seem like a little bit more esoteric, right? Maybe a little bit more hard to like get a full grasp. So like I don't know, I think that's like a lot of what you guys are coming from. Like I would be more concerned about or more interested in hearing from you, like what specific issues do you think feminism is going too far on?
Well, for example, I've recently been engaged in debates where there's a lot of things going on about race in the country right now. And one of the things about race is we look at racial statistics when it comes to law enforcement. So I'm not going to get into that rigmarole, but we could do the same with gender. And so if we look and say, well, look, when it comes to relationships with law enforcement, if one group is far more drastically affected than another group, it proves that they're being prejudiced against. Yet when I bring this up about men, the discrepancy between blacks and whites and their treatment of law enforcement as opposed to likelihood to be stopped, likelihood to be charged, there is a discrepancy. Blacks are more likely than whites, but that discrepancy is even bigger between men and women. So when you bring this up and you say, oh, so is the system prejudiced against men? The answer I get almost every time I ask people is, no, that's because of toxic masculinity. because it's also men's fault that men are more affected by law enforcement. And what happens then is I think you could start to see why a lot of men feel like they don't have a voice then, because it's like, even when we point to legitimate problems. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I speak? Well, I just want to speak towards your previous point, is that you said that people would say that, like, well, no, like, men aren't the victim in the situation. They are, that's toxic masculinity. Well, I mean, when you say that, I mean, that's what I hear. I hear, like, men were a victim of these sorts of, like, expectations that society has or whatever, right? Like the fact that like I don't know, the fact that men are driven towards these sorts of behaviors is the problem, right? Like
I mean, you're saying it is the problem then that they are being targeted.
Well,
I mean
think
that's
about
what you
it,
said,
and
it
just
sounds
be.
like.
Let me just say, to like, if we're being
well,
empathetic,
I think it's. I just want to.
Sure.
I just want to make it clear that, like, I think that men can both be the benefactor and also the victim of, like, the sort of gender, expectations, like these sorts of, like, like, of course, men benefit in the ability to, acquire better pay. They, benefit from a number of other different, like, things from being things that I can't think of right now, right? But, like, but they're also negatively affected for, like, reasons I told you earlier, like the sorts of
and this,
not being able to open up emotionally, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
Right, and this is what I'm bringing up, though. I mean, I just think it comes off, and I'm not saying anyone on this panel is doing this, but what ends up happening is it comes off as callous. So, for example, we have an entire movement that says it's an oppressive system when we look at the statistics and see one group is more negatively affected by law enforcement than another. But then when it comes to the gender difference and men are negatively affected, we say that somehow has to do with masculinity as well. No problem of femininity, it's just masculinity. And then we look at other rights that men seem to have a legitimate grievance, such as family courts and the inability to get custody of children near the amount. And we're also told that's toxic masculinity. So at some point you start to get a little jaded and like, oh, so we never, all the problems in the world are just problems of men and the characteristics of men. And it comes off as very callous. And I think that could start to explain why we're seeing suicide rates, why we're seeing, I mean, for example, a recent paper I read showed that in Britain, in the UK, that young boys, particularly young white boys, are declining at a more rapid pace when it comes to educational benchmarks than any other group. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute.
The dropout rates are higher too.
Right. So you might say, I'm not trying to make a race thing. What I'm saying, though, is people brought this up. A couple of PMs brought this up, and they were basically laughed out of the room. They said, well, men are privileged. And that's where this ideology goes, I'm afraid. That's why I think that the term is important, because oftentimes it allows us to say, well, if the problem is masculinity in the first place, then men aren't, they could be victims of their own masculinity or of them collectively of a group as their masculinity. And I think it oftentimes seems callous. And not only can we not solve effective problems that affect women primarily because we just say, oh, it's all toxic masculinity and the patriarchy, so we don't get specific solutions, but then it ends up, I think, leaves a lot of men feel like, they're just searching for answers. Like, I don't even feel, ironically, what you're discussing, Prime K, is about toxic masculinity and about how men that are expected to be burly men and those that aren't feel crappy. That's exactly what's happening as a result of the use of phrases like toxic masculinity and feminism. A lot of men feel shamed to actually talk about problems they see themselves being affected by because they're afraid that they'll just be shamed as privileged and it's all toxic masculinity.
I think a lot of the concern that you're talking about, though, is like this sort of, like, people on both the left and the right have a lot of misconceptions about, like, toxic masculinity and exactly what it does mean, right? I think that like this sort of analysis is something that, like, even people on the left still struggle with. So, like, obviously you can find examples of people being cringe or maybe not really like understanding the underlying concepts and maybe getting the message out there in ways that aren't really accurate or whatever, what have you. But the thing is that, like, I think that you're kind of attacking a straw man instead of the actual concept of toxic masculinity, right? Like I said earlier, it's more about the sort of analysis of how genders play a role and like negatively impact people, whether it be men or females or whatever.
But the problem is, Rob, I want to. Sure. But the problem is, Mindwaves, is the people that are shaping this discussion are not you. I wish you were at the helm. Yep. I really do, Mindwaves. Like, as much as we disagree on stuff sometimes, I really do wish you were the guy. Because let me finish.
Because I haven't lived that.
No,
I don't see that.
I know,
Like-
but my point, well, it is because look at the family courts. I mean, it's disproportionate.
I could tell you
it's happening.
Dude,
But
look at
that's
academia.
reductive.
This is being shaped in academia, and those are the people that are using this term and weaponizing it. Again, in debate, I'm not joking. I could find video evidence of this. It was not uncommon, I would say 1 out of every 3 tournaments I was in, to walk in a room and be told, I'm a man, I should kill myself. That men are toxic.
You're talking about
that they've
debate?
Right, but this was people in academia that went on to, positions of prominence. This wasn't like just 1 or 2 random YouTube people. These are things being taught at universities all across the country, and it matters the way academia is talking about these things. That's where the term toxic masculinity is most being used and where it's being shaped. And it is being weaponized. It really is. And I totally agree. I don't think anyone's said anything on this panel that I'm like, oh my goodness, that seems outrageous. But we're not the ones shaping the discussion. Logic's exactly right. And so I think that oftentimes then, we allow these people in a bad way to shape this discussion. Again, I don't think would be bad to be egalitarian about this and just say, look, it's not toxic masculinity. The way Mindwaves is talking about it is toxically not giving people equal opportunities by enforcing too rigid of expectations on them.
Someone said in chat, toxic identification, right? Because that's really what it is. We're trying to fit people, and I agree, it's wrong. We should not be doing this. But the people again that are shaping this discussion, I agree with Rob. You can go out and you can see time and time again through the academia, the articles, the YouTube videos. They're not us. As much as I disagree with people like Prime and Trash Can, and we all seem to agree this is a problem. But it doesn't seem like they're on the same wavelength as us.
Yeah, I don't see this. I see this as like a big boogeyman. I think that you guys are kind of like setting up this idea that like, well, I agree with like the concepts as you're describing them, but like, those scary leftists in the colleges and stuff like that, they're teaching it in ways that is like weaponizing identity, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see this to be true. Like, where could you demonstrate this to be true? And even so, like, even if you give me an example, like, how is this indicative of like a real like sort of issue with the movement, right? Like I don't know.
But so you're saying
wait,
no, I have to push back because so you're saying professors at multiple, and again, I could guarantee you I can cite at least a dozen at multiple big name universities, and they're the ones teaching these courses. You're saying they have no influence on the discussion?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I don't know it to be true that it's being taught in such problematic ways as you guys are characterizing it to be.
Yeah,
let's say
this. Really need source on that one.
Sure,
yeah.
I mean we could provide sources as far as like, but let me just say this because that's going to get in the weeds. Can we all agree?
We're gonna have to wrap up.
Yeah, can we all agree if that is happening, it's bad? So we're just questioning whether or not it's happening. But if it is happening, it's bad. Can we all agree on that?
Well, the thing is that I would always agree that I don't want like these concepts to be taught in ways that aren't true to the to the like the theory, right? Like to the literature, to the I don't want these things being taught inaccurately or in ways that are harmful. Of course. Like I don't know what you're asking me.
I mean,
yeah, telling people KYS is bad, but I really fucking doubt that it's happening. Like it's beyond the pale. Okay,
we gotta wrap it up. We are already 30 minutes over the usual deadline, but that also means that you were all pretty engaged in the topic, which I respect extremely. So we're gonna go around. Everybody's gonna get a finishing statement on this topic, and you also get an outro to shout your stuff out. You can also link your stuff in the chat. And we're gonna wrap the show up. I really liked this show. It was really good. I really enjoyed it a lot.
One of the better ones, Dylan.
Yeah, most certainly. And I'll say that I would have all of you back on my show in a heartbeat.
Except mine.
Including me?
Well, okay, well, maybe
I knew you missed me.
Yeah. Oof, my mind definitely experienced some waves of radiation. Let's start with Trash Can in the top left-hand corner.
Hey everybody. I'm Trash Can 1312, by the way, if you didn't know. I was kind of quiet today, but that's I don't know. Maybe that's just kind of who I am on panels. I'm gonna drop some links in chat in just a second. But ultimately, I want to say, toxic masculinity is a really great harm by creating hierarchies of masculinity within men. It is very damaging to other men as well as people outside of masculinity based on the hierarchy. And this is a lot of fucking dime store words, and I'm very sorry. That's pretty much all I got to say about it. And I'll drop some links in chat in just 1 second. I got to grab one more.
Oh, wonderful.
And also it's been fun. Fun enough that I might do it again.
Awesome. I'd love to have you on
Good
again.
having you on, yeah.
Cynthia.
Yeah, I'm sent. I don't really stream much anymore. I guess probably follow me on Twitter. I'm putting out like a statement on what I'm actually going to be doing for the future. Yeah, it was a great night. Thank you for inviting me on. I appreciate it a lot. Fucking what I had the question. Yeah, toxic masculinity is fucking terrible. It causes insane amounts of internalized transphobia, causes insane amounts of like harm towards women, and harm towards like other people in general. Just like boasting aggressiveness and stuff like that. It needs to be taken out. Given we do have hangups on where the term actually come from, what it applies to, and the semantics of it. I'm sure we can resolve these things and get to the better aspect of just trying to make people be better as people. Yeah, thank you for letting me on, and yeah.
No problem. Next is going to be Rob.
Thank you so much. I had a great time as always. Dylan, I'm continually impressed with your moderation skills with a bunch of rambunctious people. I think you do fantastic. So unfortunately, my work schedule means I'm not available most Fridays, but anytime I am, I'd be happy to do the show. Just real quick on toxic masculinity. Like, I think, first of all, Wake the Beast is the first time meeting you. Thank you to all of you. I think you're great. But Wake the Beast, I was really impressed with a lot of what you said. So I'd love to get in contact with you in the future. But I totally agree with you on the fact that there is gender, that the gender stereotypes that we have, a lot of them are there for a reason, because there is biological backing for them, and that any traits can be toxic or useful, and that we should understand that, you know, on average, most people that are men do have these traits that make them more, things that put them in things where they're more interested in things as opposed to people. They have more body strength and things like that, and we should maximize everyone's differences to do the best for themselves and for society. So I think that's important. But I also want to say I agree with Mindwaves as well, that we should understand that we can't be so rigid that people that don't fall into that, because everyone is unique, that we shouldn't punish them and we should give them opportunities to be whatever they want in life. So I think that there's a nice mix that we could find there. I do think that the term, we could go all night. I think that the term in academia is being used different than it's being used here. And I think that we could see the actual results. You know, I read the source from the psychiatrist that says that he feels that a lot of kind of feminist ideology in elementary schools is feminizing boys to the point where we're drugging them to make them act more like girls, to the point where 20% of young boys are on medications to stem their aggression by the time they're 18 years old. We see the increased suicide rates in men. And keep in mind, these are all occurring as we focused more on saying, no, men don't have to be traditionally masculine and women don't have to be traditionally feminine. And we see these things occurring. I don't think it's people like the ideology we're talking here about saying that we don't have to hold the rigid stereotypes, but I do think that there's this kind of way it's being applied academically is causing significant damage. So I would encourage people to look up how often this is occurring in the humanities, particularly in feminism and critical race classes, where these sort of kind of ideologies are being presented, these overarching, everything's the patriarchy, it's the problem with all. I think that it's a problem. Lastly, I'm Normal America with Rob Noor on almost every platform. Please, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, even though I have disagreements with people, if you're on the right or the left that you're watching, please support independent content creators like the people on this channel, because I don't care if we totally disagree. I would rather you get your news from people that really care about the issues as opposed to corporations that are just trying to make ad money. So thanks, everyone.
Wonderful. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Mindwaves.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that conversation, actually. I think that all I really want to say on this topic to conclude is just sort of, if we accept toxic masculinity as being a sort of way of identifying your relationships with gender, societally speaking, and the sorts of roles and expectations you have, I think that I kind of just want to encourage everybody to maybe take some time and like consider how you play a role in that, or how like, you know, these concepts apply to you in society, maybe your day-to-day lives, or maybe even like, I don't know, how you engage in this sort of like political sphere online or whatever, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. That's all I kind of have to say about that topic. Yeah.
No problem. Next is going to be Loyal Logic. Oh, do you want to shout yourself out, Mindwaves?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Oh, is this closing as well? Oh, so
Yeah,
in that case, go follow me, Mindwaves TV. If you're not following me already, I don't know what you're doing.
You'll stream maybe
But
once a month, maybe, you know?
yeah, well, I'm getting back to a normal schedule here soon. I just been
Oh, you are. Yeah,
in the middle of things. All right, it's been
yeah.
kind of weird for me lately.
Skateboarding and all.
We were doing D&D every Wednesday. Unfortunately, I think that campaign ended, but I'm looking to replace that campaign with another campaign soon, so look forward to that. I'll be making an announcement hopefully sometime soon on what I want to do with that. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Wonderful. Next, I'm gonna throw it over to Loyal Logic.
I mean, as far as the toxic masculinity, I just, let's say it is a problem. I just don't know how we approach it other than teaching people to be kinder, more respectful, and let people know to do whatever you want. Don't tell people you have to do something because of their sex or their gender or who they date or where they live or their culture or religion. I just think these are things that go against American values. You should be able to be whoever you want to be at any time. It's disgusting that anybody would have this ideology of you have to do this. I call that out. Fuck that. That's bullshit. You do whatever you want to do as long as you're happy, healthy, and not breaking the law. I don't care. And if that law is unjust, then fuck it, sue them and get that money. As far as, Dylan, I love you so much. You know that. Rob, great guy. Prime as well. Trash. Last username, Awake, amazing, really kind to meet you. You're very smart and intelligent guy. I look forward to talking to you again. Cynthia, I love you. Always enjoy engaging with you. You're amazing. Mindwaves, always good to see you, my friend. And I'm Loyal Logic. Just, follow me on Twitch. You'd be surprised. Hey, I'm a Republican that believes in universal health care, folks. Wow, it's shocking. So, don't prejudge everybody. So I love you guys, and hopefully I'll see you at my stream sometime.
Wonderful.
Real quick, I have to interrupt because many things to say. First, I wanted to give a big shout out to Last Username and Ross Lewis, who basically saved the show by agreeing to join last minute. I contacted them literally today, a few hours before the show, and as always, always here. So huge shout out to them. Also, 7 people cancel on this show. That's how stressful it is. It's really a stress every day of the week.
Panels are so hard.
Yeah, that's why you don't do them anymore, right?
Actually true though.
Support Dylan Burns and everything. Follow if you haven't already. Subscribe if you can. And go check out the YouTube and everything. And last thing I'm going to say, Sunday there's going to be the recruitment panel for the HippieDP podcast. If you want to participate, join the Discord. There's a channel for that called HippieDP Recruitment. And tune in Sunday to my channel, twitch.tv/mrg2ek. For the recruitment. We have a great lineup this Sunday. Last username will be here. Tiberius, Brentobox, the Battle Lounge, CD Serious. So topics and everything available right here. I'm going to post the link in the chat. So tune in, follow and everything, and see you around. Sorry to interrupt.
J-Oops, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And for anybody who does want to participate, again, do ! Discord in chat. The Discord comes up. You go there. Just type in HippieDP Recruitment. We'll look at your we'll look at you. We'll see if we want to have you on the show. And we'll see if maybe one day you can be what you want. You can be on what you're watching right now. Next, we're going to go to Prime K's for his outro.
Toxic masculinity is a bad thing, so don't do it. I'm going to second what Mr. Geek said. As a person who does a lot of goddamn panels, it's really freaking hard. It's really goddamn hard. What you're seeing on my invite-only panels on Monday, Tuesday, and possibly Thursday are the 7th iteration of that panel, or because people keep canceling or rescheduling or whatever, right? So it's really hard. So I want to thank the homie Dylan Burns for allowing me to be on his show. As always, I appreciate him. I'm going to have my own stream right after this. So as soon as it's over, my stream will be starting. So you can come over there. I'll have a walk-on panel where, member of my audience, that could be you. You could walk on, and doesn't matter if you're more from left or right. you can participate, and I'd love to have you. So thank you very much. Prime Kai, PRIMECAYS, is spelled on the screen. Thank you.
Wonderful. Next, we're going to go over to last username.
All right. So coronavirus, cancer, and canker sores. What do these three diseases have in common? They all start with the letter C. Does that mean we should create like a sort of like umbrella disease called C diseases and talk about like the problem of C diseases and how do we cure C diseases? No, it doesn't mean that. That's dumb, because these are very different things that are obviously going to need different cures. So I think that toxic masculinity is roughly that kind of thing. It's this kind of useless grouping. And this seems to be something that, like, let's say socially progressives love to do, is sort of take all these problems and kind of group them together in weird ways just for the sake of saying, hey, isn't it true that all these different problems are related in this way? Except that the ways they're related don't seem very useful. And sometimes they're even a bit, destructive, in that they just sort of confuse the issue and lead other people to sort of like misunderstand them and just distract from the actual specific problems. Toxic masculinity is really just a bunch of different problems, and many of them are really marginal, like rare problems, or they're really the issue and lead other people. I'm getting an echo here.
Yeah,
a little bit of an echo.
Who came in here?
Oh.
They're really rare problems, or they're really common things that are not particularly masculine, or they're things that are not clearly problems. Things like, do men don't hide their feelings? Is that a problem? Well, sometimes it is, but it's pretty useful if you are playing poker or you are haggling with a salesman. Men are aggressive. Is that a problem? Sure, sometimes, but it's pretty useful if you are fighting in a war. So these are not just problems, they're traits that have trade-off, they're compromises. And I think that toxic masculinity tends to kind of ignore the other side of those coins. And we also talked about, what is masculinity anyway? What is a man? And I think all I can really say about that is that real men do not rule over other men or allow themselves to be ruled over by other men.
That's username, by the way. I'll add to that. You know what else real men do?
What?
They sub with Twitch Prime. Anyway.
Oh, true.
To Mindwaves TV. Got him.
They do.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're live.
Absolutely true.
I am. Go to my chat right now, motherfucker.
And if you want to be a real man, aside from subbing to Dylan Burns, you should check out _username. And
really, you guys should. It's good stuff.
Can have no masters and no rulers and no gods. Or you can check me out on Mr. Geek's panel on Sunday. And it's great talking to you guys. It was a good chat. This is all good tonight. Glad to be here. Always fun. And hope to do it again sometime. Thanks a lot.
If you want to go to his chat, go to A Modern Rapture and meet Andrew Ryan. Here he is. All you have to do is go to his channel. Next, we're going to go to Wake the Beast.
Thank you very much for having me, and especially on such short notice. So big ups to you, Dylan Burns, and all the people working behind the scenes to make this a smooth production. And I have to admit, it's quite smooth. I do want to say something about what we did here today. I think we did something greater than just disagree or reinforce each other with arguments or with critiques of invalid arguments. That also has a purpose in keeping us sharp and healthy and focused. But what we also did was we demonstrated that it's possible to have these discussions and walk away as friends, or at least not as enemies, not to retreat to previously established battle positions, but to commit to engaging with each other and learning and testing each other to see where the weight is. But I think the solution to toxic masculinity, again, is going to return to adopting a definition of what a man is that is immune to toxicity. A man is not his house. You are not what's in your bank account. You're not the size of your penis or how many meaningless sexual liaisons you've had, are you? In reality, what makes you a man transcends gender expression and what you might be wearing or what your name is. Because what a man means is merely having the capacity in which your friends, your family, and your society can depend on you to hold in trust and defend the ideas that make this life even possible. Abstractions and ideas like justice. The universe is deaf to our pleas for justice. That concept is entirely human, and it will be ours for as long as we're willing to defend it and reach out to the raw circumstances and mold it. What about the institutions that we rely upon? Civilization, keeping us healthy, weathering the storm for us. So what can we do with this time we have together? We can spend our time sharpening each other. That way we can all be sharp, capable of cutting through deception, self-deception, the deception of other people, the deception of bad arguments and confirmation bias. And we can give the most powerful thing that we have, which is greater than anything that can come out of your mouth, which is a silent, confident demonstration of what you feel the world should be.
I thank you for coming on. I was happy to have some of you as first timers like Trash and Wake the Beast. And I generally had a really good podcast. I thought this was really one for the history books. And thank you again to Destiny for the raid earlier in the day. Really helped me out. I really appreciate it. Thank you again. You can all are free to stay in here and chat as long as you want. I'm going to go finish a few statements in my chat. Once again, thank you all for coming.
All right, guys. Have a nice night,
See
okay, you
y'all.
guys? Love you.
Before you
1 second. I'll just fix things up here real quick, if you don't mind. We're good there. Almost. Okay. All right. So what'd y'all think? Overarching thoughts that I have on this. Yeah. You thought, Jazz Age, you think he was talking about masculinity better than me? I being the other guy? Perhaps so. I thought Wake the Beast was very good at illustrating conservative values. Very, very, like almost poetic. The style in which he talks is mesmerizing. I thought he was very good. I enjoyed his content and his presentation. I'm very impressed with Wake the Beast. Loyal Logic and Ross is the other two conservatives that were on there. I thought both of them did very well too. I thought they comported well. I don't have any hard feelings for anyone on there. I thought it went well. I really enjoyed the third topic. Just kind of address some of the stuff that was going on. So I guess I'd received some comments through PMs that said that they were trying to bait me into like transphobic statements to get me banned from Twitch. I don't know if that's the case of what they are doing. If so, no skin off my back. I'll still be on D Live and YouTube as long as they'll have me, though I expect YouTube will ban me at some point. I'll make it very clear my stance on transgender. It is not a sexual orientation. It is a gender identity. And Ross was exactly right where he talks about the difference between those two. I was not saying a man in a dress in order to disparage anyone. I thought that was exactly the terminology that was used in response. When I talked about the problem with Drag Queen Story Hour, and I thought they said, what problem do you have with a man showing up in a dress and teaching boys that they could wear a dress? And I said, I don't have a problem with a man wearing a dress that's like, not lingerie or something like that. And then that was used to say that I was bigoted. I think that's ridiculous. I think there are, even the third part of that discussion about toxic masculinity, I firmly believe that there are biological differences between men and women. I'm against discrimination of anyone, but that doesn't mean that I think that you get to shape your identity and say that, I am what, and you could see that Synth was kind of leading to that, because I was like, well, what is trans? Is it the belief that you're trapped in the wrong body? And it really wasn't answered. She kind of just said, no, it's about identities and me choosing my identity. Well, that's not the way society works. If I choose to say, I demand that you think of my identity as the most handsome man in the world, you could say, you could tell me that, but it's not happening, right? The problem with identity is, well, not the problem, the reality of identity is it's shaped through society's collective belief and not just your own. That's what identity is. When we're talking about identity, we're talking about our function amongst the people and the collective of groups around us. So our identity largely has to do with what our community, what our family, what they perceive us as. It's like the old joke, like at one point I wanted to pick my own nickname. People are like, dude, you can't pick your own nickname. You can't do that. You have to it happens. It's just sometimes someone will give you a nickname and it sticks. You don't get to pick your own. So it's something like that. you know, and people were saying, oh, it's a dirty, you know, they're trying to bait you into this. If that's what they do and I get kicked off Twitch, no skin off my back. You know, I got like 3-4 people watching me on there at a time. I think that if you're watching and you can't wait for me to get banned from Twitch, if you're on the left, that's fine. That's totally your right. I think that this sort of censorship's ludicrous, but I think that you're also, not only is it morally unjustifiable, but strategically it doesn't make sense, because I'm sure if you ask Dylan and other people that were on those panels, they love people like me coming on because it increases viewership, because so many people that are traditionally their followers despise some of the takes I have, and that brings viewers. So if you want to hurt Dylan's channel or the rest of them, that's fine. You could try to get people like me that are willing to come on their show and have a good faith discussion that encourages participation. You can try to get us kicked off if that's what you want to do, but it's on you. Yeah, so yeah, I agree. They probably don't want right-wingers on the platform. They only pretend to. That's fine too. I truly mean this. I don't do this to make money. I don't even care if there's only 1 or 2 people watching me. In fact, I really, really did not want to do this panel tonight. And the only reason is I don't like these 8-person panels. I thought the third panel the third topic went about as well as you could hope, but that's because there was only like 3 or 4 of us really engaged very much in the topic, if you noticed. And it went smooth. We actually were able to get places, and people jumped in when they had something to add. I thought that went very well. I was silent for a large portion while Wake the Beast was talking because he was having an important, nuanced discussion on an issue. That's how those panels should go, and it's just so hard with 8-9 people. But I think Dylan does a better job than anyone I've seen at moderating that sort of stuff, so hats off to him. Kudos to him. Yeah, I would love to. I will definitely get in touch with Wake the Beast and see if I could have him on the show and just do a one-on-one discussion. Really enjoyed him. Deadly Agamemnon says, people tell you a lot through the items they choose to show. Like, for example, I was outnumbered, and I'm always my biggest critic. There were things that I could have said better. I thought, look, like, before I get into stylistically went on, like, let's talk about the 3 topics. The first topic, if you're super concerned, like, one thing about me, for better or worse, if you're watching me, I am authentic. I will criticize my side. I lost tons of subscribers for criticizing Trump when he endorsed the lockdown over COVID. I was very critical of Trump when he bombed Syria. I was critical of Trump and Republicans when they passed trillion-dollar stimulus packages, thought it was a disaster. That's not fiscal conservatism. I was critical of the Trump administration when I spent so much time definitively proving that people like Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Weissman, etc., McCabe broke the law by lying to Congress, and yet Barr chose not to prosecute them. So I will criticize my side. I ran for Congress in the 12th district, and it's in Pennsylvania, and it is probably the most conservative district. I hope that it comes across that I'm a reasonably smart person. I knew what people in that district wanted to hear. Most of them were against gay marriage. And I was honest to every single person I talked to that I was for gay marriage. And if that was a deal breaker, I totally understood it, but I could not lie to people, and I have to be who I am. So if you're watching and you're like, wow, Rob didn't defend God as much as I wanted, even though I'm a Christian, and I think I did a reasonable job, or Rob doesn't have my exact stance on gay marriage, it's who I am. And if you're honest with yourself, you'll never totally share an opinion with anyone in this world. And I just hope you could see, as a Christian, I think the reason I make the decisions I do is I don't feel it's my place to judge people. I do believe that we need a government that is founded on Judeo-Christian values, but also has a separation of church and state. And as part of that, I think if the government's going to get involved in the institution of marriage, it is not allowed to discriminate based on gender. I truly believe that. And so if it's a sin, it's not my place to say. I'll say this, I sin each and every day. And I've had many, many great friends that are in the LGBT community, and they are still my friends and will always be my friends. And I don't see it the way that many Christians do. But it's not my place to judge anyways. God will decide ultimately. So that's how I view those issues. So I know a lot of conservatives might not agree with me, but so maybe you think, I didn't think Rob was great in that. But that's what's great. I encourage you to be here and tell me I'm wrong. That's what's great. Reasonable people could have disagreements. So the second topic, everyone said exactly what I thought it was important to talk about what that meant. And I thought that Wake the Beast did a fantastic job of talking about where the term under God comes from and what the importance of that, and understanding that we have to have rights that come from a higher power. And no one answered his point, which was a great point, was in the Dred Scott decision, a terrible decision, where they said that Dred Scott's rights were not violated because he did not have any rights, because his rights are granted by the government. And so if the government says he's a slave, then he has no rights. That's why we need to say the rights come from somewhere above the government. That's why the two lines that I was trying to illustrate that are the most important in the Pledge of Allegiance was, I pledge allegiance to the flag. What does that mean? The flag is the symbol of us all unifying. We have different races, different backgrounds, different religions, but we unify under that symbol of what the country is, you know, and it's powerful. If you listen to, there's this, you could hear it all the time in the 4th of July, Memorial Day, and things like that. There's this awesome audio of the Star Spangled Banner, where a guy talks exactly what Francis Scott Key was seeing when he wrote the Star Spangled Banner and the image of that flag. And like, I've never served in the military, and thank you everyone who's watching for your service. But the awe and admiration that they have for the flag and the importance of it, because they understand what it symbolizes, our unification of a country, the sacrifice of the great people, the giants whose shoulders we stand on that came before us, that put this experiment, flawed as they were, the greatest country in the history of the world, and created this experiment. And there's certainly problems galore that our country currently has. But the idea of all men being created equal, those sort of principles, the idea of personal responsibility and personal liberty, that's the shoulders on giants that we stand up that had those thoughts. That's what's unifying around the flag means. If we don't all coalesce, if, you know, we do like many of the people on the panel said, the U.S. is imperialist anyways, why would we support it? You cannot have a country then. If we have a country filled with people with no collective reason to be a country together, then it'll fall apart. So that's why that sort of pledge is important. And the fact that under God is uniquely important is because I believe Trashcan's right. My reading of it was similar, that was largely in response to the Soviet Union and communism, because we saw with the Soviet Union the disasters that we saw with the millions of people starved to death, put in gulags and other things such as that. That was because they determined that the highest authority was the state. And this is what I think the Democratic Party and the globalists are trying to do today. They don't want you. That's why don't go to church. You can go to the casino and not the church. That's why they're so critical of religion, because that's why they're critical of the family structure. They want you to care about nothing or have no higher power than government. And that will lead to disasters like the Dred Scott case. So it was very strategic that they said, although we're collected as a government, we have that together. We understand that there is something above that. And that's God. And if you're an atheist, it doesn't mean that, then this isn't for me. What it means is, you know, I don't disagree with what Prime Case was trying to say is, what if I think these rights come from myself? Now, there's a problem for the agnostic and the atheist of where do we really get our code of ethics and laws, because it doesn't seem that they're all into it from us as individuals. But you could still logically extrapolate that what you're saying is there is something above government. And that's important to understand, that, to not allow a government to get too big for its britches. So, Aliba, I agree. You say, we don't care if some people like you are smart enough to know not to trigger people. We care about the innocents who get wrongly canceled and see their lives ruined of lies, rumors, and I totally agree. And I don't care if I trigger people. I'll say exactly what I want to say. I happen to not be an overly rude person, but I'm not virtue signaling or anything. I tell you exactly what I think. You know, it would have been easy to just take that position. I love trans people. I have nothing to say. Oh, yes, feminism's great. I don't care. I say what I feel is the truth. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm not going to be inauthentic. So I don't know if I was just jumping in on that conversation and didn't see. Right, yeah, and I'm not apologizing for my thinking. I'm just explaining kind of what was going on. So that was the second topic. That's why I think the Pledge of Allegiance is. That's why I think it's important. The third topic I thought was very good, and if I could explain my position on that, I mean, I think I understand that, you know, sometimes I think it's dubious when you say like, oh, you know, we're talking about Black Lives Matter. Look at all these riots. Well, I haven't seen that. Or, you know, or you're like, look at what's going in academia, like what's going on the critical race theory and the feminist courses and how they're weaponizing terms like toxic masculinity. And we could see how male students under, you know, almost universally now are being outperformed by women in every single study. Is it because women are biologically better? Maybe, but maybe it's because we've swung the pendulum the other way. That doesn't mean that there shouldn't be equality of opportunity for men and women. That's not what I'm suggesting, but it's clear that it's being weaponized. So if you view it the way Prime K's did, that it's just, well, expectations of men and putting them in that box saying you have to be this or else you're not a real man. I agree that could be bad. Though Wake the Beast is absolutely right. Look, here's the sad truth about stereotypes. Most of the time, the reason stereotypes exist is because there's some grounding in reality. That doesn't mean that they're all good. It doesn't mean they're all bad either, but stereotypes are inevitable, and you use them and I use them. I'll give you an example. I've never been to China, but I have an idea of what China's like. What's a stereotype? Even better example, I had a friend that I met, Muslim, one of the greatest people I ever met, one of the nicest people that you'd ever see. He went to Clarion University with me. He was from Algeria. We got stuck at an airport once, and he was like, hey, Rob, what do you think of my country? Like, what's the images that come to your head? And I was like, it's Africa, sandy, hot, dry. He showed me his hometown. It was beautiful. The beautiful green, like vegetation, beautiful, like Greek sculptures everywhere. That was a stereotype I had. Now, it doesn't mean I'm a terrible person. It's just, it's inevitable. Humans have labels, and they need to identify things before they know them specifically of if they could be a potential threat, what they potentially mean. For example, cavemen wouldn't have been able to say, oh, I won't use a stereotype whether or not I think that saber-toothed tiger is out to get me or not. Like, something triggered. Oh, that's out to get you. That's, and it comes from evolution. Like, those things are inevitable. So the trick is not to, you try to limit your stereotypes, but the trick is don't act as a bad person based on those stereotypes. And when you get more relevant, specific information, be willing to let go of your stereotype. So if you see someone that you think, wow, this guy looks like he's an athlete, 6'8", super tall guy, ripped, probably a great athlete, and you talk to him and he says, actually, I'm an engineer. I've never played sports in my life. It would be egregious of you to keep saying, no, clearly you're an athlete. You have more specific information, but you're not a terrible person for assuming that he was an athlete, right? So I get, that's Wake the Beast is saying in a more elegant way that, like, look, there are gender differences. There are physical and mental differences between the average man and woman. Does that mean that there can't be a man or groups of men that don't fit into that box, or women that are the same? Absolutely not. You'll always find people, but there are averages of what a man is and what a woman is. And to deny that leads to all sorts of harms. It's going to actually harm women to deny that. For example, Title IX was created specifically to give women a fair shake in sports, to make sure that universities had equal opportunity for women in sports. That's going to end up devastating women when we start to say, well, no, because we'll just allow people that were biologically male to participate in female sports. Because there are no gender differences. There is no biological difference. It's only socially constructed. And then we'll see that if we go down that path, we'll eliminate women-only sports. It'll be terrible. So a lot of these things could have unforeseen consequences. Now, having said that, I'm not suggesting treating trans people with bigotry or anything like that. But I'm just saying we have to be honest that there are honest biological differences. And I understand the counter argument, it seems to be, keep in mind, I'm not saying societal influences don't play a role. Clearly they do. But notice that I never said that it's all biology. But when Synth's yelling at me, that's an absurd claim. How could you know that? Societal roles are what plays the part. And I was like, so you have proof that biology doesn't play a part? Then she walks it back. She's like, oh, no. Biology could play a part. Okay, well then how can you make the overarching claim? Well, the reason that X happens is because our societal interpretation. You don't know that. If you're admitting that it's a mix of biology and sociology, how do you know which is playing the greater influence? And again, the research is in. And yes, someone correctly pointed out, I must listen to Jordan Peterson when I talked about this. I do. But I've looked at the studies myself and see that it's true. And what happened is because we have never seen, nor will it ever be possible to see what humans look like without any societal influence whatsoever. It just won't happen. Even the most primitive societies that are isolated have societal influence. So the way you run the experiment is this. You take the societies that most of the people agree have more rigid gender roles identified in society. So the United States, where we're criticized as men have to be men and women are supposed to be this, caretakers and things like that. Then you go to a country where those roles are far less rigidly defined, like Scandinavia. If it's true that culture was more important than biology in different traits of men and women, then you would expect the more egalitarian you get a society, so the less rigid their gender roles in society, the less outcome you would have of men and women choosing different careers or engaged in different types of behavior. But it's actually the opposite. The more you eliminate the societal pressure on what men and women should be expected to do, the more the differences end up being. And no one responded to that. And of course, there's never a good response to that. They just say, well, how do you know? Well, again, if their argument's true, then what you would expect to see is either the results would stay the same, or what you would really expect to see is, as we equalize the social construct of gender roles, then we would start to equalize, not perfect, but start to equalize. So for example, if you saw in the United States that 80% of people in STEM were men and 80% of women are 80% of nursing was women, then you would expect, well, if it's because of culture, it's because we tell boys you should get into engineering, but we tell girls you should get into nursing, then we would expect a country that does that less to have something like 70% of people in engineering are men. 70% of nurses are women. That number would decrease, but instead it increases to like 90%. So it shows that, and it's shocking to people, but it shows that actually there are biological differences. And in the name of feminism, what we do is we socially pressure people to not accept choices that they otherwise would make. There is pressure on women, for example, now that the pendulum swung the other way, where there's pressure on women that feel they have to get in the workforce. I've seen it in my own life. We see the pressure being put on boys in schools where they're being compared to girls and then being putting on drugs because they're misbehaving, because they're acting as normal boys. So there are certainly consequences to this. We see it with the suicide rate in men, and the truth is that, I understand they said, well, we didn't know this, or it doesn't apply like that. It is applied differently in academia, and they've chosen the word toxically masculine for a reason, because it is about this sort of cultural Marxism, where they seek to divide us based on groups. It's the same with critical race theory. They're always talking about the problems of whiteness. Well, there's problems with whiteness. There's also problems of blackness. There's problem of Hispanic. There's problem of Asian, right? All of those cultures have problems, and the people have problems. Not only do they have sins of the past, but negative characteristics today. By the way, all of them have good characteristics and good things that occurred in the past. But why do we only focus on certain groups and say all the problems are for those groups? If if Mindwaves' interpretation was correct, then no, we're just saying that it's unfair to pigeonhole people and say because you're a boy or because you're a girl that you're expected to be X. Well, if that's the case, why do we call it toxic masculinity? Why wouldn't we just call it toxic identification? And it's because the term's specifically chosen to be able to criticize a group, specifically men. That's why they interchange the words masculine and men, because they want to demonize that group. I've seen it. I've seen it used all the time. That's exactly what's going on here. And otherwise, how could you explain? Why would they specifically choose that term? And again, what I'm talking about is oftentimes then you get to these ridiculous, like I said in my opening statement, and I thought that last username was absolutely correct on this, talking about the problem is if you oversimplify the problem and say, all of these problems in the country are because of the patriarchy and because of toxic masculinity, you're never able to solve the problems. I would contend the same thing happens with systemic racism. When we say, the reason that violent interactions with police in the black community is systemic racism, we're not going to solve the real problem. And this was best illustrated. Rush Limbaugh had Charlemagne the God on his show way back, like 2 weeks after the death of George Floyd, and said, listen, I'm with you. I think that what those cops did to Floyd was heinous. What can we do to help? What can my audience do to help? What are the ways that we could start to solve these problems? And Charlemagne the God said, we need to dismantle the systems of white supremacy. What does that mean? How does that help on the street right now? And that's the problem with Black Lives Matter. Now, the big problem is that it's a political movement, and it's actually designed to be Marxist, and their programs are actually antithetical not only to all Americans, but to inner city black Americans specifically. For example, the brunt of the people that will pay the price by defunding the police will be increased violent crime in inner city black communities. The brunt of the people that will be affected by dismantling the Western structure of nuclear families will be communities that right now are struggling with single motherhood, the inner city black community. So when you have these overarching theories that all problems on life are because of masculinity, all problems in life are because of racism, oftentimes you're not able to get solutions, and you end up dividing people to prevent those solutions, which is exactly my contention what's happening with Black Lives Matter. So you have people running sweatshops like Nike that are in business relationships with some of the biggest cultural leaders of Black Lives Matter, like LeBron James, making billions of dollars interring Muslims using sweatshops. But they get away with it because they're woke and they virtue signal that Black Lives Matter. So that was the point. Let me check the chat. Right, Ken R. There are feminizing men to bad ways. That's exactly why so many boys are being put on Ritalin, because boys like horseplay and coming around that, and like understand the importance of this. And like it's a difficult concept, and I don't claim to be an expert, but any trait. When we say masculinity, we're talking about characteristics of men. That's kind of what we're defining masculinity at. So there's certain traits. So there are things you assume are masculine and things you assume are feminine, like caring, things like that you assume feminine, and aggression and competition you assume masculine. Those could be good or bad. You could be over-caring, and therefore the child that you're caring for never develops because you're an over-caring, overbearing mother, or you could be too aggressive, which leads to violence and attacking people. That's bad. But you could also be caring just the right amount, which could be a very good thing to be caring. You could also have aggression just the right amount. Maybe your aggression increased a competitive drive that led to you developing some medication that saved millions of lives. Or it led to you, like Edison and Tesla, competing against each other to have electricity, which has improved the lives of every single person that it's affected in this world. Thanks to the miracles of electricity and modern refrigeration, heating and cooling and things like that. The amount of people that have been lifted out of systemic poverty and have to face the elements every night, it's overwhelming how much better our society's got. Those were masculine traits, competition, aggression, and things like that. So when we just talk about the problem with toxic masculinity, while ignoring that there could be toxic feminine traits as well. Again, you can see that the way the game's being played then is they're doing it for a reason. They didn't accidentally choose this. Just like when you talk about the evils of whiteness and white fragility and white guilt, but you don't talk about how other races could have been involved in very similar things and we could criticize them as well. What you're doing is having a game that's encouraged on dividing us. And the leaders of this country love that. The oligarchs, the media, academia, military-industrial complex, the intel agencies, the politicians, all of which that have done nothing but siphon white, black, men, women, straight, gay, atheist, Christian, Muslim, all Americans. They haven't worked for us. They've gotten rich off of our backs, and they've outsourced wealth to countries around the world, off of the labor of us, the working-class Americans of all characteristics. But they get away with it because they're able to cause division amongst us. And one of the big ways they're able to do that is through their control in academia, where they push these cultural Marxist theories and intersectionality like critical race theory and feminism. That's what it's about. That's why they use the terms toxic masculinity. And I think that it was obvious that when I started dropping truth about this, they didn't have much to say. They were just quiet. Now, so I think that that was... I'll be getting off soon. I really will. So yeah, and I have a problem, right? It's the problems I have. Like, I have an understanding. I'm not going to claim to have an understanding that is superior, in the top echelon of feminist writings, of critical race theory writings, and things like that. I've dabbled because I was very familiar with them during debate, and I had to research and read a lot of this because I had to be prepared to understand how to win a debate when this was going to be addressed. But what I do think that I am quite good at, if not being understood on the literature, is understood the application and how it could be applied in a very bad way. And that's because I personally saw how you could take an argument such as, hey, we need to do better for the black community, something that I totally agree with in this country. There are problems in the black community, poverty, homicide rates, and even including violent interactions with police. All of those are real problems that we need to address. I just disagree with saying, oh, it's all systemic racism for the reasons I said before. It's oversimplified. It ends up demonizing people, dividing us, and it doesn't lead to real solutions. That's why I'm against that sort of ideology, but I'm open to talk about it. But I've seen how having that seemingly decent pursuit leads to saying, you're white, kill yourself. You're white, forfeit this round. You don't know what it's like to be me because you're white. Shut up. You have all these advantages because you're white. And they didn't know anything about me. I would frequently enter rooms where I would be told that I needed to denounce my whiteness and my white privilege. And I would ask, what is whiteness? The skin color I was born with? And they can't say that. So they'd say, no, it's a conscious choice you're making. And then when you ask them to define what my whiteness was, they most of the time weren't able to do it. Inevitably, they'd talk about money or power. And then the irony was I was probably one of the poorest people in the debate community. I worked at Burger King 30 hours a week to help pay for my college. I went to the cheapest school available in Pennsylvania. I lived with a friend so I didn't have to pay rent. My parents had a daughter that was 20 years younger than me. At one point, their furnace blew up, and I had to scrape together money to try to help them, to pay for a furnace because my sister was 20 years younger than me. Me and my roommate Bill at one point didn't have electricity for 2 months. We did have beer, though, so it was our bad choice. I was like, where's my where's my whiteness? If whiteness is power and money, where's my power and money? And I don't want to make it a pissing contest about who's the bigger victim. It's stupid. That's not what the debate round should be about. But you can start to see how absurd this gets. OMG Stick says, cool, let's reduce it down to class problems and solve for that. I agree. For example, let's take affirmative action. Is it true that blacks are disproportionately in poverty? Yes, that's true. So instead of having policies focused on helping black people, why don't we have policies focused on poor people? And then those policies, if it's true that blacks are disproportionately poor, and we had policies to help all poor people, who would disproportionately be helped by those policies? Black people. But when you talk about the problems of, like, for example, let's say we would talk about, it's like chess. When you're having these debates, it's the same moves you see moved. So I'll start a conversation with someone that's endorsing Black Lives Matter, and they'll say, well, when we look at the numbers, blacks are 2.5 times more likely to be shot by the police than whites. And I'm like, okay, if those evidence are true, which there's quibbling studies about that, but let's accept that that's true for a minute. Is it any coincidence, do you think, that there's 2.5 times more violent crime or whereabout there in these inner city black communities than there are in other communities? So if a community has about 2.5 times more violent crime and they are 2.5 times more likely to be the result of violent interactions with police, doesn't that seem to make sense? And then many times the debate ends there because people say, you're racist for bringing up those statistics, and it's nonsense. But what you should do is say, okay, but why? Well, and most of the time they say it's because black communities are poor, because of systemic racism has made them poor. Okay, I disagree. I haven't seen proof that it's just about systemic racism. But you've isolated. The problem isn't the blackness then. The problem is poor. You're saying if you're black, you're more likely to be poor, and being poor is a problem. So we don't want to solve being black. We want to solve being poor. Because the problem is when you just focus in debate, we call that an internal link. So when you just focus on the internal link instead of the impact is the thing that is bad. Right? So let me give you an example. You might say your plan crushes the economy, and that leads to war. The internal link is crushing the economy. Okay, why is that bad? Well, because war will happen. Okay. So we want to prevent war. That's the issue we're talking about right now. So when you say being black leads to poverty, which is all these problems. Okay, so we're trying to solve the poverty. We're not trying to solve being black. So why wouldn't we have policies that solve poverty? And what happens when you say, no, but blacks are more likely to be poor, then you end up with ridiculous things like LeBron James and Oprah claiming to be victims. If we gave reparations to all African Americans, someone that's homeless and a white person would owe reparations to someone that's incredibly one of the wealthiest people in the history of the world, like LeBron James. It makes no sense. So one, you end up helping people that didn't need the government help just because their skin color, because they don't fall into that category. They don't need the government help. And second, you end up not helping a bunch of people that are poor but don't have the right skin color. And that's how you end up with absurd practices like in Yale, where a bunch of poor whites and Asians are discriminated against in admissions to Yale because instead we just have to increase based on skin color. Well, that's nonsense. Why wouldn't you just help poor people? And if you did that, if you just helped poor people and gave them a leg up and had affirmative action based on class as opposed to race, if it's true that blacks are disproportionately poor, those policies would disproportionately help blacks. But they would also help poor Asian people and poor whites. And they wouldn't help wealthy blacks. You see? Right, equality of outcome's a disaster, right? So that was the topic. Now, let me talk about stylistically what happened. First off, I understand that this is a game, in a sense. There's some gamesmanship, put it that way, when it comes to these debates. I totally get that, right? Understand. And I also understand that a lot of people, this is a career or it's a partial career. And so their viewership and their ratings are very important and the money that they make from it. I don't judge anyone that's doing that. Perfectly fine. I stand by my comments at the end. Even if I have a disagreement with someone heavily, if you're on the left, I would rather you watch an independent streamer from the left than I would you watch CNN, New York Times, something like that. Because at least they're, whatever, you know why. So I get that, there's some gamesmanship, but I hope that everyone notices over and over and over what you end up seeing from some people on these panels. And it's overwhelmingly from people that adapt what I would consider more far leftist policies. You know, and I'll tell you, I was trying to bait them into an argument. It's one of the reasons I don't like these big panels, because I like to set arguments up way in advance. So let me run through you the argument that I'm trying to set up. Towards the end of the toxic masculine debate, I said, would you say there are traits that we consider toxically masculine? Right? Because I wanted them to say, yes, those traits exist, such as aggression and things like that. Because my follow-up question would be, if that's true, we could see like being aggressive, being mean-spirited, assuming privilege and interrupting people. Wouldn't those be toxic masculine traits? Who's done that in this debate? Who's behaved with more toxic characteristics? Was it me? Was I the one rudely laughing like I was virtue signaling some point every time that they said something? No, I sat quietly and patiently. Was I the one interrupting all the time? No, I didn't do that. Was I the one accusing other people of being bigots and things like that? No, I wasn't doing that. That wasn't me. Those are traditional, and this is one of the things you see. The irony with the people, that talk about toxic masculinity the most, the feminists, they behave in what we would consider more aggressive manners, which is the actual thing that they're criticizing. So you'll see feminists oftentimes use violence or use intimidation to keep conservative speakers from speaking. You'll see them pull fire alarms and chase people out of places. All of this stuff, isn't that the characteristics that they're complaining about? But therein lies the rub. That's why they use the term toxic masculinity, because it's not about saying here are characteristics that we don't like. It's more than that. Now, I'll take Mindwaves at his word. That's what he's kind of addressing, or more so the unfair classification of people having to fit into what those traits society says they are. But that's not how it's being used. That's why they don't talk about toxic identification, because what they really mean is, no, it's okay for us to engage in the exact same behavior we're criticizing. We're just tired of men. That's what they mean. And it's because they understand by dividing us based on gender, they can obtain political power. That's exactly what's happened. It's not worked for the feminists as well as it's worked for the race agitators in Black Lives Matter. It's really worked for them. So, let's see what the chat says here. Just checking. Question for chat. Can individual sovereignty lead to a functional society? Yes, absolutely. That's why the United States is the model. When we have more of a collectivist function, you lose the individual and personal liberty and personal responsibility. The reason the United States so quickly became the most powerful country in the world, that led the way to innovations that have made the world better for almost everyone. Now, there were heinous actions, don't get me wrong. Wars, imperialism, I would argue basically the neocons and neolibs that are running the Joe Biden campaign. Those are the type of people we need to be rejecting. But certainly we see that personal liberty, responsibility, and that innovative spirit is what led to this country becoming so great. So personal sovereignty is a very important stuff. Yeah, and Evil Smile, you're talking about kind of the actual gender differences being rooted in biology, which I was talking about. Now, real quick, back to the sex ed question. So let me talk a little more on that topic. So again, my point on that topic was, I think that there's a difference, and this is a theme that I see oftentimes when I'm in these debates. There's a difference between talking about something in theory and talking about it in practice, right? So, for example, we could talk about in theory, well, it's not good to pigeonhole people into gender roles. Okay, well, I think there's some reason to do some of that, but yes, ultimately we should have equal opportunities, and we shouldn't say if you're a woman, you can't do X. They should have to be able to pass the qualifications for doing X, but if they can, it shouldn't matter that they're a woman. Same with a man. You can't do X. Same thing. We should judge you based on your merits. But if what you happen to be good at isn't what traditional gender roles are defined at, absolutely you should have equal opportunity to do whatever you want in life. Totally agree. But in practice, that's not how toxic masculinity is talked about, as I just went over. Well, the same's true when we're talking about sex education. I have no problem whatsoever if this is how it would go. To me, sex education should be about one thing: teaching people that are entering adulthood and puberty and starting to become interested in sex, ways to safely have sex, or the consequences of not having safe sex, or the consequences of having non-safe sex is a better way to put it. That's what sex education should be. It should not be talking about enjoyable positions. It should not be, as that author that I showed you, the CDC is pushing things that talk about, for example, sending pornography to children, teaching them how to masturbate to get more pleasure, teaching them how to sext. That stuff is ridiculous, and that's how it's being applied. So, for example, I theoretically don't have a problem if we would say, well, look, while you're going over sex ed and you say, here's the penis, here's the vagina, here's why you should wear a condom, here's birth control, here's diseases that you could get. Now, some people have anal intercourse. Here's why that's more of a risk. Here's what you could do to make sure you're safer. Even if you don't agree with anal intercourse, I understand the importance of talking about that. I do. I don't have a problem with that. If you wanted to briefly say, oh, and, men could have anal sex, I don't know who needs to hear that. I think everyone knew that, but sure, I don't have a problem with that. But the problem is once you start mandating, we need LGBT, that's exactly what the article that I talked about said. And let me see if I can pull it up again, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, because I don't think you all were able to see this article. And it's from the Washington Times. Let me bring it up here for you. Oh, boy. 1 second. It's gonna be make it tough for me. That's what it's gonna do. And notice that I feel that none of this was addressed. Okay, can you all see this? And this is from recent, right? How public schools groom kids for sexual predators like Epstein and Maxwell. Go away. Leading the despicable charge are unions posing as teachers and deceptively named Healthy Teen Network, a coalition of over 180 sexual and reproductive health justice organizations. So organizations, not individuals, meaning thousands of people were probably involved in this, including the CDC, Planned Parenthood, and CCS, whose motto is Sex Ed for Social Change. Now, doesn't that sound exactly like what we were talking about there? It sounds good. It sounds fuzzy. In theory, it sounds good. So everyone on the panel is like, no, we just want inclusion. It's for social change to make people in the LGBT community feel better. But what's the Trojan horse that's really going on? So in theory, I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound so bad. But what happens when we really say, oh, now we mandate this stuff has to be talked about? Well, let's read further and see what happens. During COVID-19 shutdowns, as good teachers scrambled to deliver virtual reading and math instruction, the coalition slipped pornographic material into teacher resources and encouraged educators to give students access. The materials appear so child-friendly, many teachers provide access to abuse without knowing it. Among other scandalous lessons, kids can obtain, quote, 5 tips for sexual health during COVID-19, written by expert Ella Hall, a 2018 college graduate with a degree in environmental studies. Her tips encourage kids to engage in sexting, solo sex, pornography, self-dating, and communications with online sex experts. Now, it doesn't say what age are the teachers giving this to, but it's probably incredibly young, like 7th to 8th grade. Is that really what we want to be doing? It provides extra tips for those with a clitoris. Hall assures your daughters that sexting makes women 4 times more likely to feel empowered and confident, and then provides links, including 54 sexing ideas that are so X-rated I cannot print them here. She asks our kids, are you interested in watching porn? And leads them to social media sex experts who instruct them in the use of sex toys and giving them tips for dirty talk and sexual consent. This is children we're talking about. Again, what was the agency? We're talking about the CDC. We're talking about Planned Parenthood. It's Sex Ed for Social Change. This is exactly what I was talking about with the sexualization of children. I don't mind our schools talking about safe sex. This is above and beyond that. It's disgusting. Does that mean that every trans person or only trans people are doing this? As Synth implied that was the case? No, I'm not saying that at all. The reason I brought up Drag Queen Story Hour, I don't even care if someone wants to say I'm a drag queen and I'm wearing a dress, or if someone wants to say I'm a woman but I like to dress masculine. I don't have a problem with them reading to children. What I have a problem is with them showing up in lingerie. I don't care if you're cisgendered, if you're transgendered, if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're male or female. You shouldn't be reading to young kindergartners and preschoolers in sexual attire. And I continued to show picture after picture of that, and they said, what's the problem? I don't understand. What's the problem? What's this have to do with the topic? Because the point I'm making is, in practice, what happens is we're sexualizing kids. So when you start mandating, we need to teach kids about LGBT sex, this is the type of stuff that happens. It sounds warm and fuzzy, but it's actually used as an incredible perversion. Now, again, I know not everyone agrees with me, but I believe consenting adults can engage in sexual behavior they want. I don't care. I'm not making judgments on that. My issue is with the sexualization of children, regardless if it's sexualizing for heterosexual sex, for trans sex, for LGBT sex. It doesn't matter. It's the sex part that I dislike. That's why I think that it would be a mistake to mandate that we talk about, I kept saying, I was like, I don't understand. If you want to talk about the different types of intercourse and the dangers and how to be safe, I don't have a problem with that. Why do we need to go further? And you get the distinct impression they didn't specifically define what they meant, but they're joking around. Oh, you don't know how to pleasure a man? You don't know. No, that's not the rule of schools. That's not what I want people doing. Let me check the chat real quick. Thank you, Dylan. I had a blast with you, too. I think Dylan's one of the like I said, me and Dylan disagree probably on 90% of our politics. I think he's an incredibly generous person. He's good-natured. Even if you're arguing with him and getting high-pitched, he's always conciliatory and polite. And I truly believe he's the best moderator I've seen. So it was very good. Oh, maybe that was a mistake I was making, that they thought when I was saying sexualized children, they thought I meant to make kids out to look sexy. No. That's not what I'm implying. I'm implying normaling the idea of adults addressing in hypersexualized clothing. Man, woman, trans, cis, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't be doing that around children. I mean, we've all seen the images, for example, of the 11-year-old boy that strips at male clubs with male strippers. And they're like, that's so cute. And he had, there was a big story written about him, like in New Yorker magazine or something like that. I was posting pictures of Drag Queen Story Hour where we saw, you could actually see genitals. People wore such slight dresses without underwear and were sitting spread so genitals could be seen right in front of all these children. We've seen this sort of stuff with strippers and things like that, regardless if they're trans, straight, men, women. Again, I'm not trying to be bigoted, and that's the type of things I have a problem with. So when we start talking about teaching more than just literally how to have sex safely, when we start talking about that, my eyebrow raises. Because I'm like, in theory, it doesn't sound bad, but how will it be in practice? That's the problem. Yeah, I agree. Dylan's great on Twitch. So, right. And then, I thought Ross made the great argument, which was if it's a private school, if you're paying for, no problem. Right. Like that's like, but government schools shouldn't be mandating this type of thing. And I totally agree. That's how I feel. Now, I understand. Maybe I was clunky with my words. Again, let me be very specific. To anyone that's watching, I truly do not care if you're a trans person. I do not care. I have questions on what that means, on what you identify as, and if other people should be forced to accept that identification. However, as a human being, if you ask me to call you something, of course I will, unless I feel you're doing so in bad faith. If you try to force me, I think that that's terrible and I won't comply. But I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I have trans friends, and I totally get it. When I was bringing up the mental health issue, I'm trying to be... I understand it's a difficult position, particularly if you're trans, but let me be quite clear. My understanding of trans is at some point there is a feeling that the body and the organs that you were born with weren't exactly matched up with how you feel with yourself. And so that, by definition, is something that, seems to be something that, I don't know if illness is the right word, but something that the body wasn't totally lined up, okay? And I'm trying to be as generous as possible here. What I always say to people is, to me, I liken it to the fact that, I know people that have various illnesses, and some of those illnesses are quite serious. Bipolar, intermittent explosive disorder, schizophrenia, things of that nature. I don't look at people with any sort of thing that has a problem with their body, physical or mental, however you want to identify it with the trans movement. I don't look at anyone with anything like that and say, I don't want to associate with you because of that. I'm going to treat you like crap over that. That's ridiculous. So why would I do it to trans people? I don't. If your argument is no, there is literally nothing wrong with the body of a trans person, then why would you need hormones or surgery? And you say, well, some trans people don't do that. Well, again, then I don't understand what the feeling is. What makes you trans then? To me, the definition is the bare minimum is, and I'm willing to talk to someone in the trans community that probably knows more, but I thought the bare minimum was, I don't feel like my body matches completely up with who I feel that I am. That's it. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not. And a lot of conservatives might be against me on that and think that we should be harsher against this. I don't. Again, I'm not saying that identity is biological reality. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is I will not treat someone rude. And for those of you that want confirmation on this, one of the things I pushed back on so many people on my channel was in Pennsylvania, the health secretary, who I despise, who should be in jail for putting COVID patients in nursing homes, leading to thousands of deaths in nursing homes. She happens to be transgender. And I think it's a mistake to mock her for being transgender. She's a criminal. She deserves to be in jail. But why conflate the issue with trans? It's stupid. It's childish. That's my feeling, and that's what I've said. So that's what I was attempting to do. And I truly believe that I thought Synth said, when I was talking about the hypersexualization in front of children with some, and not all, of the drag queen story hour, and I was talking specifically about lingerie and things of that nature, genitals hanging out, sexual dances, things of that nature. And when she said, oh, well, I don't see what the problem is showing boys they could wear dresses. That's why I responded in that way. I said, if a man wants to wear a dress, I was using her words. So the fact that that somehow was implied that I was a bigot, I think is nonsense. She's the one, you could go back to the tape. She's the one who said it. So I really don't understand what that was all about. And I think that, and this might be an unpopular opinion with some of the people that were on that panel, but I think that there tends to be this idea of wanting to portray yourself as a victim or people attacking you when oftentimes that's not the case. I wasn't attacking her. I wasn't being a bigot. That's just it. You know, I don't know what else to say about it. Right. And I think she should have been quiet instead of trying to, you know, my personal thing is I think instead of assuming the worst, I think she should have tried to listen to exactly what I was saying. I thought I was quite clear. And so when they said, oh, you're saying a man in a dress, I was like, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying because that's what you said. There's not a problem with that. Let me be more specific. I understand that drag queens are different than trans people. I don't have a problem with the trans person reading to kids if they're not being sexual. That's it. I would not have a problem if my teacher or if my child's teacher was trans, if there was nothing of a sexual nature occurring. I don't understand why that's controversial or why that's deemed bigoted. Now, if I disagree on the concept of identity, that doesn't make me a bigot. And that's one of the things that I despise that you see predominantly on the left. It's claiming that disagreements, particularly some rooted in science, all of the sudden make someone an immoral person. And what that is a way of censorship and silencing the conversation. And that's not right. You won't see me do that. I happen to find communism to be a despicable ideology. I talk to communists all the time, and I try to treat them with respect. I feel the same about most of how Black Lives Matter is applied. Treat them with respect. So, was I, Wake the Beast was fantastic. I would love to talk to him more. I thought he was great. Like I said, it is impressive to see someone that, one, is so powerfully, I think, defending conservative principles, but doing so in a very polite way, which is what I try to do. Now, granted, I get more heated than he does, but we all have our personal styles, so to each their own. But I thought that was very great. So the content I thought was great, even if I didn't totally agree with everything, but I was with him with most of the stuff. And I thought that there were other ways to reach out, that I was trying to kind of take what he was saying and reach to the left a little to explain why that position more applied to them. But you can't argue with not just the content, but the style of his speaking was just fantastic. Fantastic. It just had a way of drawing you in. I thought it was fantastic. He's a natural speaker. Just someone that I would be interested in listening to their opinions, even if I disagreed. So it is definitely someone I'll be reaching out to. I believe he has a Twitch channel, so was very proud to be agreeing with him most of the time. Thought he was great. Yeah, I'll definitely talk to him one-on-one. Again, we're not going to agree on everything. I know we won't, but that's the beauty, right? That's what makes discussions worthwhile. And, that's why I enjoy talking about things. Yeah, and then, just the last thing is, look, I know I seemed antagonistic to Prime K's. That had to do with also our past panel that we had on Monday, which I did not think he moderated fairly or in a good way. But then, there's this kind of... They did this when I was on with a gentleman named Lecture Fan who's on the right. I didn't agree. Lecture Fan was more confrontational than I am usually. And again, I didn't agree with everything he said, but I was probably with him 85 to 90% of the way. And instead of addressing his arguments like an adult, they just it's yeah, that's not an argument. and I don't mind like not addressing the argument if you're going to be funny or original, but I don't get what the cackling is. Like, it just makes it so you can't hear someone who's speaking, and I think it makes you look smug, and it makes you look like you don't have an intelligent point to make. And I just, like, when I started to see it over and over from Prime and from Synth, to me, it's like, I didn't know how to deal with it. Like, last time on Prime's channel, I tried to kind of speak and criticize him for it. And the way I will deal with it now is I'll just say, okay, I'm going to be done speaking until you give me the politeness that I shared you of not interrupting you by being rude. So I'll sit here silently. And that's why, let me be quite clear, because I had people say, oh, you left Prime's panel Monday. Someone said that I was told that I was cucked, that I ran away. That's not what happened. The reason I left was because the only thing I had to add left to that conversation was yelling at them personally for what I perceived as the silencing of me and the rudeness that was directed towards me. And it would not have been good for their panel or for their audience, and it wouldn't have been good for me. So instead I said, if you want a panel that controls what people could talk about so rigidly and wants to only talk about left-wing positions, that's fine. I'll leave. You could have your panel. I'm not going to sit here and waste my time just yelling at you how rude you're going to be. It does me no good. And it does your panel no good. There's not ideas being discussed. I would rather have an echo chamber of people all expressing left-wing ideology than one where people were just yelling back and forth about perceived rudeness. So there was no benefit to me. There was no benefit to Demon Mama or Prime K's. So I left. And I don't like the way that, I'm not crying about it, but I thought that it was just childish. And, I stand by my comments that, maybe I was a little harsh, but the rudeness and the kind of filibustering to me are signs that you don't really have an argument. But having said that, I truly mean, I don't wish Prime K's any harm. I'd still, if you're left-wing and want to go to a channel, please go check out his channel. I don't wish him any harm. But if I perceive him being rude when I'm interacting with him, I'll tell him. That's just reality. That's all. Yeah, it is like pulling teeth. So it just... that's what went on there. I don't feel like if it makes them feel good to say, oh, Rob had to flee, that's fine. I don't lose any sleep over it. I don't care what they in their audience think about me as a person. I care if they think that I have a good idea or not. Not that I care, but I like to try to articulate my arguments, and hopefully people listen to them with an open mind. So I hope that that's happening. But as far as what they think of me personally, or decisions that I make stylistically about what shows I choose to do, or if I decide to stay on a panel, I really don't care. That's fine. No ill will towards them. That doesn't mean that I won't get aggressive if I feel that it's warranted in these panels. And yeah, I'm human. Sometimes I screw up. Sometimes, last night, the gentleman that I was debating, I got overly frustrated with. And it is the pulling teeth thing, right? Like, it's this idea, like last night, I'm just making the point. Fascism, using Umberto Eco's point, 14 points, you could be fascist on the left or the right. The characteristics, some could apply on both, some could apply on one or the other, some could apply to neither. That's all I was trying to say. And so I went through the 14 characteristics and gave my interpretation how the majority of them could apply to the left as well. And I even made a point to say that some of those probably applied more to the right. But when you end up with these like absurd arguments that just seem like the sake of argument, like, well, communism was good and it wasn't fascist. And I was like, because of hierarchies, it didn't embrace hierarchies. I was like, it literally had gulags. Like, you don't get more of a hierarchy than jailing people that dissent from you. That's the ultimate hierarchy, or the most oppressive hierarchy. And when the response is, yeah, but it wasn't so bad, they fed people. Like, how do you continue with the discussion like that? It's like, whoa. And then when the second topic is who rejects modernity and the Enlightenment, and I was like, well, that's clearly what the left does. I could show you article after article of people on the left saying that science, technology, engineering, and math, things that came out of the Enlightenment, are racist. I could give you the post-modernist, which means the Enlightenment, which was modernity, they're post-Enlightenment. So they disagree with the Enlightenment. And he said that no, the postmodernists were now the Enlightenment. So that's just the end of the discussion. It's like, there's nothing I could do with this anymore. Now, was it rude to just be like, okay, we're done? Maybe, but I didn't mean it as rude. I just meant it's so frustrating. And oftentimes this will happen. And maybe people feel like that with me sometimes, but I try to honestly answer a question. I do. If someone asks me a position, and I try not to be super insane or, challenging just for the sake of picking an argument. Postmodernists clearly don't agree with modernists. I don't know what the debate is here, People that say the Enlightenment is racist aren't embracing the Enlightenment. All you have to say is like, yeah, okay, in that one, maybe the left embraces that, but just embracing one doesn't make them fascist. Next. That's it. That's all they had to say. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, here's the problem with terms like fascism. Like, you could very well say, well, the definition of fascism, it has to be right-wing. The problem, though, is it's the same discussion we had with masculinity or critical race theory. What is the problem? Being white or being black? Or is the problem poverty? Well, the problem's poverty. It's just we could say, here are the things that are more likely to make you poor. But the problem's being poor, right? That's the problem. So that's what we should focus on. It's the same thing with terms like fascism. It's not the fact that it's an ideology that's a problem. It is how that ideology enacts on people that's the problem. So even if technically you would argue, well, my definition of fascism is it can only be right wings. Well, why are we talking about fascism? Well, we all just hear that term all the time, so we assume, oh, fascism's horrible. But why? What is it about fascism that's horrible? Well, we think back to the Nazis and we say, what were the things that the Nazis did? They were fascists. What were the things they did that was horrible? Now, yes, does the fascist ideology lead to those horrible things? Absolutely. But it's the horrible things that we should be focused on. And so then what happens is you have this discussion where you say, well, only the right could be fascist. And it's like, therefore, groups like Antifa, they're anti-fascist. They can't be fascist. But the problem is Antifa is engaging in the same tactics as the fascist. And that's the problem. If your ideology is, we love horses and ponies, you could say there's no problem with that ideology. But if the way you express that ideology is, therefore we'll beat you with lead pipes until you join our organization, you're behaving in a fascist way. You might say, but what's fascist about loving horses and ponies? Well, right? It's not your stated goal. It's the actions that you're taking. And so in that sense, left-wing groups can behave with fascism, with fascistic tendencies. That's the problem. And if you say, no, but we've defined fascism as having to be a right-wing ideology. Okay, I don't care how you define the term. The problem with fascists is they did things like jailed and beat political dissidents. That's one of the huge problems. We see the left doing that. Just because you might not call it fascism, whatever you want to call it, that's bad. And that's the trick that oftentimes you see when you talk about terms like masculinity or toxic masculinity or femininity or whiteness or blackness. They change the definitions of these terms so that they're able to skate out of criticisms of that. Communism or socialism is a good example of that. I'll say, why would you be a communist? Every country that's tried it has been an unmitigated disaster. Millions upon millions of corpses piling up. And the answer will be, well, that's not real communism. It's that type of ideology. It's like, oh, okay. Antifa. Well, they can't be fascist. They say they're anti-fascist. It's in the name, as Don Lemon said. All right. So just final touches here. First, if people could just type in if they enjoyed the debate or not, and if they think I should do more like that. I'm probably going to cut back on how many I do because I have a family, I have 2 jobs. It's burning me out a little. Not like mentally, like I feel like, oh my goodness, these are some intellectual juggernaut arguments that are beating me down. It's just, I don't know if you could tell, particularly in the first and second topic, kind of my frustration where it's just like, you know, sometimes you sit there 15, 20 minutes and not say something. You know, it's a lot to put on my wife, too. She'd like to spend time with me, so it's a lot. And most Fridays I'll be working, unfortunately, for Dylan's stream. Stop talking to Dylan in a while. I like Dylan. I don't think he's a problem. The conversations I've had with him I've found to be productive. But yeah, I mean, even when I debated Destiny, that was a one-on-one debate. I can handle someone that disagrees. Like, debating a communist, I don't mind, because if they're open with their position, at least you know what you're arguing. You know, when I debated Destiny the first time, you know, we were talking about impeachment, and it seemed obvious to me that impeachment was about the idea that allegedly Donald Trump was using his position and foreign assistance money to try to investigate a political rival. I think it was clear that that's what Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats, you know, Adam Schiff and the Democrats were suggesting. And so that was the reason for impeaching him, that withholding foreign aid to benefit you politically against an opponent is impeachable. That was the accusation. So my contention was, if there was a reason, a legitimate reason to investigate Joe Biden, then there's no case for impeachment. because the case for impeachment is based on the idea that Trump corruptly investigated someone that he's opposed to. And we could see from the fact that the Obama administration heavily investigated Trump that clearly the act of investigating your opponent's not impeachable if you claim and you could prove that there is a legitimate reason to investigate. Now, with Obama, there wasn't a legitimate reason to investigate Trump. But I could prove that there was a legitimate reason for Trump to want to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden and their relationship with Ukraine. Now, I assumed my opponent would say, no, there was no legitimate reason for Trump to do that. And that would be the debate that I was going to have with Destiny. So I go on and I say, well, the case for impeachment is that Trump was withholding foreign aid because he wanted to investigate Biden, a political opponent. And Destiny's like, no, that's not what impeachment's about. And I was like, what? And he's like, no, the impeachment's because he didn't leave the aid be released on time. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, it doesn't matter why. Just withholding that aid's impeachable. And I was like, but that's happened under any administration. It doesn't matter. They should have been impeached too. That's why Trump should be impeached. And I'm like, but did you speak up about this when it happened under Obama? No, that's whataboutism. Trump should be impeached. Now, this, to me, was a bad faith argument because it's like, no, this isn't what's happening. And it's just a clever way for you to say he should be impeached. You know, it would be the equivalent of saying, I think Trump should be impeached because he lied in front of the press corps once. If you lie once in front of the press corps, you should be impeached. But wait, every president's done that. Doesn't matter. Whataboutism. Trump should be impeached. Therefore, I win the argument. And it's like, wait, what? So then I had to painstakingly for 40 minutes be like, can we admit impeachment's a political process? It's not just about a crime. Yes. And can we admit that then we should look at the reasons that the people that are advocating for impeachment say that they want to endorse that political process? Yes. Okay, so if I could prove that the majority of the people engaged in this impeachment process are doing it for the reason of they thought he was investigating Joe Biden, will you agree that that's what we should be referencing when we're talking about impeachment? And it took like 40 minutes to get to that point. That stuff's exhausting because you're just like, or when you talk to someone and you're like, these riots going on, and they're like, what riots? So then you have to start showing image and they're like, that's one bad apple. Then you show another, that's two bad apples. Then you show another, that's three bad apples. That's the stuff that's exhausting, not the actual positions. People disagreeing, even if they're smarter than me and they're winning the argument. I don't find that exhausting. I find it entertaining. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is worth talking about. I like that. That's why I like disagreeing with people. But this idea of kind of ignoring reality, it's just like, man, it's just designed to frustrate you, and it just takes it out of you. And I see a lot of that, you know. Right, and that's exactly right, Evil Smile. Destiny actually asked to switch the subject because he didn't know as much about the subject, which is fine. You can't expect someone to know everything, but that's exactly what happened. You know, and let me just say real quick. So I'm glad people seem to get positive reviews. Hopefully people thought I purported myself well. And if you didn't, that's cool too. But I hope I represented my fans well, the conservative side well. I thought I did very good, but maybe not my best showing, but I thought I did very good. Had a mic drop moment. How often do you see in an 8-panel debate someone say something and then there's just dead silence for 15 seconds afterwards? I'd say that purports pretty well on me. Kyle Rittenhouse, real quick. What time, guys? I gotta get to bed soon. Kyle Rittenhouse, my elevator pitch now. So I did try to wait a couple days before weighing in on this, but I have. So I went through the New York Times visual team's Twitter feed that went on this, that to me was one of the best that I've seen. Apparently my friend SJG Perspective has a good video up on this as well, but it clearly shows that from what I see, Rittenhouse, from the evidence presented to us, it is a shame and it's a political abuse that they're charging him with first-degree murder. First off, we need people that are willing to stand up against the mob because the state won't. Having said that, if I had a 17-year-old kid, I'd be damned if I let them out there. But that he's an adult. If he went in his own accord, fine. As a parent, I'd be furious. But we need people to start standing up against the mob because it's clear that these Democratic-ran cities will not use justified force from the government to stop these mobs. And the mob will not stop until force is applied. Preferably it'd be force from the police, if not preferably from the National Guard, if not preferably from federal troops. But if all of that is denied, then the predictable result will be vigilante justice, which I don't endorse, but that's what will happen. And when I say I don't endorse, I mean I don't want it to happen. I wish that this would end way before it. But at some point, the option of just leaving people burn down cities every time they want, beat and murder people is outweighed by we need people to stand up to it. Now, you would hope that people standing there with guns would dissuade people from violence. That's the point of the open carry. That's how it seems to me that Kyle Rittenhouse clearly, and from his actions of helping protesters previously, cleaning up graffiti, announcing that he would offer medical assistance to rioters, things like that, it seems that he wasn't intent on just murdering as many people as possible, or he would have shot more than 3 with an AR-15. So it's clear to me the reason he was open carrying, as opposed to what the left would have you believe, that he was asking for a fight. No, if he was asking for a fight, he would have concealed carried. By open carrying, what you're doing is saying, stay away from me. It's like, you know how snakes that are poisonous have bright colors? That's what open carrying is. It's a bright color that says, warning, don't you attack me. Don't you attack my business. It's a deterrent. That's why he was open carrying. It is evident to me that the first person that we see on camera that he shot was chasing him. He was trying to aggress the scene, which is exactly what you would want to see. He wasn't standing there heckling, trying to fight. He was running away from the scene, was being chased. He had something thrown at him. I don't know if it was on fire or not. I've heard that it was a bag, whatever. Something was thrown. It is clear the person chasing him intended him bodily harm. At the same time he's being chased, you could see in the video that a shot occurs behind him. So you're running, a man's chasing you, you hear a gunshot. You turn around, the man's almost upon you. What are you expected to do? To me, it's clear that that's justified at that point to discharge your firearm. Especially when you take into context that this isn't in a vacuum. And we've seen how dangerous and how violent that these mobs can be. Now, after that, then he's chased by the second people. One's hitting him with a skateboard, justified shoot. Second one points a gun at him, justified shoot. So all 3 of the shoots were self-defense, and it is criminal, as far as I'm concerned, that they're charging him with first-degree murder. Now, having said that, for some points on the other side, if he illegally was in possession of that gun, he should be charged with that crime. That is not first-degree murder. It's probably a misdemeanor, but fine, charge him with that crime. Also, this comes with a big caveat. I don't know why that man was chasing Rittenhouse in the first place. Let's say this hypothetical situation happened. It seems that if that man was the person we saw earlier saying, shoot me N-word, he was unstable, right? But let's say that maybe he didn't act in an unstable manner before the footage, 3 minutes before we see him chasing Rittenhouse. What if Rittenhouse took pot shots at him? He sees the guy, pap, sitting in the bush and shoots at him, and the guy's like, what are you doing? And he runs at him. Stupid to run at someone with an AR-15 if you don't have a weapon. But what if that's what happened? Then in that case, you could make the claim that the other gentleman with the shirt in his head was chasing him to defend himself. It'll be a harder sale to prove that, because if you're trying to defend yourself, you'd run away. But you could try to make that claim. However, having said that, what I'm saying here is I'm open to seeing more evidence. Okay? And that evidence could change the context of what happened. However, there has not been anything remotely suggested, pointed to, of all the people that were filming that know they would be national media celebrities if they had footage that showed something like that, Rittenhouse doing something heinous. None of it's came forward, and I'm skeptical that it will. But I can acknowledge that more evidence could be provided. But when you see the left already declare this person guilty, when the physical evidence we see shows that if that's the entire context of the situation, it was a justified shoot, it proves that the left wants you disarmed and they want you to be willing victims of the mob. You are not allowed to defend you. They don't want the cops to defend you. They don't want you to defend yourself. And it's disgusting. And if it is as we see, then Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero. Now, I don't say that because I want more people to shoot more people. I don't want that. But he's a hero because he issued restraint. He only shot the people that were directly attacking him. And he defended what's right in this country and the business owners that the government's unwilling to defend. Piffer, does that answer your... I hope that answers your position. That's exactly how I feel. Now, a couple other things. This tit for tat that you see now occurring with the people that Rittenhouse shot versus Rittenhouse's possible background. I'm not the biggest fan of this. So like with George Floyd, the people that said, well, he was a scumbag. He pointed a gun at a pregnant woman's stomach. That's true. And that's a reason that we shouldn't deify him or claim he's a saint. But that doesn't excuse what Derek Chauvin did to him. Nor does the fact that he died, apparently it now looks like he died of an overdose. And the footage we now see shows that. That doesn't mean that what Chauvin did was lawful or justified. I don't think that it was. It means it's not murder. But that doesn't mean it wasn't an abuse of power. And I feel he should at least be charged and let's see the evidence. But from what I saw, that's my impression. I don't think the fact that someone's a bad person means that automatically they should be killed, or that if they get killed, well, then it must have been the right thing. No, even a rapist, the most heinous of people, it could still be unjustified actions by the police if they shoot them. Now, not necessarily, and it's a reason if they're a rapist to not, oh, they're a saint. No, that's garbage. But that doesn't mean that discredits the reason for the violent interaction. The same is true of these look like 3 dudes that were shot that were terrible people. Their criminal backgrounds show. I still didn't want them killed. I don't want that. At least I don't want it in an extrajudicial way. They're charged with their crimes and they're so heinous that they lead to the death penalty. That's different. But I don't want it extrajudicially. I'm not celebrating these deaths. And I don't think the fact that they had a past, that one guy was a pedophile, it looks like, I don't think that it's like, well, that's an open and shut case, then the shoot was good. His criminal background in the past has nothing to do with the action in the present. Now, having said that, I feel so far that the shooting was justified, and I feel that those people were scumbags. But I still didn't want to see them shot. And I feel bad for Rittenhouse. Now he's facing legal jeopardy. And no matter what, even if you're doing the entire right thing, it's got to weigh in your psyche to shoot and kill someone. So, I feel bad all around. But they're trying to do that with Rittenhouse now. Okay, Mick says there's a lot more footage now. Maybe I haven't seen this. The main kickstart for the initial contact was the protester lit a garbage container on fire and someone put it out with a fire extinguisher. Things got heated. The first guy that was killed stepped to the armed individuals asking to be shot. Yeah, I saw that, but that doesn't explain why he was chasing him. Did it immediately go from that interaction to then chasing him? I don't know. How do we know that altercation didn't happen? And then there's 2 minutes of delay in video, and during that 2 minutes, Rittenhouse shot at him. That could have happened. I don't know. I'm willing to see more evidence. But the fact that the left is all declaring him guilty is absurd. It was their fault the way it looks. Yeah. The Democrats are to blame for this. And again, let me be very clear on another thing. Let me give you some predictions real quick before I go to bed here of things we'll see, right? You want to hear some predictions? I'm going to go out on a limb. So mark it now, 1:30 in the morning on this video. Let me give you some predictions. 1, Joe Biden, probably there's only a 50% chance he debates, and probably there's still a chance that he's not going to be the nominee. And the way they will do this is they're going to let Joe Biden out in the campaign trail and then say he contracted COVID. That's what will happen. That's my prediction. It's a conspiracy theory, I know. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I admit when I'm wrong. But that's my theory of what's going to happen. And then they'll say, oh, the reason we have to change candidates is Donald Trump because he didn't handle COVID. As opposed to telling us the truth. And I told you the whole time why I was predicting that Joe Biden wouldn't be the inevitable candidate. It doesn't even have to do with Joe Biden. It has to do with, because of the way our system is set up now, we all know implicitly that a candidate's best day is the first day that we're running. Because it used to be before the internet and 24/7 news that when you ran for office, then you wanted to get yourself out there so voters got to know you. And the more they got to know you, the more they would vote for you. But with the oversaturation of politics now, it's the exact opposite. Almost every candidate, the more they get to know you, the less they like you. And so now there's a strategic benefit until waiting till the very last minute to announcing your candidate. So all of the attacks on Joe Biden about how, Sleepy Joe and, all of the terrible things that he's done and, things like that, all of those theoretically go aside when it's like, oh, Joe Biden's out 3 weeks before the election. Now it's some new person that everyone's excited about, So that's a prediction, and they'll blame COVID. That's my prediction. It is not COVID if that's what happened. They planned on this from the start. We'll see. That's a prediction. Here's another prediction of mine. You will see a bad shoot. You will see one, right? You're going to see someone with a shady past, a Richard Spencer type person, like some white supremacist. It wasn't Rittenhouse. I don't see any evidence of that. But you'll see basically peaceful protesters yelling at someone and someone will open fire on them. And it'll be bad. It won't be justified. And that will be then used against Trump. Let me explain to you how if some extreme right-winger goes out there tomorrow and shoots 10 people that are rioting, why you still blame the Democrats for this. You ready? The reason is because I told you from day one, if you allow riots to occur, you will see justified and unjustified vigilantism as a result. Both. Once you tell people You have to defend yourself. There will be good Americans like Rittenhouse looks that say, I need to step up and defend America and defend these people that are losing their businesses and being attacked. But you also have scumbags that say, here's my chance to use violence and claim I'm justified. Is Jake disagreeing with me? Maybe that'll be fun. Let's see. Oh no, maybe you're having a conversation with someone, Jake. Oh yeah, it looks, I'm not involved in that conversation. So that's my prediction will happen. Do I think they'll use Rittenhouse against Trump? Of course, they're already saying Rittenhouse attended a Trump campaign. We'll see though. The problem with using Rittenhouse is, at best, it's murky. At worst, Americans are going to be like, yeah, God bless Rittenhouse. So then the attack doesn't work. What you truly need is something heinous. That's what they truly want. And they'll be cheering for it. Just like they're cheering for more COVID deaths. Hell of a strategy the Democrats have running. Cause as much pain and destruction in the country as humanly possible. And then use that to try to win a campaign. Because you don't have any good ideas. Because you're anti-American people. You're globalist. You want to make every single person non-self-sufficient and dependent on the government. And it's not a good platform. People won't accept it. So you have to instill fear and division. That's what they're doing. And so they're cheering for a bad shoot. They're cheering for people to die of COVID. And so they're purposely stacking the dominoes up to do everything they can. I'm not saying it's a false flag. It could be, but I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying they are setting the plate to have the most likely scenario to have someone that's an extreme right-winger shoot someone. They're setting the stage for it, and they're like, please let a right-winger shoot someone. And they're trying with Rittenhouse. They're trying. But I just think that they're going to have a tougher sell because this isn't like Charlottesville. That's not what happened here. And everyone has two eyes and can see that video. Thanks, Bronze Age Chad. So I do have to get to bed, but there's just some predictions for you. I might be wrong, and I'll eat crow if I am. So let me just... real quick, say a couple words. I don't do advertisements, as you noticed. I do sell life insurance now. It's something I just started doing it. I found out I'm having my first kid in January. As someone who talks about the importance of personal responsibility, I decided it's time to get off my chubby butt and get a second job. So now I'm working about 90 to 100 hours a week. So one of the things you could do me, if you want to donate money, that's great. But I'm not even asking for that much anymore. If you have a need for life insurance, which everyone should have, because as people, one of the things we do is we care about our family above anything else. And no matter what, like I could work 2 jobs now, right? I'm having a kid. Great. I've always wanted a kid. I'm more excited now than I've ever been in my entire life. So I could work 2 jobs and make it work. I'll work 3 damn jobs if I have to. I'll do what I have to for my family. But what happens if I die? I can't just work more then. And so I don't want to leave my position, my family in a vulnerable position. And the truth about life insurance is it always, always, always will get more expensive for you because it's based on age. So if you get whole term life insurance right now, you lock your rate in until the day you die, and it's guaranteed to pay out. So if you need help with that, or if you have kids that you would like to put on life insurance, please email me at rob.nor@gmail.com. It's just like my name spelled in normal America, and I would be happy to talk to you, and it'll be no pressure. You don't have to worry about something like that, and you might decide to go with a different company or not get it. That's totally fine, but I wouldn't mind talking to you. Plus, you get to talk to me, and I'm very fun to talk to. So just something to consider. And then also, aside from that, that's the end of my spiel. And I know people are probably tired of hearing that, but I don't do ads. I've had offers to do ads for stuff, but I don't like doing ads for something that's not a product that I specifically use all the time, and I haven't been approached with something like that. So I don't do ads. I believe in the product I'm selling, so I'll talk about that. Also, you can support me on Twitch. I'm Normal America with Rob Noor on Twitch. I'm also on YouTube at Normal America with Rob Noor. I'm at D Live. It's just Normal America on D Live TV. And I'm on Twitter and Periscope. It's Noor Robert. So you can follow me on any of those platforms. Please, if you like, subscribe. If you don't donate money, that's fine. Look, I'm broke too. I would love to donate to a bunch of content creators, but I'm broke. Trust me, I'm not doing this for money. If I never get one dime, I'll still do this. As long as it's fun and I feel that people like what I have to say, or I at least encourage thinking, even if people dislike what I say, then I'll keep doing it. I don't care about the money. So, but if you want to help in other ways, you could recommend my channel to some other people. So, apparently, though, I might not be on Twitch much longer if what people were telling me that they're going to try to get me kicked off for being a bigot, a transphobe or something. Whatever. If it happens, it happens. I'll still be on D Live and YouTube. So, all right. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. I probably won't be doing this next Friday, not because I dislike Dylan, but because I work. I work most Friday nights. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. I'm humbled that anyone wants to listen to me. It really is. It's a humbling experience. It's nice to know that there are people out there that think like me. You see, all of our institutions are dominated by people that think that thoughts like mine are immoral or that I should be censored. I hope that you could judge for yourself, not just by my words, but my actions. I am not someone who's a bigot. I'm not someone that's immoral. I might be wrong. I might be arrogant. I might be brutally handsome. But, you know, I think that I'm a decent person, and I think that I'm authentic. And, you know, sometimes you feel like in life, no one thinks like me. Maybe these ideas are wrong. So it's great to see there are people out there that think some of the same thoughts I do. It's great to see people that could disagree with me, but still have a respectful conversation and are willing to listen to me. So I really am humbled by each and every one of you. It really means a lot to me. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoy it. I'll be talking to everyone soon. And as always, have a good one, everyone.